Marshall Peak, Chapter 4858. Still alive. That's right, Yang Kai nodded. What are you going to do? Luo Ting, he asked. I have to head to the Black Prison to look into the matter. Regardless of who the culprit is, I'll make them pay. There was a cold expression on Yang Kai's face. He had no idea who had made a move on the Black Prison, but Luan Baifeng had been working for him for a long time now. She had also made a huge contribution when they were dealing with Zuoquan Hui back then. Certainly, the ill-intentioned people were aware that she was Yang Kai's subordinate as well as a person from Voidland. Since the unknown enemy dared to make a move on Luan Baifeng, their real target was probably Yang Kai. Furthermore, given Luan Baifeng's cultivation, coupled with her advantageous position in the Black Prison, the person who was able to kill her must be in the 7th Order Open Heaven Realm at the very least, and the person was no ordinary 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. In other words, the person was probably from one of the Cave Heavens or Paradises. The high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters from the Shattered Heaven wouldn't have the guts to enter the 3,000 worlds. Was it Thousand Crane Paradise or Myriad Demons Cave Heaven? Yang Kai reckoned that he only had some grudges with these two sects, but he couldn't think of the reason they decided to kill Luan Baifeng. At this moment, Yang Kai felt fortunate that Luo Ting he had also tagged along. Otherwise, he, Chu Huashang, and Tao Lingwan might not be able to accompany him to Black Territory. Regardless of the danger in Black Territory, there wouldn't be a problem as they had Luo Ting he, who was a new 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, with them. Therefore, the ship changed directions and headed straight to Black Territory. They never encountered any danger on the road, and a few months later, they arrived at a great territory that was just beside Black Territory. Yang Kai didn't rush into Black Territory to look into the matter. Since Luan Baifeng and Xian Pong were dead, it suggested that a turn of events had already taken place in Black Territory. No one knew what was going on there. Although they had Luo Ting he, an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, with them, they still had to be careful. They thus hid on a shattered spirit province and waited patiently. Yang Kai had been to this place once before. This was the location where he ambushed Xian Pong, who had just left Black Territory at that time, and forced him to leave his name on the loyalty list. He then subdued Luan Baifeng and took control of the Black Prison. Even though there were countless stars in Black Territory that were full of materials, the place was considered barren when it came to anything else. Luan Baifeng was a woman who enjoyed the finer things in life. Therefore, she would periodically tell someone to buy some daily necessities and luxuries from a star city in the neighboring Great Territory. Yang Kai wanted to wait for someone to come out so that he could find out the current situation in Black Territory. He was pretty lucky. After waiting for half a month, Yang Kai, who was meditating, heard Chu Huashang saying, "Junior brother, someone has come out." Yang Kai hurriedly looked up and saw that a person emerged from the territory gate that was connected to Black Territory. The person was heading straight to the Star City. As Yang Kai looked intently at the person, he soon widened his eyes in disbelief. "What's wrong?" "Luo Ting," he asked. "That's Xian Pong." Yang Kai scowled. Upon hearing that, Luo Ting he was stunned. "The one whose name has disappeared from the loyalty list? Didn't you say he was dead?" She had no idea who Xian Pong was, but she remembered the name after Yang Kai mentioned the loyalty list to her previously. Yang Kai said, "For a name to disappear from the loyalty list, it's either that I let the person go or they pass away. I've never changed anything on the loyalty list, but their names have disappeared. That's why I thought they were dead." However, now it was obvious to him that Xian Pong was still alive and kicking. In that case, what about Luan Baifeng? Could it be possible that the loyalty list malfunctioned, or it's a fake? Luo Ting he turned her head and asked. "That's impossible." Yang Kai shook his head. "The loyal list is genuine, and I've always kept it on me, so there's no damage on it." A glint flashed through Chu Huashang's eyes. In that case, they've probably found a way to safely remove their names from the loyalty list. That might be possible, but Yang Kai didn't think Xian Pong and Luan Baifeng were capable of doing that. Even if they were able to do that, it wouldn't bring them any benefits by doing so. Black Territory was a strategic location that was under Yang Kai's control, so Luan Baifeng and Xian Pong had to listen to his command as well. In fact, Yang Kai had never treated them unjustly over the years. He had always been magnanimous when it came to rewarding his subordinates. Mao Zhe and the others had enjoyed countless resources in Voidland over the years. Not only did they not have to worry about putting food on the table, they also held important positions in the sect and were respected by all its members. They didn't have a reason to take the risk of removing their names from the loyalty list. Was there a senior expert who was behind all of this? What could their intentions be, though? Instead of making speculations, why don't you just go over and ask him? Luo Ting, he was a woman of action. That was the reason she dashed into the Samsara Pavilion back then over a trivial matter and set up an extremely difficult heart barrier, then waited for senior brother Sun to look for her. That was indeed a good way of finding out more information. Regardless of how they were able to remove their names from the loyalty list, or whether there was a senior expert behind the scenes, Yang Kai would figure out everything by asking them. If the senior expert wanted to lure Yang Kai to Black Territory, his plan would be revealed after Yang Kai met up with Xian Peng. At the thought of this, Yang Kai decided to leave the hiding place as the ladies followed him closely. In the void, Xian Peng, who had turned into a ray of light, was rushing to the Star City in this great territory. When he saw someone standing in his way all of a sudden, he was astounded. He instinctively activated his world force and bellowed, "Who is it?" "Xian Peng, we haven't met for many years. Don't you recognize me anymore?" Yang Kai said, staring at him. Upon hearing his voice and making out his face, Xian Peng was evidently shocked. He then quickly saluted him and replied, "Sect Master, I'm sorry for being rude. Please forgive me." "It's fine. Where are you going?" Yang Kai asked impassively. Xian Peng wouldn't even dare to lift his head as he replied, "I'm going to the Star City to buy some daily necessities for Elder Luan." Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters like Luan Baifeng, who worked for Yang Kai, were all the elders of Voidland. That was the reason Xian Peng called her Elder Luan now. Of course, that was how he addressed her in front of Yang Kai, the sect master. It wasn't certain what he called her in private. Yang Kai narrowed his eyes. Does Elder Luan have the urge to drink again? Luan Baifeng was an alcoholic. Yang Kai only realized it through his observation after he took her on as a subordinate. When there was a task she had to carry out, she wouldn't even drink a drop of wine. Nevertheless, when there was some free time, she loved to indulge herself in alcohol. Black Territory didn't have ingredients for making wine, so she would always tell Xian Peng to buy a lot of wine from the Star City in a neighboring Great Territory. However, she would soon finish all the wine and tell Xian Peng to get more. That has always been the case over the years. Xian Peng smiled meekly. "You indeed have acute eyesight, Sect Master." Elder Luan said that she wanted to drink a little wine. "You happen to come back at the right time. Elder Luan always says that it feels lonely to drink wine on her own. Now that you're here, Elder Luan will have fun drinking to her heart's content." Yang Kai stroked his chin. "I haven't met her in years, but she remains the same." As expected, Luan Baifeng is alive as well. Yang Kai already had this speculation when he saw that Xian Peng was still safe and sound. Xian Peng's words had also confirmed his speculation. Luan Baifeng was still alive, but for some reason, their names had disappeared from the loyalty list. Furthermore, Xian Peng's reaction suggested that he wasn't aware of this fact. Otherwise, he wouldn't have remained so calm and collected. If he knew that his name had disappeared from the loyalty list, he would have become flustered the moment he saw Yang Kai. However, even though he appeared slightly nervous, he wasn't afraid one bit as he still behaved like usual. Could Yang Kai's other speculation be wrong? He initially thought that a senior expert had made a move to help remove Luan Baifeng and Xian Peng's names from the loyalty list. However, it didn't seem to be the case now. Xian Peng could only smile in response as he didn't have the audacity to say anything when Yang Kai remarked on Luan Baifeng's behavior. He secretly took a glance at the ladies behind Yang Kai and realized that he didn't know them either. However, these women were all beautiful in their own ways. He couldn't help but think that the sect master was truly lucky to be always surrounded by such women. Yang Kai already had several wives at home, but he still managed to bring back 3 more. Xian Peng went on to say, Where have you been all these years, Sect Master? It was rumored that you had entered the chaotic dead territory. While everyone thought that you were dead, Elder Luan and I knew that you were still alive, and you would emerge sooner or later. Yang Kai's safety would have a direct impact on Xian Peng and the others. Since they were still alive, it meant that nothing had happened to Yang Kai. Therefore, when the rumor spread that Yang Kai had lost his life in the chaotic dead territory, the people whose names were on the loyalty list knew that he was still alive. With that said, they had been apprehensive as well, for the chaotic dead territory was known to be a dangerous place. They were worried that Yang Kai would be doomed to die sooner or later. If something happened to Yang Kai, all of them would lose their lives as well. Xian Peng was genuinely pleased when he saw Yang Kai appearing in front of him, as he could finally be at ease. Yang Kai nodded. I did come across some accidents. Since you're going to buy wine for Elder Luan, you should go now. I'll be waiting for you here, and we'll enter Black Territory together. After hesitating for a moment, Xian Peng asked inquisitively, why don't I send you into Black Territory first? There's no need for that. Yang Kai waved his hand. It was then Xian Peng left the place in a hurry. It was apparent that he wanted to buy the wine and return quickly. As Yang Kai watched him leave, he asked the others, did you see anything unusual? Luo Ting he shook her head. There's nothing unusual about his behavior. Although he was nervous, it was only about as much as a subordinate would be when dealing with their leader. Chu Huasheng nodded. I don't see anything wrong with him either. The fact that there was nothing off about Xian Peng suggested that something must have gone wrong somewhere else. Yang Kai suddenly had a feeling that the matter regarding Black Territory was more complicated than he thought. Tao Lingwan parted her lips, as though she was trying to say something, but she couldn't bring herself to speak in the end. Seeing that, Chu Huasheng asked with a smile, do you see anything unusual about that person, Senior Sister Tao? Yang Kai instantly turned to look at her. A blushing Tao Lingwan said in a small voice, it seems that he isn't aware that his name has disappeared from the loyalty list. Yang Kai arched his brow. Why do you say so? Tao Lingwan replied, if he were aware of it, he would have been apprehensive. That's because the fact that his name has disappeared from the loyalty list suggests that he has betrayed you. In that case, he should have been afraid when he saw you. Marshall Peak, Chapter 4859, Rules? Upon hearing that, Luo Ting he and Chu Huasheng nodded in agreement. The former said, that's right. Yang Kai praised her by saying, you're indeed an observant person, Wanner. I share the same sentiment. Tao Lingwan smiled bashfully upon getting the compliment, then stopped talking. This was indeed a strange incident. Their names had disappeared from the loyalty list for no reason, so they were supposed to be dead. However, not only were they still alive, they were also not aware of this fact. Just then, a small group of people were seen coming from the Star City's direction. The smiles on their faces as they chatted suggested that they were familiar with each other. Nevertheless, the auras exuding from their bodies were not powerful. The one at the front was only in the fourth order open heaven realm, while the rest were in the third order. It wasn't until they came near Yang Kai and the others that they discovered their presence, which astounded them. It was very common to kill people and snatch goods in the void. Hence, the less powerful cultivators were at risk of losing their lives at any moment. However, since both parties were so close to one another, it wouldn't be appropriate for them to change direction now. By doing so, they would appear weak. They stopped talking and kept their guard up. They brushed past Yang Kai and the others before leaving in a hurry. Seeing that Yang Kai and the others didn't have any ill intentions or try to stop them, they breathed a sigh of relief. Nonetheless, the fourth order open heaven realm master soon returned. Yang Kai looked curiously at him. Upon confirming that Yang Kai didn't have any malicious intentions, the fourth order open heaven realm master cupped his fist. White Fang Province's Yuan Tongguang offers greetings. Yang Kai nodded dispassionately. What's wrong? Although he had never heard of White Fang Province before, he reckoned that it was just a second-class great force in some great territory, just like Great Moon Province. A great force could be considered second-class when there were mid-rank open heaven realm masters in the sect, but most such forces only had one or two fifth-order masters assuming command. Such great forces were innumerable in the 3,000 worlds. Yuan Tongguang was only in the fourth order open heaven realm. Since Yang Kai and the others were just standing there, he was unable to judge their cultivation. However, he had a feeling that they were more powerful than he was, so he remained polite. Nothing serious, actually. This Yuan just wants to ask whether you're also heading to Black Territory. Yang Kai's expression changed when he heard that, then he played along by saying, "Indeed. Are you going there as well?" At the same time, he was puzzled in his heart. Before his arrival, Black Territory had always been under Luan by Feng's strict control. Even though there were slaves in Black Territory, they were all snatched from other places using all sorts of means. After those from Heavenly Sword Union were defeated, the captives were brought to Black Territory as prisoners. Hence, those who had entered Black Territory were all Luan by Feng's or slaves. They had to extract materials for her until their death. She had never allowed anyone else to have a hand in this place. However, judging from Yuan Tongguang's words, it seemed that Black Territory had been opened up and anyone could enter now. Yuan Tongguang replied with a smile, "Yes. I heard that there were a lot of materials in Black Territory, but I had never had the chance to have a look. Now that Warden Luan has been kind enough to open up Black Territory for us to extract materials, it's a great opportunity for cultivators who are not so powerful like us. Many people have already entered." Yang Kai frowned and asked probingly, "Brother Yuan, we've just come from another great territory after hearing rumors of this place, so we know little about Black Territory and Warden Luan. However, I've heard that Warden Luan is not a kind-hearted person. Instead, she's ruthless and fierce. Can we even survive if we enter Black Territory? Will we be able to own the materials we've extracted? I don't really believe it." Yuan Tongguang sized him up and replied with a smile, "I see. That's what you're worried about. Is that why you've been staying here instead of entering Black Territory?" This guy seemed to have misunderstood something, but Yang Kai didn't intend to explain anything. He was just trying to extract some information out of him anyway. As Yuan Tongguang spoke, he nodded his head. "Your concern is not unfounded. In the past, no one would have believed Warden Luan if she said such a thing. However, it's different now, for she has joined Voidland and become the elder there. By the way, have you heard of Voidland before?" "Yes," Yang Kai replied in a perfunctory manner. There was a sense of admiration on Yuan Tongguang's face as he continued, "Voidland is incredible, especially its lord. I heard that he's only in the 6th Order Open Heaven Realm, but he has killed 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters before. Also, he is still alive, and well after offending Thousand Cranes Paradise back then. What's more, he's a great emperor of the Star Boundary. I'm sure you've heard about the Star Boundary before. One of the most precious treasures in the universe, the World Tree, is in the Star Boundary. Now, the Cave Heavens and Paradises have all set up Tao temples in the Star Boundary, and they have a lot of collaborations with the Voidland's Lord. I've heard his name a lot." There was an awkward expression on Yang Kai's face. He didn't know how to deal with this kind of situation when someone praised him right in front of him. To the side, Chu Huashang covered her lips and giggled. "Warden Luan is an elder of Voidland. With the assurance from Voidland, there's nothing to worry about. In fact, there are some people who have become filthy rich after getting immense benefits from Black Territory." "Really?" Yang Kai appeared doubtful. Does Warden Luan really allow others to extract materials in her territory as they please? He was furious at this news as he wondered what Luan Baifeng was up to. The materials in Black Territory were immense, but if all of them were extracted by others, there wouldn't be anything left for Voidland and High Heaven Palace. Nevertheless, he soon recalled something. There was a mysterious power in Black Territory. The further one headed into the place, the quicker one would lose the heritage of their small universe. The average person was unable to reach the depths of the Black Prison. After years of extraction, the ore stars in the periphery had practically become barren. In the past, Yang Kai relied on the effects of his towering evergreen divine manifestation, coupled with the void yin-yang mirrors that he had created, to move several ore stars from Black Territory's inner region to the periphery. In other words, he was the only one in the world who could reach the depths of the Black Prison. Where would these people mine ore stars after entering Black Territory? Why had some people even reap tremendous rewards to begin with? Yuan Tongguang asked with a smile. Where are you from, brother? It seems that you know little about black territory. Yang Kai nodded. I've only heard about it from others. No wonder. Yuan Tongguang sported an expression that showed he had already expected it. I'll put it this way. Even though Warden Luan has allowed outsiders to extract materials in black territory, she wouldn't want to be taken advantage of. There are rules to follow if we want to go in. Yang Kai said humbly, Please enlighten me, brother Yuan. Yuan Tongguang responded politely, then explained. Regardless of your origin or cultivation, you may enter black territory and extract materials. However, the materials you've discovered won't be entirely yours. Warden Luan has her own rules. For materials in the third order and below, we can pocket everything. For those that are above the third order and below the fifth order, we can keep half of them. For those above the fifth order, we can't keep any of that as we have to give everything to Warden Luan. Certainly, she won't let you work for free though. When you hand in the materials above the fifth order, she will give you some open heaven pills as a form of compensation. The compensation won't be a lot, but it is satisfactory. Upon hearing that, Yang Kai arched his brow. So, those are the rules. The rules are pretty fair, Yuan Tongguang smiled. Indeed, the rules were fair. If Luan Baifeng hadn't opened up black territory, the outsiders couldn't have entered the place and extracted materials. Materials below the third order didn't have much value, so they could just keep them. Fourth order and fifth order materials were expensive, so they could only keep half of them. For materials above the fifth order, they couldn't keep any of them, but Luan Baifeng would compensate them with some open heaven pills. In that case, it would attract a lot of weaker open heaven realm masters to work for her. Yuan Tongguang, who was in the fourth order open heaven realm, was one such person. This group's cultivation was neither high nor low, so they wouldn't have much wealth nor a way to get more. There was no doubt that working in black territory was a good option. Besides fourth order open heaven realm masters, even fifth order ones would be interested in such a deal, not to mention those who were below the fourth order open heaven realm. Their orders were too low, so it was extremely difficult for them to obtain cultivation materials. Once the news was spread, a lot of people would stream into black territory. Are there already a lot of people in black territory? Yang Kai asked. I don't think so. After all, it was only a short time ago when the news was spread. I believe that there will be more people in a few months. When was the news spread? Yang Kai asked with a frown. About 3 months ago, Yuan Tongguang replied as he looked doubtfully at Yang Kai. When did you hear about the news? Half a month ago, Yang Kai said nonchalantly. I heard someone mention it in a certain star city, so I became curious. However, I haven't made up my mind yet. Yuan Tongguang guffawed. It's expected that you're worried. In fact, I didn't believe it either at first. If not for the fact that I was short on money, I wouldn't have taken the risk. The truth is that the situation in black territory is just like what I've described. You'll find out after going in. Yang Kai gazed at him with surprise. Do you mean that you've entered black territory before? Yuan Tongguang nodded. I went in once 2 months ago and got some rewards. Certainly, I wouldn't keep them to myself, so I returned to the sect and brought my fellow brothers here. As he spoke, he pointed at the people behind him. They were apparently the disciples from the same sect that he had mentioned. Their cultivations were also similar to his. He then paused for a moment before saying, If you don't mind, you can come with me. To be honest with you, there's some risk when we extract materials in black territory. Although Warden Luan is generous as she won't deduct the rewards that belong to us, she won't care about our safety either. If we don't come together and join forces, others might have their eyes on us if we manage to extract something good. It was then Yang Kai figured out why Yuan Tongguang returned to talk to him. It was apparent that he wanted to invite Yang Kai and the others to enter black territory together and form a small group. Although Yang Kai and his companions never showed their cultivation, it was apparent that they were powerful. Moreover, the 3 beautiful ladies in the group were undoubtedly attractive to them. Martial Peak, Chapter 4860, Go Together. Black territory was shrouded in mystery. It seemed that Yang Kai had to personally look into the matter. He initially intended to wait for Xian Pong to come back before heading to Black Territory with him, but he had changed his mind. After all, if he went with Xian Pong, he would immediately see Luan Baifeng, and he wouldn't be able to investigate the truth on his own. Hence, faced with Yuan Tongguang's invitation, he only gave it a thought for a moment and agreed to it. Good. I'm sorry for troubling you then, brother Yuan. An elated Yuan Tongguang passionately told his fellow brothers to come over and introduce themselves. Yang Kai told them a fake name, but the surname was still Yang. He wouldn't dare to say that everyone in the 3,000 worlds knew his name, but there must be a lot of people that were aware of who he was. As for his background, he lied to them that he was from Great Moon Province. Upon hearing that, Yuan Tongguang and the others became at ease. In this expansive universe, great forces with the name province wouldn't be too powerful. Therefore, upon learning that Yang Kai and his companions were from Great Moon Province, Yuan Tongguang and the others stopped feeling pressured. Moreover, they believed that Yang Kai and his companions were attracted to the materials in Black Territory. The Open Heaven Realm Masters who came here to extract materials wouldn't be too powerful, with the strongest generally being Fifth Order. The group then headed to the Territory Gate together. It wasn't hard to hide one's cultivation. As long as they were careful when activating their powers, Yuan Tongguang and the others wouldn't find out anything. The other men from White Fang Province were obviously interested in Chu Huashang and the two ladies as they kept trying to chat them up, but the two only responded in a dispassionate manner. An hour or two later, they arrived at the Territory Gate. Yuan Tongguang summoned a flight-type artifact and nodded at Yang Kai. Brother Yang, we'll go first and wait for you at the other end. Following that, they subsequently entered the artifact, which turned into a ray of light and dashed into the Territory Gate. It was then Yang Kai recalled that he was pretending to be a less powerful cultivator. Supposedly, he was unable to pass through the Territory Gate with his body alone. In fact, one would feel immensely pressured when going through a Territory Gate. Only high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters were able to safely pass through a Territory Gate without any protection. Mid-rank Masters could still cross the gates if they were willing to expend a large amount of strength, while low-rank Masters would need a protective artifact. Yang Kai was an expert in the Tao of space, and his physique was robust. Hence, he would usually just move through the Territory Gates without any protection, and he hadn't come across any danger so far. That was the reason he didn't have an artifact that was specifically used for passing through the Territory Gates. Fortunately, Chu Huashang was well prepared. Knowing what was on Yang Kai's mind, she summoned an ordinary-looking flight-type artifact. After the four of them entered it, the artifact charged towards the Territory Gate. The next moment, they arrived at Black Territory. Chu Huashang stored the artifact, and then their figures were revealed. The ladies looked around curiously as it was the first time they had visited Black Territory. This place was different from all other great territories. There wasn't even a single shining star in the void, as though it was engulfed in endless darkness. A desolate aura permeated every corner of this great territory. Even the great sun star in the depths of the void only exuded a faint light, as though it was an old man whose days were numbered. Luo Tinghe frowned as the aura in Black Territory made her feel a sense of discomfort. Yang Kai could immediately see Yuan Tongguang and the others, who arrived at this place first. Presently, they were looking around casually. Upon seeing Yang Kai and his companions, Yuan Tongguang hospitably waved his hand. Brother Yang, we're here. Yang Kai nodded and led the ladies to shuffle towards them. After they gathered together, Yuan Tongguang said, Brother Yang, I'll bring you all to go through the registration process first. We can only extract materials from or stars after getting identity tokens. Good. Yang Kai nodded. Yuan Tongguang led the way for them, and the rest followed him closely. There was a shattered spirit province that wasn't far away from the Territory Gate, one that was just big enough for a palace to sit on. Many people could be seen entering and leaving this palace. Some of them were dejected while the others appeared joyful. These people were mostly Third Order and Fourth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. Additionally, there were a small number of Fifth Order ones. It was apparent that they had willingly come to Black Territory to mine ores, and there were indeed a lot of people. Just like Yuan Tongguang had said, Many people had already arrived at this place barely 3 months after the news was spread that anyone could freely come to Black Territory and extract materials. It wasn't hard to predict that more people would come in the near future. Furthermore, Yang Kai was concerned about the fact that the incident took place 3 months ago. A few months ago, he was suddenly overwhelmed by a sense of uneasiness. Then he discovered that the names of Luan Baifeng and Xian Peng had disappeared from the loyalty list. After some calculations, he realized that the turn of events in Black Territory started after their names vanished from the loyalty list. The people who entered and left the palace were mostly in groups. Only a small number of people walked around as individuals. It seemed that they understood they had to join forces to keep themselves safe. Yuan Tongguang had been to this place, so he was familiar with the procedure. He led all of them to enter the palace. Yang Kai looked around and saw that there were a lot of desks inside. Many people had lined up in front of the desks. Behind the desks were the busy open heaven realm masters who asked about their names, cultivations, and backgrounds. After the registration was done, they would give each participant an identity token. This way, after looking around for a moment, Yuan Tongguang led them to a particular desk and entered the back of the queue. Then, he explained to Yang Kai in a small voice, "I'm on good terms with that guy, so I can ask him to assign a better or star to us later." It was then Yang Kai realized why the other man chose to queue up in front of this desk in particular. The people behind the desks were supposed to be Luan Baifeng's subordinates. Yang Kai had been to Black Territory twice, so most of Luan Baifeng's subordinates had seen him. He was initially worried that his identity would be exposed, but he soon realized that he didn't know the person who Yuan Tongguang claimed to be on good terms with. It was apparent that he had never seen him before, so he set his mind at ease. Just a while later, it was Yuan Tongguang and the others' turn. They were indeed on good terms. The friendship strengthened after Yuan Tongguang secretly passed him a space ring. The person put on a bright smile. "You're quick to return, little brother Yuan. You left this place barely more than 10 days ago." Yuan Tongguang replied with a smile. "Warden Luan is kind enough to present this great opportunity to us. Warden Luan's efforts will go to waste if this Yuan doesn't seize the chance." The person nodded. "I'm glad that's what you think. Well, even though we're friends, we still have to follow the rules. Are they from your sect?" Without hesitation, Yuan Tongguang dipped his head. "Yes." "Take turns to tell me your name and cultivation." Then, the person demanded. Yuan Tongguang motioned for them to step forward. It wouldn't take a lot of time to go through the registration process and receive identity tokens, and a moment later, everything was settled. With a solemn expression, the person said to Yuan Tongguang, "Little brother, you've been here once, so you know the rules in Black Territory. I'll not go through them again. I hope that you'll stick to the rules and not keep any treasures to yourself. You'll end up in a horrible state if we find out about it." "I wouldn't dare to break the rules." Yuan Tongguang quickly nodded, then spoke in a hushed voice, "The Or Star this time." The person shot him a glance that suggested that a tacit agreement had been reached between them. "Don't worry, little brother. The Or Star I've assigned to you this time is very good. Just 10 days ago, someone extracted a 7th order wood element material from there and received 10 million open heaven pills." Yuan Tongguang caught his breath and gulped. 10 million. According to the market rate, a 7th order wood element material was worth 150 million. Even a 6th order one was worth 15 million. Certainly, 10 million open heaven pills were not enough to purchase a 7th order wood element material. However, the figure was considered ample as a reward for just finding one. After all, the entire Black Territory was Luan Baifeng's territory. If she hadn't opened up this place, no one could have come in and extracted the materials. Not only had she allowed outsiders to come in, but she would also reward those who handed in valuable materials. Certainly, the ones who sought wealth in this place were satisfied. The person patted Yuan Tongguang's shoulder. "Work hard, little brother. If you become wealthy, you must not forget about me. To be honest with you, I'm envious of all of you. If not for the madam's orders, I would have been tempted to extract materials as well." "Don't worry, big brother. If this Yuan has the luck to obtain a 7th order material, I'll not forget the help you've offered me." The person put on a bright smile. I'll take your word for it then. After they were done with the small talk, the person waved his hand. Then a short, open heaven realm master came over. The person ordered, bring them to or star 16. The short, open heaven realm master nodded upon receiving the order, then said to Yuan Tongguang, come with me. After bidding the person behind the desk farewell, Yuan Tongguang led Yang Kai and the others to follow the short, open heaven realm master. Upon leaving the shattered spirit province, the short, open heaven realm master summoned a ship and asked them to board. Standing on the deck, Yuan Tongguang appeared elated. Our star 16 is one of the top-ranking stars, so there must be a lot of materials. Junior brothers, we have to work hard when we reach there, for we're responsible for making White Fang Province thrive. The junior brothers nodded as they appeared prepared to do their best to get their hands on those valuable materials. Yuan Tongguang then turned to Yang Kai, Brother Yang. I'm sorry for lying that you all are from my sect. I just wanted to save us the trouble. Yang Kai waved his hand. Don't worry about it, Brother Yuan. We should be thanking you for saving us the hassle. Yuan Tongguang put on a smile. However, there's one thing I need to make clear to you. Please go ahead, Brother Yuan. It's the rules I told you previously. You all have to remember the orders of the materials you can keep or have to hand in. When we leave Black Territory, we have to go through an inspection. Those who try to keep the materials to themselves will end up in a horrible state. In the past, there was a person who kept a 6th order material and... What happened to him? Chu Huashang asked. Yuan Tongguang let out a sigh. I guess he's still not dead. Tao Lingwan was perplexed, but she wouldn't dare to ask Yuan Tongguang about it. She said to Chu Huashang in a small voice, Isn't it a good thing that he isn't dead? Chu Huashang replied with a smile. Sometimes, it's better to be dead than alive. Senior sister, have you ever heard about fates worse than death before? It was then Tao Lingwan understood what Yuan Tongguang really meant. In an instant, her face turned pale. Martial Peak, Chapter 4861, or Star 16. The short, open heaven realm master that led the way didn't talk much as he focused on driving the ship. Faced with Yuan Tongguang's attempt to befriend him, he only responded in a perfunctory manner. Yang Kai looked around while standing on the deck. He had been to Black Territory twice. Even though he wouldn't say that he was familiar with this place, he wouldn't find it strange at the very least. Soon, he found that there were a lot of shattered spirit provinces in the void on his right side. Those countless shattered spirit provinces were barren and strewn about disorderly. Noticing his gaze, Yuan Tongguang came over and asked, Brother Yang, are you curious about what happened to those shattered spirit provinces? Yang Kai had an answer in his heart, but he could only play dumb and ask, You know what happened, Brother Yuan? There was a meaningful grin on Yuan Tongguang's face as he replied, I heard about it when I visited this place previously. It's said that the Void Land's Lord and Star Boundary's Great Emperor, Yang Kai, is immensely powerful. When he visited Black Territory in the past, he used a divine ability to move the ore stars from the inner region to the periphery so that it would be easier for Warden Luan's subordinates to extract resources from them. The shattered spirit provinces you see now are the debris that were left behind after the ore stars were fully extracted. Upon hearing that, Luo Ting he gazed at Yang Kai in shock. Although she hadn't seen any ore stars so far, she reckoned that they were just universe worlds with abundant materials. It would require an incredible divine ability to move a whole universe world from one place to another. She was an 8th order open heaven realm master, so it was actually a simple matter for her to destroy a universe world. However, she didn't think she would be able to move a universe world intact. Yuan Tongguang's junior brothers were curious about it as well. One of them asked, The ore stars were moved to this place? For real? Isn't Senior Yang Kai a 6th order open heaven realm master? Could he really do that? Yuan Tongguang shook his head. I don't know whether it's true or not, but it's very likely to be what happened. Moreover, as you can see from the scale of the debris, Senior Yang Kai didn't just move one ore star. It's said that it took him some time to move hundreds of ore stars from the inner region to this place. Hundreds of ore stars. All of them were dumbfounded as they found it inconceivable. Judging from the scale of the debris, they could see how large the ore stars originally were. Could anyone really pull off such a feat? Is Yang Kai even human? Another junior brother said, I suppose that happened a long time ago. There are no more materials left on these or stars. It must have taken a lot of time to fully extract all the materials there. Yuan Tongguang nodded, yes. It said that the incident took place 300 years ago. As he spoke, he took a glance at the short, open heaven realm master, as though he was trying to get confirmation from him. Unfortunately, the short, open heaven realm master didn't intend to respond to them. It wasn't certain whether he had no regard for Yuan Tongguang and the others at all, or was just untalkative in general. Yang Kai became increasingly doubtful as they moved forward. Luan Baifeng already had quite a number of subordinates to begin with, and she had previously captured almost 100 people from Heavenly Sword Union. 300 years had passed, so they should have fully mined out the 30 or so stars that Yang Kai had moved to this place, which was why the void was full of debris now. However, what made him feel doubtful was that he couldn't feel the strange strength that Black Territory was supposedly filled with. He had personally experienced it on his previous visits. The further he went into Black Territory, the more conspicuous the strange strength would be. Engulfed in the strange strength, he could feel the heritage of his small universe leaving his body. Therefore, even though Luan Baifeng had occupied Black Territory, which was abundant with materials, for many years, she didn't have a way to mine most of them. Nevertheless, Yang Kai couldn't detect the presence of the strange strength this time. This made him feel perplexed, and the many surprising changes in Black Territory overwhelmed him with a sense of unease. Half a day later, they reached a place that was definitely beyond the periphery of Black Territory. In the past, no one could easily reach this place. Before anyone could arrive, the heritage of their small universe would be completely wiped out under the influence of the strange strength. However, even Third Order and Fourth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters like Yuan Tongguang and his group, who were from White Fang Province, could easily reach this place now. The ship then landed on a larger star. After sending them to this place, the short Open Heaven Realm Master said, This is Star 16. All of you should do your best to extract the materials here. If there's anything valuable, you can return on your own to turn it in. Many thanks, sir. As Yuan Tongguang spoke, he stepped forward and stuffed a space ring into the other man's hands. The short, open heaven realm master took it and nodded before he turned the ship around and returned. They finally arrived at their destination after quite some time, so Yuan Tongguang and the other open heaven realm masters from White Fang Province appeared excited as they looked around. One of them asked, What should we do now, senior brother? Only Yuan Tongguang had some experience here, and he was the most powerful among them, so it was expected that he was the leader in this group. Yuan Tongguang replied with a smile, There's nothing to take note of. You just have to mine as you please. The materials here are hidden in black stones. Before we shatter the black stones, we don't know whether there are any materials in them or the orders of the materials. Hence, our mission is to find those black stones. Even if we destroy the entire star, those from the black prison won't care about it. Upon hearing his explanation, all of them nodded. Yuan Tongguang went on to say, Black stones are very special and require world force to dissolve. We can divide up the work. One group can mine black stones while the other breaks them down, taking turns to relieve ourselves. As he spoke, he turned to look at Yang Kai. What do you think, Brother Yang? There was a solemn expression on Yang Kai's face as he looked into the depths of the void, as though he was able to see a very faraway place. Upon being called out, though, he replied, You make the arrangements, Brother Yuan. Since an agreement had been reached, Yuan Tongguang bowed his head. Just when he was about to speak, a tremendous figure suddenly descended from the sky and landed on a spot that wasn't far away from them. The hefty figure crashed into the solid ground and caused a cloud of dust to rise. Yuan Tongguang and the others were flabbergasted as they looked intently in that direction and shouted, Who goes there? When the dust settled, a gigantic figure was revealed before their eyes. The figure had a big belly, and its skin was full of warts. There was a green aura, which was apparently poisonous, that swirled around its body. This was an enormous blue-eyed toad that was as tall as a 3-story building. Moreover, Its aura suggested that its strength was at the peak of the fifth order, possibly even reaching the sixth order open heaven realm. Instantly, Yuan Tongguang and the others turned pale. They had never expected to come across a poisonous star beast on an or star in the Black Territory's inner region. As the blue-eyed toad's chin contracted, a gurgling sound was heard coming from its throat. Just then, a displeased voice was heard saying, "Those brats from Black Territory have received this Uncle Yu's benefits, but they've still sent some people to come over and snatch materials from me. They're such a bunch of ungrateful people. Anyway, since you've come to this place, all of you will work for me now. You have to give me 30% of the materials you've extracted. Otherwise, I won't let you off." Tao Lingwan widened her eyes in disbelief as she said to Chu Huashang, "Junior sister Chu, this, I can speak." Chu Huashang replied with a smile, "It is not the one that can speak." A surprised voice was heard saying, "There are 3 ladies here? They're quite beautiful. This Uncle Yu is in luck." Following that, a head stuck out from the top of the blue-eyed toad as he swept a glance over Chu Huashang and the others in a lascivious manner. It was then Tao Lingwan saw clearly that there was a person riding on the blue-eyed toad. The person was too petite compared to the gigantic blue-eyed toad, so she didn't discover him just now. Luo Tinghe sneered, "Who is this oaf that dares to call himself uncle?" Yuan Tongguang turned pale as he sent a signal to Luo Tinghe to motion for her to stop spouting nonsense, for he finally recalled who the blue-eyed toad and its owner were. He had heard that there was an old man surnamed Yu who had occupied an or star in this place. Those who were sent there had to pay him 30% of the extracted materials, and those who resisted would end up in a horrible state. It didn't really bother him when he heard about it at first. It wasn't until he came across the duo that he felt horrified. This couldn't be helped, as this old man surnamed Yu was at the peak of the fifth order open heaven realm, and the blue-eyed toad was even more powerful than he was. With the two of them joining forces, they could go against a sixth order open heaven realm master. This kind of cultivation was unrivaled among the cultivators who had come here to mine ores, so there was basically no one who could fight against them. Moreover, those from Black Territory wouldn't care about such a minor matter. They just wanted the people who had arrived at Black Territory to follow their rules, and these people's safety didn't concern them. Yuan Tongguang secretly cursed at his so-called friend who had assigned or star 16 to him back in the reception palace. The person had received some benefits from him, but he still sent him to this place, which was no different from sending him to a trap. Fully aware that they were unable to escape unscathed, Yuan Tongguang hurriedly cupped his fist. "White Fang Province's Yuan Tongguang greets, old Yu. Don't worry. We will follow your rules when extracting the materials here, and we wouldn't dare to keep anything to ourselves." With his hands placed on his hips, old Yu was standing on the blue-eyed toad's head as he grinned. "You're pretty tactful, brat. However, this woman doesn't seem to understand the rules here. In that case, I'll teach her a lesson so that she'll learn not to speak nonsense and invite trouble." Upon finishing his words, he stomped his foot on the toad. There seemed to be a ray of light that flashed across everyone's eyes. Before Yuan Tongguang and the others could figure out what was going on, they heard a loud slap. The next moment, a gale gusted through them as the sands and stones were blown into the air. Yuan Tongguang and the others were dumbstruck and hurriedly surged their strength to protect themselves. Just then, though, the man surnamed Yu was heard exclaiming in disbelief. When the dust settled, Yuan Tongguang and the others opened their eyes and were shocked by the sight before them. The blue-eyed toad had already extended its tongue in an attempt to attack Luo Tinghe, but at this moment, the woman was gripping the tongue with just 2 fingers. Regardless of how hard the blue-eyed toad struggled, it was unable to retract its tongue. Yuan Tongguang was astounded. It had to be noted that this blue-eyed toad was a star beast that was on par with a peak 5th order, or even a 6th order open heaven realm master. Even its casual attack had to be taken seriously. However, Luo Tinghe was able to easily catch its mighty tongue with just 2 fingers. What kind of cultivation did she possess? How powerful must she be? Marshall Peak, Chapter 4862, Meeting Black Ink Disciples Again. Moreover, it was obvious that the blue-eyed toad was venomous, so its tongue must be coated in venom as well. The average open heaven realm master wouldn't be able to fend it off. So how did this woman even grip its tongue with her fingers? Yuan Tongguang didn't quite understand Luo Ting he now, as he had a feeling that something was off. He thus quickly turned to look at Yang Kai. However, Yang Kai didn't even bother to look in their direction, as though he wasn't aware of the conflict going on. After a moment, he simply said, "I'll leave it to you. I'm going out to have a look." Upon finishing his words, he shot into the sky and headed towards the depths of black territory. He's leaving just like that? Before Yuan Tongguang even came to his senses, he saw Luo Ting he exerting more force with her hand, after which the gigantic blue-eyed toad was thrown into the air and then crashed into the ground. The old man surnamed Yu, who was on the toad's back, was covered in dust as well. Before he could get to his feet, Luo Ting he directly stepped on his chest and said smilingly, "You were going to teach me a lesson?" The old man surnamed Yu immediately begged for mercy. "Please forgive me, great aunt. I'm sorry for my impudence, and I should be taught a lesson instead. From now on, 30% of all the materials extracted here will go to you. I'm willing to work for you." Yuan Tongguang and the others were dumbfounded. Yang Kai shot towards the depths of black territory. As space principles undulated, he was able to move at an astounding speed. This area was supposed to be filled with the strange strength, and the average open heaven realm master wouldn't be able to come anywhere near here. However, at this moment, his progress was unimpeded, which concerned Yang Kai. He had never figured out what the strange strength truly was. In the past, he planned on thoroughly investigating black territory when he was free one day. Perhaps he could get to the bottom of the strange strength when the time came. He knew that black territory was an expansive place with ample materials, but the reason it was easily occupied by Luan Baifeng, a mere 6th order open heaven realm master, was that this place was filled with that strange strength. Without the strange strength, the ore stars in black territory would have been targeted by others long ago. Even the cave heavens and paradises would covet such treasures. However, it was because of the strange strength's presence that it was extremely difficult to extract materials in black territory. Most of the time, human lives had to be traded for materials. Therefore, the cave heavens and paradises had never had their eyes on this place before. The strange strength could be said to be the natural barrier of black territory. Nevertheless, the barrier was now gone. On the other hand, Luan Baifeng made a counterintuitive decision by spreading the news to attract a lot of open heaven realm masters to come over and extract materials. There was something off about what was going on. Yang Kai passed by a lot of stars along the way, and it was obvious that many open heaven realm masters were busy extracting materials on those stars. They used their own secret techniques and were making a lot of noises. Some of the smaller stars were completely shattered as all of the black stones had been found. As he continued moving forward, there came a moment when Yang Kai suddenly felt the strange strength engulfing him. He couldn't help but arch his brow, as he finally realized that the strange strength that had originally filled black territory was not completely gone. It was just that the area it covered had significantly shrunk. Therefore, the safe area in the periphery had expanded, which allowed others to mine stars that were previously too dangerous to visit. However, the strange strength was still existent in black territory's inner region, and it was extremely dense. On his previous visits to black territory, Yang Kai used his towering evergreen divine manifestation to protect himself and ward off the strange strength's corrosion. However, even with his wood element power that was condensed from the immortal tree's essence, he was still unable to go very deep into black territory. Once his towering evergreen divine manifestation was no longer able to bear it, he couldn't proceed any further. Nonetheless, it was different now. Yang Kai had obtained the world spring in the shattered heaven, and with one of the 4 universe pillars in possession, it could ensure that his small universe would always remain intact and impenetrable. Therefore, even though he could feel the strange strength's presence, it didn't have any influence on him. His expression changed upon that realization. Perhaps he could finally find the source of the strange strength. This strength had engulfed a large portion of black territory, so there must be a source. In the past, Yang Kai had wanted to find the source, but he was incapable of doing so. Now that he had the world spring, he was no longer afraid of the strange strength's corrosion. He was also not worried about the heritage of his small universe leaving his body anymore. Perhaps he could really find the source of the strange strength this time and properly investigate the matter. In this region, there was no one extracting materials on the Ur stars, for humans were unable to stay here. Yang Kai kept moving further and soon reached an area he hadn't managed to visit on his previous trips. The strange strength kept intensifying. Yang Kai reckoned that even in 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters like Luo Ting, he wouldn't be able to remain here for long. In this place, Yang Kai could faintly feel the presence of another kind of strength. However, with the interference from the strange strength, his perception was blurred, so he was unable to identify what that strength was. He continued moving forward, but barely 2 hours later, he found it hard to go any further. What stopped him from going further wasn't the strange strength. With the World Spring's protection, the strange strength in Black Territory wouldn't pose a threat to him. What hindered him were the natural spirit arrays that were seemingly everywhere in Black Territory. Black Territory was dangerous for 2 reasons. First was the presence of the strange strength, and second was the countless natural spirit arrays. The reason Luan Baifeng had such high attainments in the Tao of spirit arrays was that she had been living in Black Territory for a long time. She didn't have an honored master, so she taught herself the Tao of spirit arrays and eventually became an expert in this field. All the natural spirit arrays in Black Territory were her teachers. Yang Kai was a complete amateur in the Tao of spirit arrays, and the reason he could even reach this far was that he was able to see through all illusions with the help of his demon eye of annihilation. He had obtained the demon eye of annihilation from Great Demon God, but it was actually a secret technique from Myriad Demons Cave Heaven. The demon eye of annihilation and Black Purgatory eye were very abstruse eye techniques. Yang Kai didn't have a way to cultivate them as he had only obtained these eye secret techniques by chance. Although they were already fairly powerful, he couldn't improve them further. Unless he was able to acquire the proper method to cultivate those techniques from Myriad Demons Heaven one day, he would never be able to strengthen them. At this moment, Yang Kai could see that it was a land of certain death in front of him through the demon eye of annihilation. If he really barged into it, he would definitely die. After retracting the demon eye of annihilation, everything he saw became normal. However, Yang Kai knew that underneath the serene facade of the void hid an intense murderous intent. He could only make a detour, but he soon encountered a similar situation. The same thing repeated a moment later. A large area in front of him seemed to be covered in spirit arrays, which barred anyone from intruding. The area that was surrounded by the spirit arrays was likely the center of Black Territory. Yang Kai had a feeling that the source of the strange strength was just inside this place. If he could go in and have a look, he would be able to figure out many things. However, faced with the hindrance from the many arrays, he could only give up on the idea. Just when he was ready to return, he suddenly felt some people approaching. This discovery astounded him. The reasons he could reach this place were that he had the World Spring to protect his small universe and the demon eye of annihilation to guide him past the various spirit arrays. How were others able to come to this place? Moreover, he could feel that there was more than one person. Yang Kai quickly manipulated space principles and let his figure merge with the void. A moment later, rays of light came into his sight. Soon, these lights reached a place near Yang Kai and revealed themselves. Yang Kai observed them in silence and realized that he didn't know them. Furthermore, these people were not powerful as most of them were in the 2nd Order and 3rd Order Open Heaven Realm. The most powerful one was only in the 4th Order Open Heaven Realm. Their clothes suggested that they were not from the same sect. There were 7 of them in total. The mass of natural spirit arrays in front of them was like an invisible barrier that blocked their path. They stood silently in front of the arrays, silently staring forward, making for an eerie atmosphere. Yang Kai was astounded as the strange strength was extremely dense in this area. Even an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master like Luo Ting, he wouldn't be able to persevere for a long time. So how were these 2nd Order, 3rd Order, and 4th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters still fine? Supposedly, they couldn't have come anywhere near this place. Before they even arrived, the heritage of their small universes would have been completely drained. Yang Kai thought that perhaps he had perceived it wrongly since he had the world spring's protection, but just when he was beginning to doubt himself, he saw something even more shocking. These people, who had been silent, suddenly shuddered as they were soon engulfed in a dark aura. At the sight of this dark aura, Yang Kai felt a sense of disgust and loathing overwhelming him. Black ink strength. He almost failed to stifle a cry of surprise at this revelation. Although he hadn't frequently come into contact with the Black Ink disciples, he would never forget about the encounters he did have with them. He was fully aware of the Black Ink strength's eeriness. On his trip to Langya Paradise previously, he found some of the hidden Black Ink disciples and even detected the presence of a true Black Ink clan member. After he left Langya Paradise, the cave heavens and paradises examined themselves and looked for more Black Ink disciples, then began searching for the Black Ink clansmen. Nevertheless, more than 100 years had passed, but they hadn't found any traces. All of them suspected that the Black Ink disciples and clansmen had hidden in the shattered heaven, but they hadn't found anything despite an extensive search. The fact that there was no progress in this matter worried the leaders of the cave heavens and paradises. After all, the Black Ink strength was too strange. If they couldn't find the Black Ink clansmen and kill them, a large number of Black Ink disciples would start appearing in the 3,000 worlds eventually, and the situation would steadily grow out of control. Yang Kai had never expected to come across Black Ink disciples in Black territory, and so many of them at that. Unlike the Black Ink disciples in Langya Paradise, who were all open heaven realm masters with bright futures, these second order, third order, and fourth order open heaven realm masters should be valueless. Hence, it was obvious that they were not transformed into Black Ink disciples through the invasion of Black Ink insects. To the Black Ink clan, Black Ink insects were precious items that had to be used sparingly. It would be a waste if the Black Ink insects were used on these open heaven realm masters. The likely explanation was that they had been corrupted by the Black Ink strength directly. Compared to using a Black Ink insect, it was harder to transform someone into a Black Ink disciple through the Black Ink strength. But that didn't mean it was impossible. Less powerful cultivators were unable to resist the Black Ink strength, and could thus be corrupted given enough time and effort. Marshall Peak, Chapter 4863, How Dare You? Even if the more powerful open heaven realm masters were accidentally corroded by the Black Ink strength, they had a chance to resolve the crisis. For high-rank open heaven realm masters, they could cut off the territory in their small universe that had been invaded, and they would be free. Nevertheless, the heritage of their small universe would suffer a big loss if they did so. Therefore, after Shizheng from Langya Paradise killed himself previously, the Black Ink strength he had left behind in high heaven territory gave the high-rank open heaven realm masters a headache. In the end, it was Yang Kai who solved the problem by storing the Black Ink strength inside his small universe. With the help of the Black Ink strength in his small universe, Yang Kai was able to fool Yuan Du in Langya Paradise. Unfortunately, the Black Ink strength he had suppressed and sealed was then destroyed by Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan in the chaotic dead territory. The cave heavens and paradises had been searching for the Black Ink clansmen and disciples in the shattered heaven for more than 100 years, but to no avail. Presently, Yang Kai came across 7 Black Ink disciples in Black territory, which was why he was astonished. As these open heaven realm masters were engulfed in the dark aura, the whites of their eyes became black, which made them look even eerier. The next instant, they dashed forward without hesitation. After they moved forward a couple hundred meters, the natural spirit arrays hidden in the void activated. Yang Kai, who had hidden in the void, was instantly overwhelmed with a sense of crisis as all his skin tightened. These 7 people didn't resist at all, and were soon turned into dust by the arrays. Their small universes collapsed, and their world forces dissipated. They were killed in the blink of an eye. The sight stunned Yang Kai. He initially thought there was a plot going on as these Black Ink disciples suddenly appeared in this place. Since they stopped in their tracks in front of the natural spirit arrays just now, it was apparent that they were aware of the danger ahead of them. Despite knowing that they would be killed, though, they still resolutely charged forward. Yang Kai couldn't figure out what was going on. Why did these Black Ink disciples proactively try to get themselves killed? A sense of unease engulfed him. The fact that there were black ink disciples in black territory was a major issue for the 3,000 worlds, so he had to quickly inform the cave heavens and paradises about it. Nevertheless, Yang Kai wasn't in a rush to return. The sight he saw made him feel that he had caught a glimpse of something very serious. The actions of those black ink disciples who got themselves killed wasn't the end. Yang Kai thus remained hidden in the void and waited patiently. A few days later, another group of people arrived from the periphery. There were only 3 people this time. These people were even weaker as 2 of them were in the 3rd order and the remaining one was in the 2nd order open heaven realm. However, the same thing happened again, just like Yang Kai had seen a few days ago. These black ink disciple resolutely charged into the natural spirit arrays and killed themselves. Yang Kai had never seen these black ink disciples before, so he reckoned that they were not Luan Baifeng's subordinates. Instead, they should be outsiders who were attracted to the materials in black territory. He decided to stop his observation here as he had figured out many things after witnessing 2 batches of black ink disciples killing themselves. Now he needed to verify his theories. Yang Kai supposed it was time he looked for Luan Baifeng. Perhaps he could get the answers he needed from her. Following that, he turned around and flew back. He didn't come across any black ink disciples along the way as the cultivators were still busy extracting materials on the ore stars. Before he even went near star 16 though, he saw Exine Peng rapidly approaching him. "Sect Master, why did you come all the way here? I've been looking for you." There was a sense of anxiety on Exine Peng's face. He was previously told that he would enter black territory with Yang Kai after he came back from the Star City. However, when he returned, he realized that Yang Kai was nowhere to be found. Left with no choice, he quickly entered black territory and informed Luan Baifeng about Yang Kai's arrival. After giving it a thought, Luan Baifeng told her subordinates to go through the list of the people who had arrived in black territory to mine materials in the past few days. The records suggested that Yang Kai had headed to star 16. However, when she arrived at star 16 with her subordinates, she only saw Luo Ting, he and the others. Yang Kai was nowhere to be seen. Left with no choice, she told her subordinates to look for him. Exine Peng was lucky enough to come across Yang Kai, who was on his way back. "There are a lot of changes in black territory, so I decided to take a stroll by myself," Yang Kai nonchalantly replied. "Where's Luan Baifeng?" Exine Peng quickly said, "Elder Luan is waiting for you on star 16. It's hard to look for you since she doesn't know where you were, so she's decided to wait for your return." Yang Kai grunted in response, "Let's meet up with her now." Exine Peng hurriedly led the way for him. A moment later, they arrived at star 16 where a beautiful and luxurious ship had landed. The old man surnamed Yuan Tongguang, and the others were obediently standing there in silence. On the deck, there was a table that was covered in spirit fruits and bottles of wine. Luan Baifeng, Luo Tinghe, and the other ladies were seated by the table as they seemed to be enjoying a joyful talk. Upon detecting the man's presence, Luo Tinghe looked up at the sky, Yang Kai's back. The next instant, 2 rays of light landed on the deck. Luan Baifeng quickly rose from the chair and saluted him. "Greetings, Sect Master." Upon hearing that, Yuan Tongguang, who was kneeling on the ground, widened his mouth in disbelief. When he saw that Luo Ting easily defeated the old man surnamed Yu, he instantly knew that she was a senior expert. Then, Luan Baifeng's arrival confirmed his speculation that Yang Kai's group was from a powerful background. Despite his speculation, he wasn't certain about Yang Kai's identity. It wasn't until this moment that he realized the young man he chanced upon on the way to Black Territory was the famous Voidlands Lord. At that moment, he was overwhelmed with conflicting feelings. Yang Kai looked dispassionately at Luan Baifeng without saying a word. The silent pressure caused Exine Peng to tremble as he couldn't help but gulp. To the side, Luo Ting fiddled with her glass and then took a sip of the wine. Despite the faint smile on her face, her 8th order open heaven realm pressure slowly began leaking out. A horrified Exine Peng directly fell to his knees on the deck. "How dare you, Luan Baifeng?" Yang Kai finally let out a snort. Without lifting her head, Luan Baifeng replied in a humble manner, "Forgive me, but I don't know what mistake I've made. Please enlighten me, sect master. Do you even need me to tell you what you've done? Yang Kai's piercing gaze seemed able to cut across her face. Luan Baifeng fell on one knee. If I've really made a mistake, I'm willing to receive the punishment without any complaints. However, please point out what I've done, sect master. Yang Kai scoffed. Who allowed you to let outsiders come in and extract materials here? It was my decision, Luan Baifeng replied in a grim voice. I want the reason. Luan Baifeng said, a few months ago, I detected some changes in Black Territory. You've been to the depths of Black Territory, so you must be aware that the area that is covered in the strange strength has significantly shrunk. The originally dangerous places have become safe, and we can now visit stars that couldn't be reached in the past. This is good news for Black Territory as well as Voidland and High Heaven Palace. The materials in the ore stars are abundant, but I didn't have enough subordinates to extract them efficiently, so I decided to spread the news to attract more people to come over and help with the mining. Certainly, we have to give them some rewards for their work, so I set up some rules. Those who follow the rules will get some benefits from Black Territory. Yang Kai said coldly, there are more than 10,000 Open Heaven Realm Masters in Voidland and High Heaven Palace now. If you wanted to mine the ore stars, you could have just informed head manager or second manager about it, and they would have made the arrangements. Why even rely on outsiders' help and waste precious resources? Upon realizing the reason behind his fury, Luan Baifeng replied, Sect Master, if that's what you're angry about, please allow me to explain myself. Go on. There are indeed a lot of Open Heaven Realm Masters in Voidland and High Heaven Palace now, but most of them are needed to explore the new Great Territory while the rest are required to maintain the order in the two-star cities. Moreover, the cultivators who have just ascended to the Open Heaven Realm need time to solidify their cultivations, so it's not appropriate for them to take on any tasks for the time being. Therefore, Voidland and High Heaven Palace probably can't send a lot of people to this place. Furthermore, there's something off about the changes in Black Territory. Before I find out the truth, I wouldn't dare to let my fellow disciples take such a risk. If I'd really gotten them to come over, I was worried that the strange strength in Black Territory would suddenly experience a resurgence. If that happened, a lot of people from Voidland and High Heaven Palace would die, and I wouldn't be able to bear the responsibility for such a tragedy. Upon hearing that, Yuan Tongguang and the others were soaked in cold sweat. It wasn't until this moment that they discovered they had actually been exposed to much more risk while extracting materials in Black Territory than they originally thought. On the deck, Yang Kai stared at Luan Baifeng with narrowed eyes. Are you saying that it was all with good intentions? Luan Baifeng replied solemnly, Sect Master, since I became your subordinate, I've always taken you and the sect into consideration whenever I act. I would never dare to betray you. Yang Kai fell silent while Luan Baifeng remained kneeling on one knee. The atmosphere was somewhat grave at that moment. The apprehensive Tao Ling Wan darted her gaze around, as it was the first time she saw Yang Kai looking so grim. She was extremely worried that he would start a fight at any moment. Upon noticing her timid sister's uneasiness, Chu Hua Shang patted her hand to placate her. After a long silence, Yang Kai lifted his hand and engulfed Luan Baifeng in his power. Get up. With the help of the power, Luan Baifeng got to her feet. Yes. Yang Kai frowned. Whatever happens next time, you have to inform head manager and second manager first before taking action. If you explain your suggestion to them, I believe they'll support your idea. However, you have to make it clear to the outsiders the risks associated with extracting materials in Black Territory. It is not appropriate to simply attract them with benefits without telling them the potential danger. Luan Baifeng obediently hung her head low. I'm sorry for not taking that into consideration. I'll make the arrangement after this. By then, they can decide for themselves whether they want to leave or stay. Yang Kai nodded. That's for the best. Since time immemorial, people have always been willing to take great risks to seek wealth. As long as you make it clear to them the risks hidden in Black Territory, whatever happens after will be their responsibility. Luan Baifeng nodded again. To the side, Luo Ting he said with a smile, I told you that Yang Kai would only be scaring you instead of really punishing you, but you didn't believe me. Luan Baifeng put on a faint smile. Many thanks, Senior. Have a seat and tell me when the changes in Black Territory started taking place. After Luan Baifeng was seated, she began. I'm not sure exactly when the changes in Black Territory started, but it didn't happen all at once. After some investigation, though, I speculate that the changes started taking place after you left Black Territory previously, but we were not aware of it until recently. Marshall Peak, Chapter 4864. Interesting thing. On his previous visit to Black Territory, Yang Kai personally refined an incredible artifact called the Void Yin-Yang Mirrors. With this hallowed treasure, he was able to move some 30-plus or stars from the inner region to the periphery so that Luan Baifeng's subordinates could easily extract the materials inside them. 300 years had passed since that time. The changes in Black Territory started taking place after he left. Just like Luan Baifeng had said, they were not aware of the changes going on in Black Territory because the cultivators here had been focused on mining the ore stars that had been moved to the periphery. It took them about 100 to fully mine out those 30 or so ore stars. Luan Baifeng then headed to the star boundary to look for Yang Kai as she wanted him to visit Black Territory again and use the Void Yin-Yang mirrors to move more ore stars out. Unfortunately, Yang Kai was being pursued by bright sun divine monarchs in the shattered heaven at that time. Then, he arrived at the ancestral land, and there had not been any news about him since then. Since Yang Kai was nowhere to be found, Luan Baifeng's subordinates had nothing else to do. She was not a kind-hearted person, so she ordered her subordinates to go further into Black Territory to begin mining ore stars. She would never allow them to stay idle. Although the ore slaves and captives were displeased, they could only obey her order. It wasn't until they began venturing into the inner region that the changes in Black Territory became known to Luan Baifeng. The originally dangerous places had become safe, and the area initially engulfed in the strange strength was now unimpeded. When they were staying there, the heritage of their small universes wouldn't leave their bodies. This discovery astounded Luan Baifeng while the ore slaves and captives were ecstatic. After all, no one was willing to work in a dangerous place. It was good news to them that Black Territory had become safe. Initially, the safe area in Black Territory wasn't so big, but it became increasingly wider as time passed. More ore stars were free from the strange strength's influence, and I didn't have enough people to extract the materials, so I came up with a solution. You spread the news and attracted outsiders to come over by promising to give them some benefits? Luan Baifeng nodded. Yes. Even though we'll suffer some losses, it wouldn't matter to pay a small price as long as we could have control over the valuable materials. That's what I thought at least. If you think this is a bad idea, I'll chase all of them out now. Yang Kai shook his head. Since the news has been spread, others will have a bad impression of us if we go back on our word now. Moreover, you have a point. As long as we can keep the valuable materials, it's fine to pay a small price. The rules you've set are sufficient. Luan Baifeng hung her head low. Many thanks, Sect Master. You may continue handling the affairs in Black Territory. However, if you come across something like this again, you must not make any rash decisions. If you can't find me, you can consult head manager and second manager. Yes, Luan Baifeng replied respectfully. Then, she parted her lips as though she was trying to say something. Yang Kai shot her a glance. Speak? Luan Baifeng said, Sect Master, an interesting thing was found on one of the ore stars some time ago. What is it? Yang Kai asked with an arched brow. Luan Baifeng looked around and replied hesitantly, This thing is a little strange, so it cannot be shown to everyone. I'm not sure how to describe it, but you'll know what it is at first glance. Please come with me. After giving it a thought, Yang Kai said, Very well. This way, please. Luan Baifeng extended her hand. Yang Kai rose from the chair and followed her into the cabin. Soon, they entered a room, after which Luan Baifeng performed different hand seals and activated the barrier in the room to bar anyone from entering. Her actions made Yang Kai feel curious as he wondered what it was that they had found. Luan Baifeng was so careful that she even asked him to enter a private room just to have a look. Just as his curiosity was piqued, Luan Baifeng suddenly fished out a wooden box from her space ring and held it out to him with both hands. Sect Master, it's this thing. Yang Kai stared fixedly at the wooden box and narrowed his eyes. That was because he found the wooden box familiar. A couple hundred years ago, someone had fished out a very similar wooden box and presented it to him as a hallowed treasure. In the end, it turned out to be a plot. All these years later, the same thing happened again right before his eyes. Yang Kai couldn't help feeling forlorn. Even though there were a lot of open heaven realm masters in Voidland and High Heaven Palace, there were only a small number of sixth-order masters. Despite the fact that he had subdued Luan by Feng using the loyalty list, she was of great help to him, not to mention that she was extremely talented in the Tao of Spirit Arrays. In fact, Yang Kai regarded her highly and had decided to help her ascend to the 7th Order Open Heaven Realm when the time came. Now, it seemed that there would be no need for that. He suddenly realized why the names of Luan Bai Feng and Xian Pong had disappeared from the loyalty list. Initially, he thought that they had passed away, but it turned out that they were still alive and kicking. Nevertheless, they were no longer the Luan Bai Feng and Xian Pong that he knew. They had turned into entirely different people, so they were no longer loyal to Yang Kai. Instead, they were loyal to someone else. That was the reason their names had disappeared from the loyalty list. After taking the wooden box, Yang Kai didn't immediately open it. Instead, he said, "Elder Luan, we haven't met in years, and it seems that you're being overly polite to me now." With her head hung low, Luan Bai Feng replied, "You've become more powerful now, and I wouldn't dare to be impudent in front of you." Yang Kai nodded. "Do you know what's inside this wooden box?" Luan Bai Feng replied, "It's a very interesting thing, but I don't know how to deal with it. You'll have to make a decision, Sect Master." "Good," Yang Kai said, then opened the wooden box as a nervous Luan Bai Feng watched him. The next instant, a black light dashed out of the wooden box and came right at Yang Kai's face at the speed of lightning. At the same time, Luan Bai Feng took a few steps back to widen her gap with Yang Kai, then performed different hand seals as a grand array completely sealed off this room. She was an expert in the Tao of Spirit Arrays, and she had personally set up the spirit arrays in this room and on this ship. In this area, she could temporarily exert the power of a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. It seemed that Yang Kai was about to dodge the black light, but under the influence of the spirit array, he froze for a moment. This moment of delay allowed the black light to penetrate his body. While he started shuddering, an elated Luan Bai Feng gazed at him with a faint smile on her face. A stream of black chi billowed from Yang Kai's body and engulfed him. He gritted his teeth and roared as his eyes slowly darkened. Just then, Luan Bai Feng parted her lips and started murmuring to him in a charming manner, "Obey the Black Ink Clan, Sect Master. When our master ascends to his throne, we shall rule over the world together." Yang Kai soon stopped resisting as the black chi around him thickened. A moment later, the black chi contracted and revealed Yang Kai's face. However, his eyes had turned completely black. An ecstatic Luan Bai Feng pressed one hand against her chest and nodded at Yang Kai, "Black Ink Eternal." With a solemn expression, Yang Kai saluted her, "Black Ink Eternal." Since they were companions now, Luan Bai Feng stopped acting polite. She took a seat on the chair and picked up a cup of tea as she wanted to give Yang Kai some time to get used to his new reality. Standing on the same spot, Yang Kai examined his small universe. There was some black ink strength that had been suppressed in a particular spot in his small universe. The black ink strength was even richer than what he had collected from Shizheng previously, but this wasn't surprising as it was formed from a dead black ink insect, so it was extremely pure. Although it was now suppressed in Yang Kai's small universe, it was still squirming as though it was trying to kick up a storm. The black light from the wooden box was a black ink insect. Yang Kai still had a black ink insect with him now, so he could instantly figure out what was inside the box when he saw it. After that, he only put on a pretense in front of Luan Bai Feng. It wasn't easy to fool her, for the black ink strength inside his small universe was already destroyed by Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan in the chaotic dead territory. He was no longer able to pretend to be a black ink disciple using black ink strength. Fortunately, the black ink insect that had penetrated his body gave him a chance. Although a black ink insect was threatening, it was frail. Any open heaven realm cultivator could easily kill it if they were prepared. Just now, Yang Kai directly killed the black ink insect, and after it exploded, a pure black ink strength streamed out of it. He had previously used a similar method to fool the many black ink disciples in Langya Paradise, so it wasn't hard to do the same with Luan Baifeng. The cave heavens and paradises had done their best to stop any news about the Black Ink clan from spreading. Be it the suicide of Shi Zheng or the many Black Ink disciples in Langya Paradise, only the inner elders and ancestors of the cave heavens and paradises were aware of the incident. None of the disciples knew anything about it, let alone Luan Baifeng, who was far away in Black territory. If she knew what Yang Kai had experienced, she wouldn't have used a black ink insect to deal with him and even thought that he was her companion and wouldn't have his guard up against her. She could never have expected that Yang Kai had a world spring in his small universe either. They hadn't met for hundreds of years, so when Yang Kai obtained the world spring, Luan Baifeng was still monitoring her subordinates to extract materials in the Black Prison. It wasn't until this day that they reunited, and she had no way of knowing Yang Kai's current situation. With the world spring's protection, his small universe was impervious to outside influences. Even black ink insects couldn't harm him one bit. Both Luan Baifeng and Xian Pong were now black ink disciples. Perhaps many open heaven realm masters, who were mining ores in black territory, had also been corrupted by the black ink strength as well. Yang Kai already had this speculation when he saw two groups of black ink disciples killing themselves in the center of black territory. Now, his speculations were verified. Only in a black ink clansman's hiding place would there be so many black ink disciples. The leaders of the cave heavens and paradises thought that the true black ink clansman was hiding somewhere in the shattered heaven, but no one could have expected that they were really hiding in black territory instead. It was then Yang Kai realized what the other kind of strength was besides the strange strength when he arrived at the depths of black territory. It was the black ink clansman's power, but it was obscured by the strange draining strength, which was why he couldn't sense it clearly. Martial Peak, Chapter 4865, Real Prison. Yang Kai felt a crawling sensation on his scalp when he recalled the intimidating consciousness he had previously faced. Presently, he was not powerful enough to go against the owner of that will. Hence, he had to immediately inform the cave heavens and paradises about it, for he was no longer able to handle the matter in black territory on his own. The leaders of the cave heavens and paradises had to intervene. However, he had to get the answers to his questions before that. Yang Kai directly took a seat beside Luan Baifeng and picked up a cup of tea. It was apparent that Luan Baifeng was in a jovial mood. As she gazed at him, she asked smilingly, "How do you feel?" In a muffled voice, Yang Kai replied, "I'm fine. It seems that I've found a goal in my life." There was a fervent expression on Luan Baifeng's face. "Our goal is to sacrifice everything for our master, including our lives." Yang Kai bowed his head. "Is master in black territory now?" Luan Baifeng was shocked. "How do you know?" Yang Kai explained nonchalantly, "When I was investigating black territory over the past few days, I noticed something and had a speculation." "I see." Luan Baifeng didn't ask what he had seen. Since they were companions, she could trust him unconditionally. "Do you have a way to let me see Master?" Yang Kai asked. Luan Baifeng shook her head. "We can't do that now, for Master is still asleep. The last time he awakened momentarily, he only gave some brief instructions, so I can't bring you to see him. However, our main goal now is to help Master break free from his shackles." Yang Kai arched his brow. Break free from his shackles? What he had just heard surprised him. He initially thought that the Black Ink clansman was hiding in the center of black territory that he had visited before. However, judging from Luan Baifeng's words, it seemed that the Black Ink clansman was actually trapped there instead. Luan Baifeng nodded. "Master has been trapped in the Black Prison for countless years. Before coming across Master, I'd always thought that the Black Prison was just a name. However, after I met Master, I realized that the Black Prison is a real prison that's specifically used to imprison him." Yang Kai narrowed his eyes. "What do you mean?" He recalled the demon sealing land and ancestral land. Although the divine spirits in the ancestral land were aware of the demon sealing land's existence, The current generation of divine spirits had misunderstood the place after a long time had passed. All the divine spirits thought that the thing that was sealed in that place had something to do with demons. It wasn't until the demon sealing land was opened up that they realized it was a black ink sealing land that was used to suppress a black giant spirit god. It surprised young Kai to learn that the situation in the black prison was similar. This was a real prison where a powerful black ink clansman was trapped. While in a dazed state, young Kai recalled that when he visited the black prison for the first time, an idea came into his mind that the black prison could very well be a gigantic cage, but he didn't ponder on the issue at that time. It wasn't until this moment that his speculation was confirmed through Luan Baifeng's words. He couldn't help but fall into his thoughts for a moment, then ask, "Are the countless natural spirit arrays and/or stars in black territory part of the prison?" With a solemn expression, Luan Baifeng nodded, "Yes. Those so-called natural spirit arrays were not naturally formed at all. Instead, they were arranged by ancient humans. However, the people who set up the spirit arrays were so skillful in the Tao of spirit arrays that no one realized it. Everyone believed that the spirit arrays were naturally formed. The spirit arrays and/or stars form into a super array, and at its center is where Master is imprisoned." There was a horrified expression on young Kai's face. The entire black territory is one giant super array. Just who could have done this? He increasingly felt that the situation in black territory was similar to that of the ancestral land. There was the black ink sealing land in the ancestral land, while there was the black prison that was used to trap a black ink clansman here. The ancestral land was surrounded by the divine ability sea, which served as a secondary barrier. Meanwhile, there were innumerable spirit arrays in black territory which acted as a cage. Perhaps the setups in the ancestral land and the black prison were built by the same group of people. In ancient times, a group of great experts clashed with the Black Ink clan. While the Black Ink giant spirit god was suppressed and sealed in the ancestral land, the true Black Ink clansman was imprisoned in the black prison. Luan Baifeng went on to say, "The incident took place a long time ago, so I don't know the exact time it happened, and Master didn't tell me about it. Perhaps to Master, it is a kind of humiliation to be trapped for so many years. His power is irresistible. The setup in the black prison is to prevent anyone from approaching Master and giving him a chance to escape." The black prison was originally filled with a kind of strange strength. With its influence, no one could visit the depths of the black prison. In that case, there wouldn't be a risk of anyone getting turned into a Black Ink disciple and working for the Black Ink clan. "Fortunately, you visited this place back then." Luan Baifeng looked excitedly at him. "What does it have anything to do with me?" Although Yang Kai had a speculation in his heart, he wasn't certain about it. Luan Baifeng explained with a smile, "I didn't lie to you just now. It was the truth. It was because you moved several or stars from the inner region to the periphery that the super array was weakened, which allowed me to have a chance to serve Master." Yang Kai lowered his gaze. Every or star in black territory is part of the super array. Therefore, for every or star that is removed or destroyed, the super array will weaken a little. "Exactly." Luan Baifeng nodded. "The removal of 30 or so or stars can't really affect the grand array, but what if thousands of or stars are destroyed? There will come a day when Master breaks free from his prison and makes a comeback to the 3,000 worlds. When that happens, no one will be able to stop his hegemony." Upon realizing something, Yang Kai said, "That was why you spread the news to attract outsiders to come over and mine the Or stars." Luan Baifeng smiled. "I don't have enough subordinates to destroy the Or stars quickly. Just like you've said, since time immemorial, men die for wealth just as birds die for food. The rules I've established are reasonable, which is why many people are willing to come here and help." Yang Kai praised her by saying, "That's indeed a great idea." "You think so too?" Luan Baifeng appeared eager as she looked at him. "With you around, we'll be even more efficient. I need you to tell the people from High Heaven Palace and Voidland to come over." "I can make the arrangements," Yang Kai directly agreed. "After Master breaks free, you will be rewarded," Luan Baifeng said with envy. "This is what I should do. It is every Black Ink disciple's dream to die for Master." Yang Kai appeared solemn as he secretly let out a sigh of relief. Judging from what she had said, It would take quite some time for the Black Ink clansman to really break free from his prison. In other words, he still had time to stop this. Upon recalling something, Yang Kai said, "When I investigated Black territory some time ago, I managed to reach the center. However, I couldn't go any further as that area was covered with arrays. I suppose that's where Master is trapped." Luan Baifeng nodded. "Yes, I've been there as well. But given my current mastery of the Tao of Spirit arrays, I couldn't find any loopholes to exploit, let alone a way to break them. It will only bring danger to the Master if I make any rash moves." I also saw some people getting themselves killed by crashing into the arrays. "I know who you're talking about." Luan Baifeng let out a sigh. "They're our companions as well. However, Master is frail now from his long imprisonment, so he needs nourishment to restore his strength." Yang Kai frowned. "Nourishment?" "The world forces that leak from their bodies after their death are the best food for Master." Upon learning that those in the Black Ink clan lived on world force, Yang Kai felt his heart sinking. Since that place is engulfed in the Grand Array's power, how did they arrive there safely? Although the Super Array's power had been weakened after many stars were destroyed, the strange strength was still present around the center. Before Third Order and Fourth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters even arrived at that place, the heritage of their small universes would have been wiped out. Luan Baifeng replied with a smile, "That's because they had the protection of Master's power. Otherwise, they couldn't have reached that place given their strength." It was then Yang Kai realized that the Black Ink strength could even resist the Grand Array's power. "Is there anything else you want to know? You can ask me anything. I'll tell you whatever I know." Luan Baifeng showed complete trust in him. "How were the cultivators turned into our companions? I can see there are many of them." Luan Baifeng put on a smile. "There are indeed a lot of them. I suppose we have about 1,000 companions now. However, that's just the beginning, as we'll have even more soon. As for how they were transformed, well, I was the one who personally turned the cultivators into our companions initially. Those Second Order, Third Order, and Fourth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters are unable to resist the Black Ink strength, so I can easily subdue them. Now, you're able to transform others into our companions as well. Companions who have been transformed by Black Ink insects are able to do that. However, those who are not transformed by Black Ink insects can't." "What happened next?" Yang Kai asked. Regardless of how energetic Luan Baifeng was, it was unrealistic for her to turn 1,000 people into Black Ink disciples on her own. "I had more companions to help out after that. They have their own fellow brothers and friends. I've also received some Black Ink essence from Master. It has slowly developed into such a scale, and it'll only grow bigger in the future." Black Ink essence? Yang Kai arched his brow as it was the first time he heard about such a term, which was why he was concerned. Luan Baifeng explained, "You were transformed by a Black Ink insect that was gifted directly from Master, but he doesn't have a lot of Black Ink insects. They're usually used to transform Open Heaven Realm Masters that are above the Fifth Order. As for Black Ink essence, you can take it as something inferior to Black Ink insects. Although Black Ink strength has some corrosive power, it can't fully turn a cultivator into our companion. Black Ink essence is different, for it can fully turn Open Heaven Realm Masters that are below the Fifth Order into companions who would be loyal to Master." Yang Kai nodded. "Black Ink insects, Black Ink essence, Black Ink strength. In that case, what's inside my body is supposed to be Black Ink essence. Am I right?" "Well, you can say that. So, you can also transform Open Heaven Realm Masters that are below the Fifth Order. Those who are transformed by you can't turn others into our companions. The Black Ink strength in their body is threatening to the enemies, but can't turn them into our companions." "I see." Yang Kai bowed his head, then asked for a vital piece of information. "Do you have other Black Ink insects with you?" Marshall Peak, Chapter 4866, Playing Tricks. "I only have a few of them. These things are precious, so even Master can't give me many. It requires quite a bit of his remaining strength to condense a Black Ink insect," Luan Baifeng replied. This was similar to what Yuan Du had said. Black Ink insects were very precious to the Black Ink clan. However, It wasn't until this moment that Yang Kai found that the Black Ink clan had to use its own strength to condense black ink insects. The Black Ink clansmen in Black territory had become frail from a long imprisonment, so they had to preserve their own power. It was impossible for them to condense many of black ink insects. Upon realizing his intention, Wan Baifeng asked, "What are you trying to do?" "I've brought some companions with me," Yang Kai replied. "Maybe we can turn them into our comrades." Wan Baifeng rejected the idea. "We'd better not make any rash moves. We could have given it a try if the Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters were the only ones here. However, you've brought an Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Master with you this time. It is unlikely for a black ink insect to turn an Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Master into one of us. Master will have to personally make a move to have any chance of success. If others are alerted, Master will be in danger. Both of us can't bear the responsibility for that." After giving it a thought, Yang Kai nodded. "I shouldn't have tried to act impulsively." Luan Baifeng said with a smile, "It's fine. You're just trying to help Master achieve his goal." She had turned Yang Kai into a companion and told him everything, so she decided to end the conversation. "We should leave now. The people you've brought with you will be doubtful if we stay here for too long." Yang Kai nodded in response. A moment later, they left the room together and acted normally. There didn't seem to be anything wrong with them. The ship had already left or Star 16 and was now heading to the periphery. Standing on the deck, Yang Kai looked at the center of black territory with doubt in his heart. Was the Black Ink clansman trapped in the black prison the owner of the consciousness he had previously detected? If they were not the same individual, it meant that there were more Black Ink clansmen hiding in this expansive universe. Nevertheless, Yang Kai had a feeling that it was the same Black Ink clan member. He tried to recall what he had felt during the sacrificial offering to the Black Ink clan in the universe paradise that was left behind by Yuan Du after his death. When the consciousness descended, he could feel the other party's prowess, and he could somewhat sense that the owner of the consciousness was trapped somewhere. After the incident, he informed the leaders of Langya Paradise about it. Now, it seemed that the owner of the consciousness was trapped in the black prison. Nevertheless, it was just a speculation. As for whether the two were the same Black Ink clansmen, Yang Kai had to feel the other party's consciousness to be certain. Half a day later, they arrived at Wan Baifeng's palace, which was in the periphery of Black territory. Without any delay, he respectively passed Chu Huashang and Luo Ting. He had Jade Slip. "One of you will go to High Heaven Palace, while the other will head to Voidland." Pass the Jade Slips to the High Heaven Palace's head manager Hua Qing Si and Voidland's second manager Bian Yuqing. Tell them to send over some people to Black territory to help with the mining operations here. Chu Huashang was shocked. Now? Yang Kai had never discussed this matter with her before, but he suddenly passed her a Jade Slip and told her to get more people to come over, which made her feel doubtful. After going through 9 reincarnations with him, she had a feeling that something was off about how he was acting. Despite her doubts, though, she didn't insist on probing him. "Go now." Yang Kai nodded and took a glance at Tao Lingwan. "Wanner will go with you, so that you two can take care of each other." Chu Huashang replied, "Good." Tao Lingwan had always been an obedient person, so she didn't object to this arrangement. She just felt reluctant to part ways with him. On the other hand, Luo Ting, he was displeased. "I'm not done having fun here. Why did you tell me to pass a Jade Slip to someone? I'm not your subordinate." Yang Kai replied with a smile. "Aren't you going to take a look at the world tree in the star boundary? High Heaven Palace is in the star boundary, so you can just pass the slip along on your way there." Luo Ting, he pressed her lips together and stopped refusing. Fine. I'll do you the favor." Chu Huashang gazed at Yang Kai. "We'll set off now. Take care of yourself." "Don't worry." Yang Kai nodded to her. Chu Huashang then summoned a ship. After the trio boarded, it turned into a ray of light and shot towards the territory gate. Yang Kai and Luan Baifeng saw them off. After the ship was out of sight, she said, "Let's go. I'll show you the things we've obtained so far. When you were not around, we'd extracted quite a lot of materials in Black territory." The ship soon shot past the territory gate. The moment they arrived at the next great territory, Luo Ting He's expression sank as she turned to Chu Huashang. Something is wrong with Yang Kai. Chu Huashang was surprised. You sensed it as well, martial ant? Luo Ting He nodded. Don't forget that throughout your 9 reincarnations, I'd started following you too since your 6th life. We've spent dozens of years together, so I'm somewhat familiar with his behavior. Something must have happened, which was why he hurriedly chased us away. Tao Lingwan was shocked. Something has happened to husband? What's going on? We don't know yet. Luo Ting He shook her head, then fished out the jade slip Yang Kai had passed her. We'll find out about it after looking into the jade slips. Chu Huashang nodded in agreement. They infused their divine senses into the jade slips at the same time, and the next moment, their expressions changed drastically. That was because there was only one sentence in both jade slips. The Black Ink Clansman is hiding in the Black Prison. As a core disciple of Inyang Cave Heaven, Chu Huashang knew a thing or two about the Black Ink Clan. She was aware of the Black Ink Clan's existence and the danger they posed, but she had never seen them before. On the other hand, Luo Ting He was now an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. Before she was trapped in the Samsara Pavilion, she was already a peak 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, so she definitely knew more about the Black Ink Clan than Chu Huashang. Moreover, after got out of the Samsara Pavilion, she heard a lot of things about Yang Kai from Yuxiang Dai. She knew that Yang Kai had previously made a scene in Langya Paradise and went to great lengths to find the Black Ink disciples hidden in that place. The cave heavens and paradises then spent 200 years examining themselves, while looking for the Black Ink Clan inside the 3,000 worlds. They had even performed a thorough search of the Shattered Heaven, but they still couldn't find a single Black Ink Clansman. No one could have expected that the Black Ink Clansman was hiding in the Black Prison. The two ladies instantly realized the severity of the matter. Anything that was related to the Black Ink Clan was no small issue. The fact that Luan Baifeng and Xian Pong were still alive even though their names had disappeared from the loyalty list might have something to do with this incident. Martial Ant. Chu Huashang lifted her head and looked inquisitively at Luo Ting He. After giving it a thought, Luo Ting He made a decision and said, head to the star boundary. The cave heavens and paradises have all set up Dao temples there, so you only need to inform them about this and they will handle the rest. You must not accidentally leak this news to anyone. Chu Huashang nodded. Understood. What about you, Martial Ant? Luo Ting He replied, I will head to the nearest cave heavens and paradises and tell those old farts to come over. After Chu Huashang arrived at the star boundary and spread the news, it would then take the envoys of the cave heavens and paradises quite some time to get into contact with their respective sects, then even more time for those sects to mobilize. Yang Kai was in danger since he was in the Black Prison alone. Certainly, Luo Ting He had to bring reinforcements to Black territory as soon as possible. That was already the best arrangement, so Chu Huashang quickly replied, good. Luo Ting He said, both of you must be careful. I'll be going now. Upon finishing her words, she shot off the ship and flew towards the nearest paradise. Fully aware of the severity of the matter, Chu Huashang wouldn't dare to waste any time. She and Tao Lingwan fully activated their powers to drive the ship forward so that they could arrive at the star boundary as soon as possible and tell the envoys there about what was going on in Black territory. The amount of materials that had been accumulated over the past few hundreds of years in Black territory was staggering. Before Yang Kai left previously, he had moved more than 30 ore stars from the inner region to the periphery. After these ore stars were fully mined out, the super array that had engulfed the entire Black territory had weakened, which caused the area that was covered with the strange strength to shrink. After that, more ore stars were exposed to be within the safe area, and as more of them were destroyed, the super array's power continued to decrease. It was a vicious cycle. Over the past few months, countless cultivators had been attracted to this place to extract materials, which resulted in even more ore stars being destroyed. The result was the super arrays became increasingly weaker while more materials extracted in Black territory had been accumulated. In the vault inside the palace, the materials of different colors dazzled Yang Kai's eyes. Materials below the 3rd order were not good enough to be put in this vault, so everything here was 4th order or higher. There were even some 8th order materials. Although there were not a lot of them, it showed the stunning heritage of Black territory. There were countless stars in Black territory. So far, only a small number of them had been exploited, but the rewards were already staggering. If they managed to mine out all the stars in Black territory, the materials they would get would be incalculable. The yin and yang element materials Yang Kai had were already inexhaustible. Coupled with Black territory's materials, they wouldn't have to worry about cultivation resources for the disciples of Voidland and High Heaven Palace anymore. Regardless of how many disciples they had, the materials would be enough to last them several tens of thousands of years. With an excited expression, Luan Baifeng showed Yang Kai the harvest she had reaped from Black territory so far. Although she was a Black Ink disciple, her temperament and her way of doing things didn't change. It was just that the core faith in her heart was now different. As long as she never revealed her identity as a Black Ink disciple, she was the same as before. Moreover, Black Ink disciples still required resources to cultivate, which was why she was elated when looking at these treasures. You've just submitted to Master, so you might not be aware of it yet. Master's power is profound. With this kind of power, Black Ink disciples will no longer be chained by the limits of the open heaven realm. Luan Baifeng spread her arms as though she was trying to embrace the world. Yang Kai pretended to not know anything. What do you mean? Luan Baifeng shot him a glance. What I mean is that as long as you work hard enough, you can even make it to the 9th Order open heaven realm. Yang Kai appeared astonished. Are you serious? Luan Baifeng chuckled. Why would I lie to you? If my memory serves me right, you directly ascended to the 5th Order in the past. If nothing unexpected happens, the 7th Order open heaven realm will be the end of your martial Tao. There's no way you can make it to the 8th Order. With the limit out of the way, though, you can ascend to the 8th Order and even the 9th Order. Admiration was written all over Yang Kai's face. Master's power is truly mesmerizing. Martial Peak, Chapter 4867, Tip of the Iceberg. As time passed, more open heaven realm masters from different parts of the 3,000 worlds steamed into Black territory. They were then sent to the different stars to extract materials. Since Yang Kai was already one of them, he had the right to know more information about the Black prison. The number of Black Ink disciples was increasing by the day. In just 1 month, the number had increased by several hundred people. Moreover, several Black Ink disciples would head over to the place where the Black Ink clansman was imprisoned and crash into the Grand Array to kill themselves every day. Their reason for doing so was to feed their world forces to the Black Ink clansman after their death, so that the latter could restore his strength. Luan Baifeng was extremely cautious about this and never let a lot of Black Ink disciples make a move at the same time. After all, the secret might be exposed if a lot of people went missing all of a sudden. Hence, it was the best arrangement to let several die each day. No one would care about the life or death of a small number of people who had gone missing. They were all attracted to the abundant materials on the stars in Black territory. Yang Kai would look around Black territory every day. Everything he saw and the information he had gathered made him feel heartbroken. If the situation was left unhindered, it would only take a few decades for the number of Black Ink disciples to grow to a staggering figure. Besides that, the most important thing was that the Black Ink clansmen trapped in the Black prison would also be freed. When that time came, the entire universe would be gripped by a reign of terror. Nevertheless, Yang Kai was unable to stop it now. A 6th Order open heaven realm master might be able to reign as an overlord of a normal great territory, and the fact that he was a great emperor from the star boundary allowed him to stand on equal footing with the envoys of the cave heavens and paradises. However, at the end of the day, this kind of cultivation was too weak in the face of a major crisis that could affect the entire 3,000 worlds. His power was completely insufficient in this matter. Yang Kai felt a great sense of helplessness, so he could only hope that the powerful masters from the cave heavens and paradises would arrive at Black territory soon to take charge of this matter. Only the old fossils who had cultivated in seclusion for millennia had the right to go against the imprisoned Black Ink clan and end this threat once and for all. One day, upon receiving Luan Baifeng's invitation, Yang Kai arrived at a grand hall. There was no one else in the grand hall as Luan Baifeng was already waiting inside. Seeing him, she nodded. Yang Kai looked around and asked curiously, "What's wrong?" Luan Baifeng replied with a smile. Wait a moment. A short time later, a timid-looking person walked into the grand hall. When Yang Kai realized who the person was, he couldn't help but narrow his eyes. The person was none other than Yuan Tongguang, a fourth-order Open Heaven Realm Master from White Fang Province. Upon seeing Luan Baifeng and Yang Kai, Yuan Tongguang sported an anxious expression. He hastened his pace and cupped his fist. Greetings, Sect Master Yang, Warden Luan. Even though he was just here to hand in some materials and get his reward, he still felt apprehensive. During this period of time, he and his fellow brothers from the same sect had extracted quite a lot black stones on Star 16. After spending some effort to dissolve the black stones, they were lucky to obtain quite some materials. Most of the materials didn't really matter much, but amidst their harvest, they actually managed to acquire a 7th-order earth element material. According to the rules in Black Territory, high-order materials had to be handed over immediately. Therefore, Yuan Tongguang quickly returned from Star 16 and informed Luan Baifeng's subordinate about it. The person directly brought him to the Grand Hall. Yuan Tongguang had never expected that Luan Baifeng and Yang Kai would be waiting for him there. However, after giving it a thought, he realized it was expected that those from Black Territory had to take this seriously. After all, this one material could be traded for 10 million open heaven pills. 10 million open heaven pills was an astronomical figure for a force like White Fang Province. It had to be noted that this amount of money was almost enough to purchase a complete set of 5th-order materials. It would allow them to create a 5th-order Open Heaven Realm Master, which would bring White Fang Province to greater heights. When Yang Kai first entered the 3,000 worlds, those from Great Moon Province had given him some compensation because of the matter regarding the Golden Crow's carcass. The compensation was only 100,000 Open Heaven pills, which was the maximum amount of money that those from Great Moon Province could take out at once. Great Moon Province and White Fang Province were similar in terms of their power and financial strength. It could be said that for someone like Yuan Tongguang to possess 100,000 Open Heaven pills, he would be considered wealthy, not to mention 10 million. That was an unimaginable amount of wealth. This Yuan has obtained a 7th-order earth element material on Star 16. Please inspect it. Without any delay, Yuan Tongguang told them the purpose of his visit and held out the 7th-order earth element material with both hands. You've done a good job. Luan Baifeng extended her hand and sucked the 7th-order earth element material towards herself before stuffing it into her space ring. She didn't even intend to examine it. She then turned to Yang Kai and said smilingly, "Weren't you curious about how to transform a cultivator into a companion? You can give it a try now." While Yang Kai sported a dispassionate expression, Yuan Tongguang was puzzled. Supposedly, after he presented the 7th-order earth element material, Luan Baifeng would give him his reward. However, instead of seeing any reward, he heard some puzzling words from the woman. He instinctively felt a great sense of unease. Could everything he had heard be false? Was Luan Baifeng going to kill him, so that she didn't have to give him the 10 million open heaven pills? However, if she really did that, her reputation would be severely tarnished. In that case, the people who had come to Black Territory to help with mining materials would no longer trust her. Just when he was doubtful, Yang Kai suddenly took a step forward and pointed a finger at him. As space principles undulated, Yuan Tongguang was instantly bound in place. He was only a 4th-order Open Heaven Realm Master, so how was he supposed to defend himself against Yang Kai? Since the binding secret technique had activated, there was no escaping now. Sect Master Yang? Yuan Tongguang's expression changed drastically as he was now certain that he was doomed. However, he didn't understand the reason behind it. As Yang Kai was facing away from Luan Baifeng, he looked apologetically at the other man. He had indeed asked Luan Baifeng about how to turn a cultivator into one of their companions, but he was only doing so to gather information. It never crossed his mind that she would make him do it. He wouldn't dare to show the slightest hesitation, for that might cause his secret to be exposed. The powerful cultivators from the cave heavens and paradises hadn't arrived yet, so if he was exposed at this point, he might trigger some unexpected consequences, and he wouldn't be able to bear the responsibility for that. As he stood in front of Yuan Tongguang, he could see the fear and pleading behind the other man's eyes. Just then, Luan Baifeng's voice was heard coming from behind him. Activate the black ink essence in your small universe. That's Master's power, and no one can resist it. Without saying anything, Yang Kai lifted his hand as a squirming black fog formed on his palm. An evil aura permeated the hall and made Yuan Tongguang feel a great sense of discomfort. He became increasingly horrified as he pleaded, "Please spare my life, Sect Master Yang. There are no grudges between us, and no one from White Fang Province has ever offended you. Please don't kill me." "Don't worry. I'm not killing you," Yang Kai said. "In fact, I am going to grant you the most wondrous gift." Upon finishing his words, he covered Yuan Tongguang's face with his palm. The squirming black fog seemed to have come to life as it streamed into Yuan Tongguang's body through his 7 orifices. Yuan Yongguang widened his eyes and started shaking violently. A gurgling sound was heard coming from his throat, as though he was going through an unimaginable torture. However, he was still bound to the spot by Yang Kai's space principles, so regardless of how hard he struggled, he could never break free. A moment later, the black ink strength's aura billowed from Yuan Tongguang's body as his eyes gradually darkened until they became completely black. He slowly stopped struggling, as though he had resigned to fate. "You can release him now," Luan Baifeng said from behind. Yang Kai dispelled his binding technique, after which Yuan Tongguang collapsed to the ground. With a frown, Yang Kai asked, "Is it done?" Luan Baifeng shook her head. "It's not that easy. Although the Master's power is profound, it isn't easy to transform a cultivator into a companion. It depends on how strong the other party's willpower is. The time it takes the black ink strength to invade a small universe also varies." Upon hearing that, Yang Kai felt his chest tightening as it was different from his previous pretense. Luan Baifeng said with a smile, "We are different, of course. It's much quicker for a black ink insect to transform a person into a companion. Black ink essence is much less concentrated, and thus takes longer." She then took a glance at Yuan Tongguang, who was lying on the ground. "He has basically transformed. All we have to do is wait." That was indeed the case. After just half a day, Yuan Tongguang was fully transformed into a black ink disciple. He got to his feet and acted normally, but his eyes were now black. "Greetings, sir, madam." Yuan Tongguang cupped his fist. Luan Baifeng nodded and tossed a space ring at him. Yuan Tongguang took the ring and infused his divine sense into it, after which he realized that there were countless open heaven pills inside. If he had seen so many open heaven pills before today, he would have been ecstatic. However, he sported an impassive expression at this moment. "Do you know what you should say after you go back?" Luan Baifeng asked. Yuan Tongguang quickly replied, "I will ensure all know that Sir Yang is a man of his word." "Good. You may go now." Luan Baifeng waved her hand. Yuan Tongguang saluted them again and then left the hall. After he was gone, Luan Baifeng looked smilingly at Yang Kai. "See? It's that easy." There was a sense of admiration on Yang Kai's face. Master's power is indeed amazing. Luan Baifeng said with a smile, "This is just the tip of the iceberg. Let's go. I'll bring you to see something else." Upon finishing her words, she led the way for him. With his curiosity piqued, Yang Kai followed her closely as he wondered what she was about to show him. Luan Baifeng led Yang Kai to a very remote place. There didn't seem to be anyone passing by here. The visitors in Black Territory were aware that this place was filled with inconspicuous but dangerous spirit arrays that were hidden in the void. Therefore, the cultivators who were in Black Territory to mine materials wouldn't dare to wander randomly. They would only travel the paths that had been proven safe. Marshall Peak, Chapter 4868, Hidden Danger of Black Ink Strength. No one else dared to come to this particular area in the void that Luan Baifeng had brought Yang Kai to visit. A lot of shattered spirit provinces were scattered around this area. It was apparent that these shattered spirit provinces were parts of the destroyed or stars. Yang Kai looked around and realized in shock that there were cultivators standing on these shattered spirit provinces. Without fail, they were all engulfed in dark fog. They were obviously black ink disciples. It seemed that they were cultivating. A strange energy fluctuation was felt coming from a particular direction, which prompted Yang Kai to turn his head and have a look. Luan Baifeng noticed it as well. She then said with a smile, "What a coincidence. Something is about to happen. Let's go take a look." Without saying anything, Yang Kai followed her. A moment later, they arrived at a spot that was 30 kilometers away from a shattered spirit province. There was a black ink disciple on the shattered spirit province who was performing a set of hand seals. Black ink strength weltered around his figure. Yang Kai found the black ink disciple familiar, so he reckoned that the person was Luan Baifeng's former subordinate. He had been to Black territory twice prior to this, so he should have seen him before. At this moment, the illusory phantom of the small universe behind the person was flickering, and his world force was undulating. It was apparent that he was on the brink of achieving an ascension. Is he going to break through? Yang Kai arched his brow. Luan Baifeng nodded. Fan Xiuqi has been stuck in the Fifth Order Open Heaven realm for 2,000 years. Fan Xiuqi was the name of this black ink disciple. Luan Baifeng was a Sixth Order Open Heaven realm master, so her subordinates were all below the Sixth Order. She especially regarded Fifth Order Open Heaven realm masters highly. Fan Xiuqi was one of them, and he had been her subordinate for 1,000 years. He was a ruthless man who was originally from a small sect. Since he was displeased with the sect master for distributing materials unfairly, he decided to kill him and fled from the sect. As he had nowhere else to go, he eventually arrived at Black territory and became Luan Baifeng's subordinate. He had been stuck in the Fifth Order Open Heaven realm for the past 2,000 years, so it was obvious that his aptitude was ordinary. Yang Kai had a speculation about what Luan Baifeng wanted him to see. Fan Xiuqi only managed to break through to the Third Order initially. Luan Baifeng looked in that direction with a fervent expression. There were countless Third Order Open Heaven realm masters in the 3,000 worlds, making it the starting point for most Open Heaven realm masters. The limits of their own aptitudes, the difficulty of acquiring materials, and their finances made it impossible for most cultivators to have a better choice when ascending to the Open Heaven realm. Moreover, even ascending to the Third Order Open Heaven realm was a dream that a lot of people could never achieve in their lifetimes. Fan Xiuqi was just one of those many people. Although he was ordinary, he was the epitome of those who could never achieve anything great in life. If one directly ascended to the Third Order Open Heaven realm, the end of their martial Tao would be the Fifth Order. In other words, if nothing unexpected happened, the Fifth Order Open Heaven realm was the best Fan Xiuqi could achieve in his life. That was the reason he had been stuck in this order for 2,000 years. Nevertheless, he was showing signs of achieving a breakthrough at this moment. This had nothing to do with his own aptitude or the materials provided to him from Black territory. It was entirely because of the black ink strength. Black ink strength was able to shatter the shackles of the Open Heaven realm and allow Fan Xiuqi to have a chance of achieving greater heights after he reached his supposed Fifth Order limit. This was the other benefit of the black ink strength that Luan Baifeng wanted to show Yang Kai. The wonders of the black ink strength were manifested right before their eyes. Yang Kai pretended to be fervent as well, but inside he was truly flabbergasted. He had never witnessed this before, so even though he understood the allure of black ink strength to cultivators, it had never felt more obvious than now. Those from the cave heavens and paradises were right to stop the news from spreading. If the wonders of the black ink strength became known to the public, a lot of people wouldn't be able to resist the temptation. In order to seek a greater power, they would willingly side with the Black Ink clan. It wasn't easy for a Fifth Order Open Heaven realm master to ascend to the Sixth Order. With that said, Fan Xiuqi had stayed in the Fifth Order for 2,000 years, so he had accumulated enough heritage. He was already at the peak of the Fifth Order, so even though the process was challenging, he managed to persevere. A few days later, the noise gradually died down and Fan Xiuqi successfully broke through to the Sixth Order Open Heaven realm. Luan Baifeng was evidently pleased. Even though there were a lot of black ink disciples presently, she and Yang Kai were the only Sixth Order Open Heaven realm masters due to various reasons. With Fan Xiuqi ascending to the Sixth Order, their collective power was now strengthened greatly. Fan Xiuqi didn't immediately stop cultivating. for he still had to solidify his cultivation after the breakthrough. However, upon realizing that Luan Baifeng and Yang Kai were observing him, he opened his eyes and nodded at them. However, Yang Kai had a feeling that something was off. Although the black ink strength was wondrous, it seemed it wasn't as miraculous as he had imagined. Before the ascension, Fan Xiuqi had a short and frail-looking figure, but at this moment, his body had swollen up and become quite bulky, even a bit disfigured in fact. It was as though he had transformed into an entirely different person. Even those who were familiar with him would no longer be able to recognize him. The transformation in his body after the breakthrough was obviously a hidden danger of the black ink strength. Although Yang Kai had no idea what consequences that the hidden danger would lead to, he reckoned that they wouldn't be good. He then turned to look at another shattered spirit province. Over the past few days when Fan Xiuqi was trying to achieve an ascension, the black ink disciple in this particular spirit province was showing signs of achieving a breakthrough as well. Perhaps Fan Xiuqi's ascension had caused this person's internal qi to surge as well. This person was also Luan Baifeng's former subordinate, but he was only in the 4th Order Open Heaven realm. According to Luan Baifeng, his name was Shu Yuanxi. Shu Yuanxi only started out as a 2nd Order Open Heaven realm master, so the 4th Order was his limit. However, under the influence of the black ink strength, that limit no longer mattered as he was now able to make it to the 5th Order. After witnessing Fan Xiuqi's experience, Luan Baifeng became even more excited. Just like Yang Kai, she had initially broken through to the 5th Order, so the 7th Order would be her limit. Now, she was only a step away from the 7th Order, and when she finally achieved a breakthrough one day, there wouldn't be any goal she could work towards. However, the black ink strength had given her the hope of possibly making it to the 8th Order and even the 9th Order. Even those from the cave heavens and paradises would have to look up to her by then. Unfortunately, Shu Yuanxi's ascension wasn't as smooth as that of Fan Xiuqi. The turn of events surprised everyone. As Luan Baifeng and Yang Kai observed him, his aura rose from the 4th Order to the 5th Order. The moment it hit the 5th Order, though, the black ink strength that had been swirling around Shu Yuanxi suddenly surged, as though it had gone out of control. A shriek was heard coming from that direction. Luan Baifeng's expression changed, but she didn't intend to interfere. The reason she was here was to observe her companions who would break through their limits so that she could get prepared for her future ascension. She didn't know how to deal with this anomaly, nor was she willing to intervene. As she and Yang Kai watched Shu Yuanxi attentively, his cultivation and strength fluctuated wildly. Sometimes he would be in a perilous situation, but sometimes he would be as calm as still water. The dust finally settled more than 10 days later. In the spirit province, Shu Yuanxi was lying on the ground and gasping for breath. Luan Baifeng and Yang Kai came over and landed in front of him. Upon seeing his condition, they couldn't help but frown. Presently, Shu Yuanxi was in a terrible state. His power was undulating uncontrollably as his aura dropped to the 4th Order, then rose to the 5th Order in a seemingly random manner. What concerned the two of them was that Shu Yuanxi's appearance had changed drastically. His clothes were all tattered, and his body was covered with sarcomas. Some of them were as big as a head, while some of them were as small as a fist. A dark power was seen flowing within these cysts. Some cracks started appearing on some of the sarcomas as black ink strength flowed out of them like pus. At this moment, Shu Yuanxi could very well be described as hideous. Realizing that he was in critical danger, he pleaded with Luan Baifeng, saying, "Save me." Luan Baifeng dispassionately looked down at him. A moment later, she shook her head and pressed her hand against her chest before saying in a solemn manner, "Black ink eternal." Instantly, Shu Yuanxi turned from flustered to calm as he realized something. Without feeling resentful, he thumped his fist against his chest and shouted resolutely, "Black ink eternal." The next moment, Luan Baifeng made a move by engulfing Shu Yuanxi with her 6th Order Open Heaven realm power and reduced him to dust. Shu Yuanxi had no hope of survival. Even if she never made a move, he would have exploded sooner or later given his condition. His small universe collapsed while his world force dissipated. Rich black ink strength had also streamed out. Just then, Luan Baifeng took a deep breath. Instead of drifting away, all of the black ink strength was sucked into her mouth. She appeared elated and closed her eyes to enjoy it, as though she had just had a taste of the most delicious dish in the world. Yang Kai felt all his bodily hair standing on end. A moment later, he said, "It seems that there's a risk of using Master's power to shatter our shackles." Shu Yuanxi's death was the best proof of it. On the other hand, even though Fan Xiuqi had successfully broken through, his appearance had changed drastically. It was obvious that he would be faced with some hidden danger in the future. Luan Baifeng suddenly opened her eyes and shot him a piercing glare. "Are you doubting, Master?" An alerted Yang Kai hung his head low. "I wouldn't dare." Luan Baifeng stared fixedly at him for a moment before saying, "Master is omnipotent and all-powerful. Shu Yuanxi failed because he was incompetent. The reason Fan Xiuqi has succeeded is that he is truly loyal to Master." Indeed, Yang Kai nodded in agreement. "I don't want to hear any of that again. Any disrespect to Master is blasphemy." Luan Baifeng sternly warned, "Even if Master won't settle the score with you, I'll not let you off." "I will never speak so again," Yang Kai assured her with a solemn expression. In the meantime, he secretly warned himself to be careful when dealing with Luan Baifeng before the powerful cultivators from the cave heavens and paradises arrived. He had to pretend that he was a loyal black ink disciple until then. When Luan Baifeng saw that Yang Kai had shown enough sincerity, her expression turned milder. She nodded and said, "You're already familiar with the situation here, and you had the experience of transforming a cultivator into a companion some time ago. It's time you began actively helping the cause." Marshall Peak, Chapter 4869, Before Black Ink, All Our Ants. "What do you want me to do?" Yang Kai asked. "Go turn more people into our companions." There was a faint smile on Luan Baifeng's face. "There are a lot of people in Black Territory now. They are the sustenance that Master will need when he awakens, so we can't miss this chance." Yang Kai replied respectfully, "It is my honor to aid Master." "Go now. I'll be waiting." Luan Baifeng waved her hand. It was then Yang Kai dashed towards the Black Territory's inner region, while pondering on how he should deal with this situation as a black ink disciple. The powerful cultivators from the cave heavens and paradises hadn't arrived yet, so he had to make sure that Luan Baifeng wouldn't be alerted. However, her request to make him turn more people into companions put him in a tight spot. There was indeed some black ink essence in his body that could be used to transform people into black ink disciples, and he had done just that to Yuan Tongguang previously. Nevertheless, he had no choice but to do so at that time as Luan Baifeng was watching him. Now that Luan Baifeng asked him to do it again, Yang Kai definitely wouldn't want to oblige. Nonetheless, if he never made a move, his inaction would be exposed sooner or later. How was he going to explain himself to her by then? Another thing that concerned him was the black ink clansmen trapped in the depths of the black prison. In the past, Yang Kai performed a sacrificial offering and summoned the Great Will in an attempt to find out the other party's hiding place, but his attempt turned out to be a failure. However, he had clearly felt the consciousness presence and prowess. Similarly, the other party must have detected his presence as well. If the owner of the consciousness was a black ink clansman trapped in the black prison, he would be in a perilous situation. Due to a long period of imprisonment, the black ink clansman in the depths of the black prison was in a deep sleep, but when they awakened, they might notice his presence. When that time came, his identity would instantly be exposed. Hence, Yang Kai believed that it was just a matter of time before his identity was compromised. It was a race against time. If the masters from the cave heavens and paradises could arrive before he was exposed, things would be fine. However, if they couldn't achieve that, he would be in danger. While his emotions undulated in his heart, he headed to star 16. The moment he descended from the sky, the cultivators on star 16 noticed his presence. Soon, the old man surnamed Yuan Tongguang, and the others came over and saluted him. "Greetings, Sect Master Yang." Yang Kai nodded. "I'm just looking around. Tend to your own business." All of them replied, "Yes." Yuan Tongguang and the others scattered and continued mining. Yang Kai decided to stay on star 16 for now. Although he was at risk of having his identity brought to light, he wasn't willing to turn more people into black ink disciples. He could only pray that the cave heavens and paradises would arrive sooner. After making some calculations, he realized that it had only been 1 to 2 months since Luo Ting, he, and the others left. Regardless of how quickly they were, help must still be on the way to this place. Fortunately, nothing unexpected happened in the next half a month. While Yuan Tongguang and the others focused on extracting materials, Luan Baifeng didn't have the intention of looking for him. This allowed Yang Kai to have some peaceful days. However, he soon discovered something that made him feel speechless. There were a total of 13 Open Heaven Realm Masters who were extracting materials on or Star 16 now. The most powerful one was the old man surnamed Yu, who was riding a blue-eyed toad. He was in the 5th order while the rest were in the 3rd order and 4th order Open Heaven Realm. All 13 Open Heaven Realm Masters had been transformed into black ink disciples. It seemed that Luan Baifeng had already made a move prior to this. Yuan Tongguang was transformed into a black ink disciple by Yang Kai, after which he returned to or Star 16. With his cooperation, Luan Baifeng could easily subdue the Open Heaven Realm Masters in this place. It wouldn't have mattered if everything ended there, but 20 days after Yang Kai arrived at or Star 16, Yuan Tongguang and the others, who were extracting materials, suddenly gathered together. Upon noticing it, Yang Kai decided to observe them despite not knowing what was going on. He didn't hide his figure. Even though the black ink disciples were aware of his presence, they didn't say anything. With Yuan Tongguang in the lead, they took off their space rings and passed them to the old man surnamed Yu. The latter silently took the rings with a solemn expression. "You'll keep these rings." Yuan Tongguang gazed at the old man surnamed Yu and said. The older man nodded. "Don't worry. You all go on ahead. This old master will join you soon." Yuan Tongguang and the others pressed their hands against their chests. "Black ink eternal." The old man surnamed Yu replied, "Black ink eternal." The next instant, 12 Open Heaven Realm Masters shot into the sky and turned into rays of light. Yang Kai sported a dark expression as he had a speculation about what was going on. He sauntered towards the old man surnamed Yu and stood beside him before looking in the direction Yuan Tongguang and the others had left. "Before black ink, all our ants," the old man surnamed Yu suddenly said. There was a longing expression on his face, as though he was eager to run after Yuan Tongguang and the others. "They will soon be one with Master and live eternally. This is an honor we all crave." Yang Kai's speculation was instantly proven right. There was something he was curious about, though. "Who gave you the order?" he asked. The old man surnamed Yu shook his head. "No one ordered us to do anything. As long as Master has a need, we are ready to sacrifice ourselves. It could be me next time, or even you." Yang Kai frowned. Could the black ink disciples sense the black ink clansmen's need? Is that why they would proactively sacrifice themselves? However, Yang Kai didn't have time to ponder on it. He had been waiting for a long time and didn't want to expose himself so soon, but things had come to a point where he had no choice but to make a move. First of all, he was the one who transformed Yuan Tongguang into a black ink disciple. If the latter killed himself because of that, Yang Kai would be the murderer. It wasn't that he had never killed anyone before, but the ones he had slain were all enemies he could not reconcile with. Yang Kai had never killed an innocent before, so he wasn't willing to see Yuan Tongguang die. Secondly, the black ink clansmen trapped in the depths of the black prison lived on world force. By intercepting Yuan Tongguang and the others, Yang Kai could stop the black ink clansman from restoring himself. The old man surnamed Yu became alerted as he gazed at Yang Kai. "Didn't you sense it?" Yang Kai flashed a smile at him, revealing his snow-white teeth. While the old man surnamed Yu was confused, the illusory phantom of a small universe appeared behind Yang Kai and swallowed the old man up like an ominous beast. The small universes of high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters had materialized, so they could accommodate living creatures, including Open Heaven Realm Masters of lower orders. Even though Yang Kai wasn't a high-rank Open Heaven Realm Master yet, his small universe had already materialized. As a 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, he was able to keep the old man surnamed Yu who was a fifth-order open heaven realm master, inside his small universe as long as he could unleash a burst of force that the other party couldn't resist. With that said, there would be a risk Yang Kai had to bear for keeping the other party inside his small universe. This wasn't really an issue for Yang Kai, though. He was nearly on par with a seventh-order open heaven realm master now, so before the old man surnamed you had time to react, he was subdued and transferred into Yang Kai's small universe. The next instant, he was engulfed in a restrictive power and became rooted to the spot, as though he had been struck with a binding secret technique. He couldn't even move a muscle. In Seven Stars Sect, Sui was feeding the golden carp that had obtained a dragon vein after drinking Yang Kai's dragon blood when all of a sudden, the world around him started spinning. When he recovered, he realized that he was in an unfamiliar place. There was a short and wrinkled old man who appeared bound in place there. Beside the old man stood a blue-eyed toad that was as tall as a three-story building. A gurgling sound was heard coming from its throat, and the pustules on its figure exuded a poisonous aura. Sui was dumbstruck at the sight. He felt an unimaginable energy fluctuation coming from the old man and the blue-eyed toad. In the past, he thought that Emperor Realm Masters were the most powerful cultivators in the world, but even they seemed insignificant compared to the pair before his eyes. He had only felt the same kind of formidable aura from his honored master before. Before he could figure out what was going on, Sui heard his honored master speaking to him. "Keep an eye on him. Call out to me immediately if anything happens."
Yes,
Sui quickly replied. He no longer felt flustered upon hearing his honored master's voice. With his honored master around, he wouldn't have to fear anything. Meanwhile, Yang Kai had already manipulated space principles to chase after the group which had just left. A moment later, he saw Yuan Tongguang and the others and directly hastened his pace to intercept them. These black ink disciple appeared startled and Yuan Tongguang took the initiative to ask, "What's wrong, Sect Master Yang?" "Nothing. I'm just here to save your lives," Yang Kai replied impassively. The next moment, he crashed into these black ink disciples as his small universe expanded and engulfed all of them. On the other hand, Sui was staring fixedly at the old man surnamed Yu. Upon realizing that the old man really couldn't move a muscle, he shifted his attention to the blue-eyed toad. He had never seen such a hideous-looking monster beast before. The golden carp he was told to take care of was much more pleasing to the eye than this blue-eyed toad. Just then, he caught a glimpse of several people appearing abruptly, and just like the short old man, they were all immobile. Sui quickly stayed further away from them as he wondered what his honored master was doing. It was apparent that his honored master had captured and rendered them immovable, but what was his reason for doing so? In the past, Yang Kai wouldn't have spared the lives of black ink disciples. When someone was invaded by the black ink strength, there was no way they could be saved. That was the firm belief those from Langya Paradise had instilled in him. That was what those from Langya Paradise did as well. Those sixth-order open heaven realm masters, who had exceptional aptitudes and held important positions in Langya Paradise, were all killed. Even Gu Linger, who was popular among the disciples and elders alike, was not spared. Yuan Du and all other black ink disciples were condemned to death the moment they were discovered. However, Yang Kai wanted to save these black ink disciples now. At the same time, he had to verify a speculation he had. A cultivator's temperament would change drastically after they were turned into a black ink disciple, but that wasn't their true selves. If his speculation was proven right, it would mean that it wasn't impossible to save these black ink disciples. That would be good news for the entire universe. Marshall Peak, Chapter 4870. The time has come. Once again, Yang Kai arrived at the center of the Black Prison, where the Black Ink Clansman was imprisoned. There were a lot of Black Ink disciples scattered on the Ore Stars, and he had no idea which of those Black Ink disciples would come over to sacrifice themselves, so he decided to simply wait for their arrival here. With the help of the Demon Eye of Annihilation, Yang Kai was still able to clearly see the concealed danger in this place. The center of the super array was the most intimidating. Even though he was strong, he wouldn't dare to barge into its range. The strange strength that derived from the super array was extremely violent in this place. If not for the fact that Yang Kai had the world's spring to protect his small universe, he wouldn't be able to last here for long. Before he even arrived at this place, the heritage of his small universe would have been completely drained. The reason the Black Ink disciples could arrive at this place safely was that they had the Black Ink strength's protection. There was one thing that puzzled Yang Kai, though. How did the Black Ink disciples avoid the spirit arrays that were widely present in Black territory? In this place, there was a super array that consisted of countless spirit arrays and/or stars which was used to imprison the Black Ink clansmen. Everywhere in Black territory was potentially dangerous. The reason Yang Kai could come all the way here was that his demon eye of annihilation was able to see through all illusions in the world. He might not be able to see through the abstrusity of those spirit arrays, but with the help of the demon eye of annihilation, he could find the traces of their presence, at least so he could avoid them. Those third-order and fourth-order Black Ink disciples were obviously incapable of doing that, so Yang Kai could only speculate that Wan Baifeng had mapped out a safe route for them to come to this place and sacrifice themselves for the Black Ink clan. The next day after Yang Kai arrived at this place, he intercepted a group of 5 Black Ink disciples. Just like what he had previously done, he put them inside his small universe and suppressed them. 2 to 3 days later, he intercepted another group of Black Ink disciples. Yang Kai initially wanted to find a regular pattern, but his attempt was futile. The frequency of their arrival and the number of people were irregular. Sometimes there would be a lot of people, but sometimes there would only be a small number. There were times when no one came over for 5 days in a row, but at other times, people would arrive every day. In just 1 month, Yang Kai had stuffed more than 100 Open Heaven Realm Masters into his small universe. Other than the old man surnamed Yu, who was a 5th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, the rest were in the 3rd Order and 4th Order Open Heaven Realm. Perhaps to the Black Ink disciples, 5th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters were indispensable for now, so they were not willing to sacrifice such people. Yang Kai had a feeling that what was going on in this place would be exposed soon. In fact, he was already surprised that he had managed to stay here for a whole month without alerting Wan Baifeng. And soon that time came. One day, when Yang Kai was resting in the void as he patiently waited for the Black Ink disciples' arrival, he suddenly opened his eyes. A chill gripped him, which prompted him to activate his world force to protect himself. There seemed to be a hidden gaze that took a glance at him from the depths of the void. The great consciousness he had felt during the sacrificial offering in the past appeared for a breath before vanishing again. The consciousness could no longer be felt, as though it was nothing more than an illusion. However, Yang Kai was fully aware that it wasn't an illusion. He had been intercepting the Black Ink disciples in this place, so the Black Ink clansman, who was sound asleep, hadn't had any nourishment for an entire month. There was no doubt that the Black Ink clansmen had been alerted, which was why they had awakened from their sleep for a brief moment. Yang Kai had no idea whether the other party had slumbered off again, but he was now certain that the Black Ink clansman who had a hand in Langya Paradise was the same as the one who was trapped in the Black Prison. He had felt the same consciousness twice, so he reckoned that his speculation was right. This was actually good news, for there might only be one Black Ink clansman present in the 3,000 worlds. Yang Kai was initially worried that there would be more members of the Black Ink clan in hiding. The bad news was that a battle was now imminent. There were probably thousands of Black Ink disciples in the Black Prison, while Yang Kai was on his own. The imprisoned Black Ink clansmen had already noticed his presence, so there was no way the Black Ink disciples were still clueless now. Over the past month, Yang Kai wasn't just waiting around though. Instead, he had been planning out his next move, and now was the time for him to take action. He first fished out some space beacons and scattered them around the void. These small space beacons were inconspicuous, and no one could notice them unless they were looking for them. After he was done with placing the space beacons, Yang Kai charged towards the periphery of Black territory at the speed of lightning. He made a round trip after just half a day, and as he took a deep breath, he stared fixedly in a particular direction and waited. The Black Ink disciples didn't let him wait for long. Barely 2 days later, several rays of light rapidly approached him from the distance. Behind the rays of light were countless figures that navigated through the void like locusts. Yang Kai narrowed his eyes, for he had underestimated Luan Baifeng's speed at turning more people into black ink disciples. Some time ago, Luan Baifeng told him that there were about 1,000 black ink disciples in black territory, but the number had increased by several times now. As Yang Kai gazed at these black ink disciples, who were densely packed in this place, and reckoned that there were at least 5,000 of them. Although most of them were in the third order and fourth order open heaven realm, 5,000 cultivators were still a force to be reckoned with. The person leading the way was none other than Luan Baifeng, who was followed by Xian Pong and the new sixth order open heaven realm master, Fan Xiuqi. They stopped in a spot that was several dozen kilometers away from Yang Kai. Luan Baifeng stared at the man with a dark expression, fury and disbelief written all over her face. She had seen the black ink insect penetrate Yang Kai's body and transform him into a black ink disciple with her own eyes. Initially, she thought that Yang Kai was one of their companions, so she trusted him fully during this period of time. However, she had never expected that it was all just an act. If her master hadn't given the order in the brief moment he awakened, she would still have been in the dark about this. She was fully aware of how strong Yang Kai was, so she knew that she was no match for him on her own, which was why she immediately gathered all the black ink disciples together and came over to kill Yang Kai regardless of the cost. How did you do it? Luan Baifeng glowered at him. This question had been troubling her. Since Yang Kai was even able to resist the black ink insect's invasion, there were no other ways that could transform him into a companion. If she couldn't figure out the reason behind it, she wouldn't be able to trust any new black ink disciples. Without trust, the black ink disciples could no longer work together. Why don't you take a guess? Yang Kai grinned. It was expected that he wouldn't tell her the truth, as he was more than happy to stall for time. Luan Baifeng said, a lot of profounding bamboo was found in the new great territory. Since your small universe has materialized, you're able to nurture profounding bamboo. As one of the 12 minor pillars, profounding bamboo is beneficial to the small universe. Not only can it fortify the small universe, but it could also fend off any external influence. Is that the reason behind it? Yang Kai clapped his hands. You're indeed clever. However, Luan Baifeng shook her head. Although the profounding bamboo is incredible, it's unable to resist a black ink insect's influence. In fact, none 12 minor pillars can do that, unless you have one of the 4 great pillars. At this point, Luan Baifeng's expression changed. I initially wanted to spare your life, but now it seems that I can't do that. With one of the 4 great pillars protecting his small universe, Yang Kai would never be turned into their companion. Although it was difficult to guard against the black ink strength, the 4 great pillars were its biggest nemesis. Yang Kai shot a glance at the people behind her and sneered. Do you think you can rely on these people to kill me, Luan Baifeng? Are you sure it's not all your wishful thinking? Even if they're not familiar with my strength, are you clueless about it as well? Luan Baifeng snorted. Let's see if they're able to kill you or not. Despite what she had just said, she didn't immediately order them to make a move. Instead, she asked, you lied to me that those people were going to Void Land and High Heaven Palace to get more people to come over, didn't you? They must have gone to seek help, right? Correct. Yang Kai nodded in admission. If nothing unexpected happens, the masters from the cave heavens and paradises will be here soon. So what if they come? Luan Baifeng wasn't flustered one bit. As long as Master breaks free from his shackles, those so-called cave heavens and paradises are nothing more than weaklings. Before black ink, all are ants. Yang Kai let out a sigh. Luan Baifeng, listen to the voice in your heart. You are not your true self now. You're just being influenced by the black ink strength. As a woman, you've managed to make it to the 6th order open heaven realm. You shouldn't be so weak-willed. Impudence. Luan Baifeng snapped. You have no right to criticize us. Yang Kai shook his head and fell silent. Luan Baifeng was his former subordinate, so he wanted to give persuading her a try. However, he knew that after she was invaded by the black ink strength, there was no way she would change her mind. I do have one question, though. Luan Baifeng frowned. I hope you'll answer it. Go ahead. Yang Kai nodded. It now seems to me that you were well prepared before coming to black territory. Were you already aware of the situation here? You could say so. How did you find out? Luan Baifeng appeared puzzled. Yang Kai hung his head low for a moment before replying, I thought you and Xen Peng were dead. As he spoke, he summoned the loyalty list and turned to the pages where their names were supposed to be. Your names suddenly vanished. I was heartbroken. So I decided to come to Black Territory to look into the matter, but it turned out that you two are still alive and kicking. That's why I found it strange and began investigating. Luan Baifeng was astounded as she had never expected the fact that the situation in Black Territory being exposed had something to do with the loyalty list. That explained everything. Yang Kai came over to find out the truth behind their deaths, but he came across Xi and Peng just outside Black Territory. That was why he hid his identity and followed Yuan Tongguang to enter Black Territory and look into the matter. It wasn't until Luan Baifeng used a black ink insect to deal with Yang Kai that all his speculations were verified. Fate is truly unpredictable. Our plan has been foiled. Luan Baifeng let out a sigh. If the situation in Black Territory hadn't been exposed so soon, she could have come up with a way to help her master break free from his prison. However, nothing was certain now. Even though she said she wasn't bothered by the masters from the cave heavens and paradises, she actually regarded them as archenemies. After all, the cave heavens and paradises had been in existence for eons, and they had accumulated an incalculable heritage. The weak black ink disciples in Black Territory were certainly no match for them. All this happened because of Yang Kai, so it was expected that Luan Baifeng was resentful of him. Martial Peak, Chapter 4871. One man blocks the path. Upon finding out the truth, Luan Baifeng did not hesitate anymore as she waved her hand and ordered, Kill him. The black ink disciples had been waiting for this moment. After receiving the order, they activated their divine abilities and secret techniques and launched them at Yang Kai. Lights of different colors streamed towards Yang Kai. The magnificence would dazzle anyone's eyes. However, the magnificent view brought with it endless murderous intent. Yang Kai was no ordinary Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Master. Moreover, he was an expert in the Tao of space with incredible mobility. Therefore, Luan Baifeng wouldn't let those black ink disciples directly deal with him. In front of someone like Yang Kai, these Third Order, Fourth Order, and Fifth Order black ink disciples were no different from ants. Having said that, enough ants could kill an elephant. The secret techniques and divine abilities activated by thousands of people formed into a colossal torrent. Even a Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm Master would have to avoid it. Nevertheless, Yang Kai didn't seem to have the intention of dodging. With a solemn expression, he lowered his stance and activated his wood element power, after which a gigantic tree with dense leaves appeared behind him. The tree was so large that it seemed able to cover the entire sky. The umbrella-shaped tree crown turned into the most robust defense and protected Yang Kai within. A rich vitality exuded from the ancient tree. The divine manifestation, towering evergreen, had saved Yang Kai from countless dangerous situations before. The divine manifestation was activated through his wood element power, which was derived from the immortal tree's essence. Not only did it have incredible healing power, but it also had an unimaginably sturdy defense. This was the best defensive secret technique Yang Kai could use. Yang Kai had always had an inkling about the order of the immortal tree. Perhaps it was in the Ninth Order, or perhaps it even ranked above that. After all, this was the rarest and most precious treasure of the wood element, so it wouldn't be surprising if it ranked beyond the Ninth Order. Though, this was only hypothetical as there was no established rank above the Ninth Order. The divine abilities and secret techniques thrown by those Third Order, Fourth Order, and Fifth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters struck the huge tree crown and a green light undulated, sending out a layer of ripples. Nevertheless, Yang Kai remained unharmed. Luan Baifeng gritted her teeth and glowered at Yang Kai. Since she never ordered them to stop, these black ink disciples continued to blast their secret techniques and divine abilities at Yang Kai. They were going all out as they regarded the figure in front of them as their greatest nemesis and wanted nothing more than to destroy him. Even though Yang Kai was able to fend off rounds of dense and continuous attacks for now, how long could he persevere? Just a moment later, The gigantic tree started shrinking rapidly, and even the green glow grew dimmer. 1 hour later, the colossal tree was reduced to the size of a normal tree, and the hanging branches could only protect a small area around Yongkai. However, the black ink disciple didn't seem to be stopping anytime soon. A mocking smile spread across Luan Baifeng's face. Yongkai let out a sigh, knowing that he couldn't persevere any longer. Even though towering evergreen was powerful, it couldn't bear the incessant bombardment from thousands of black ink disciples. The fact that it had lasted this long time was a testament to how astonishing it was. The moment Luan Baifeng curled up her lips, Yongkai abruptly disappeared from the spot. Her expression changed drastically, and without hesitation, she took out several array plates. She knew what Yongkai wanted to do, so she was well prepared for this. As an expert in Tao of Spirit arrays, she would dedicate time to creating a lot of array plates. A powerful spirit array was sealed within every array plate, and once these spirit arrays were activated, they could be used against her enemies at a moment's notice. In an instant, several array plates exploded. One sealing array and one killing array expanded in front of her, while 3 bewildering arrays overlaid each other and engulfed her. Booming sounds were heard coming from in front of her. The moment the killing array was formed, it was forcefully destroyed by Yongkai. The sealing array also only managed to stop him for a breath before it was shattered. However, Yongkai stopped in his tracks all of a sudden. There was a fog in front of him where countless illusions loomed, but Luan Baifeng was nowhere to be seen. Naturally, she was hiding within the bewildering arrays she had activated. Her voice sounded elusive as she sneered, "You want to catch me first? Dream on. I dare you to come in and give it a try." In an instant, Yongkai's left eye glowed with a golden light as the power of his demon eye of annihilation manifested. Nonetheless, he was unable to see through the bewildering arrays. The spirit arrays that Luan Baifeng set up were powerful, and he knew little about Tao of Spirit arrays, so he wouldn't dare to rashly intrude. There was no winner or loser after this brief exchange of moves. However, the black ink disciples were unaffected as they changed directions and continued, throwing their secret techniques and divine abilities at Yongkai. Yongkai gritted his teeth and snorted, "You'd better not show up, otherwise I'll kill you." As he spoke, he was drowned in countless secret techniques and divine abilities. Some of the black ink disciples appeared elated, but Luan Baifeng's high-pitched voice reverberated in the next instant, "Be careful, this bastard won't die so easily." As expected, Yongkai abruptly appeared in another place on the battlefield. The illusory phantom of his small universe expanded and swallowed the black ink disciples, who were facing away from him, like an ominous beast. The illusory phantom and Yongkai then disappeared. In the meantime, more than 100 black ink disciples had also vanished. This turn of events attracted the attention of many black ink disciples as they turned to look in that direction. However, Yongkai had already moved to a different place. Just like what happened earlier, his small universe expanded and contracted in the blink of an eye. All the black ink disciples in that area were sucked into his small universe. These third order, fourth order, and fifth order black ink disciples were powerless to resist. The entire battlefield was like a large biscuit that had been bitten by Yongkai twice. It was then followed by a third, then a fourth bite. For every bite, at least 100 black ink disciples that had gathered together would disappear. Luan Baifeng was livid. She had brought several thousand black ink disciples to this place in order to kill Yongkai and nip the crisis in the bud. Nevertheless, it now seemed that she was too naive. The average 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master wouldn't be able to face off against so many black ink disciples. However, Yongkai was no ordinary 6th Order Master. Even if he was no match for them, he could always manipulate space principles and flee. By observing his actions, Luan Baifeng finally realized his intentions. It was apparent that he didn't intend to flee, nor did he want to kill any of these black ink disciples. His plan was to suppress them inside his small universe. Luan Baifeng knew what he was wary of, so she soon came up with an idea. Her eyes went completely black, and as the leader of these black ink disciples, she sent an order to all of them. The next instant, thousands of black ink disciples charged towards the center of the black prison. They initially intended to kill Yang Kai, but they all ignored him now. Even when he brushed past them, they didn't even spare him a glance. Don't even think about it. Yang Kai roared and crashed into those black ink disciples as his small universe swelled. Wherever he went, a large number of black ink disciples would be sucked into his small universe. Luan Baifeng's laughter could be heard coming from within the arrays as she taunted. Can you stop them all? We are all willing to sacrifice ourselves for Master. She no longer wanted to kill Yang Kai, for she and the black ink disciples were incapable of doing that. However, the black ink disciples could sacrifice themselves to nourish the sleeping master. As long as their master could regain his power, he would be able to awaken and free himself. By then, even the powerful cultivators from the cave heavens and paradises would be doomed, let alone a mere Yang Kai. This was her original plan anyway. She initially wanted to take it slow and spend decades completing this task so that she wouldn't attract any unwanted attention. However, since the secret had been exposed, she had no choice but to carry it out sooner. The masters from the cave heavens and paradises were already on their way to this place. If their master couldn't break free from the prison in time, these thousands of black ink disciples wouldn't be able to defend themselves. Rather than letting these black ink disciples be killed by those from the cave heavens and paradises, Luan Baifeng reckoned that they should sacrifice themselves for the master. No one could stop a person who was determined to die, not to mention that thousands of open heaven realm masters were adamant to sacrifice themselves. Yang Kai shot through the crowd of black ink disciples, and wherever he went, a large area would be cleared out as several hundred black ink disciples would be kept inside his small universe. Standing in front of the center of the black prison, he was faced with black ink disciples who were charging forward in his direction. All of them appeared pious, as though they would soon be greeted with eternal life instead of death. Your actions are futile. Luan Baifeng sneered in an attempt to shatter Yang Kai's confidence. Ignoring her, Yang Kai stood there silently with a calm expression. When the first batch of black ink disciples arrived at a critical point, Yang Kai suddenly performed some hand seals and surged his power. Activate. A dot of black light suddenly exploded and expanded into a black hole that seemed like it could swallow everything in existence. The black hole was so huge that the surrounding space began sinking into it. The unsuspecting black ink disciples were instantly sucked into it and disappeared. Dozens of black ink disciples were gone just like that. Luan Baifeng, who was hiding in her arrays, had her expression changed when she saw that. The black ink disciples didn't stop trying to kill themselves, so Yang Kai kept forming different hand seals as he darted about. As he kept these black ink disciples inside his small universe and suppressed them, he activated the trick he had set up earlier. More and more black holes exploded as they sucked these black ink disciples into them. An incense stick later, there still wasn't a single black ink disciple who had managed to cross the invisible boundary point. All of them were warded off by Yang Kai, so not even a tiny bit of nourishment had been provided to the black ink clansmen. The black ink disciples finally stopped in their tracks and stood there silently as they stared coldly at Yang Kai. It was as though Luan Baifeng was gaping at Yang Kai through these black ink disciples. She finally realized what Yang Kai had done as she spotted a larger number of space beacons floating about in the void. Where did you send them? She asked. Yang Kai put on a grin. Since I can't kill them, I can only send them far away. He had already pondered on this issue when he was setting up the trick. The black ink disciples couldn't be allowed to die anywhere near this place, for their deaths would turn into nutrients for the black ink clansmen. Hence, Yang Kai couldn't kill and could only suppress or expel them. Marshall Peak. Chapter 4872. Are you sure? Space beacons were a useful tool that could connect two distant places, and upon Yang Kai's activation, the space beacon's power was magnified. The black ink disciples sucked into the black holes were sent to a place that was billions of kilometers away. Although the black ink disciples could return, it would take them several days to do so. That was the only thing Yang Kai could do in this situation. The silent black ink disciples suddenly dispersed and blindly charged forward again. More space beacons exploded and turned into black holes as they drew those black ink disciples into them. However, the trick was no longer as effective. Yang Kai kept darting around as he forcefully transferred more black ink disciples inside his small universe and suppressed them. However, his stamina was not infinite. Although he had made prior arrangements and fully exerted himself in the moment, he still couldn't stop all these black ink disciples from killing themselves. Eventually, one black ink disciple broke through the blockade and crashed into the periphery of the Grand Array where the black ink clansman was imprisoned. The Grand Array's power erupted and turned the black ink disciple into dust. His small universe collapsed, and his world force dissipated. Although Yang Kai had previously seen batches of black ink disciples killing themselves, he hadn't originally understood their intentions. It wasn't until he heard Luan Baifeng's explanation that he found out the reason. As he observed the situation more carefully, he realized that the world force which leaked from the dead black ink disciple was drawn to the center of the black prison by a mysterious force. There was no doubt that the sleeping black ink clansman was absorbing that world force. A second black ink disciple soon crashed into the Grand Array. More and more black ink disciples broke through the blockade and sacrificed themselves to the black ink clansman. All the space beacons were used up by now, and Yang Kai had become noticeably sluggish and was no longer as agile before. Luan Baifeng, who had been hiding in her spirit arrays, finally appeared. Gazing at Yang Kai, she guffawed, "How much longer can you persevere?" She could see the problem that Yang Kai was facing, so she was no longer afraid that he would harm her. There was no way he would kill her here. Otherwise, it would be akin to providing nourishment to the black ink clansman. On the other hand, he was unable to put her inside his small universe as she was a 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. He could only keep Open Heaven Realm Masters that were below the 6th Order inside his small universe. Furthermore, his small universe must have reached its limit. So far, Yang Kai had sucked around 2,000 black ink disciples into this small universe, which was about half of the total number of black ink disciples here. There was a limit to his small universe's capacity, unfortunately, and for every black ink disciple he swallowed, the capacity would be reduced by a little. It was impossible for him to keep infinitely imprisoning these black ink disciples in his small universe. In fact, it was already inconceivable that he had managed to gobble up 2,000 black ink disciples. With such a large number of black ink disciples inside his small universe, it was expected that it would be hard for Yang Kai to mobilize his strength, not to mention that he had to divert a large part of his energy to suppress these black ink disciples so that they wouldn't be able to harm him from the inside. It was because of these hidden dangers that high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters wouldn't keep other Open Heaven Realm Masters inside their small universes despite being able to do so. They wouldn't do this unless it was absolutely necessary. First of all, it would affect their abilities to use their powers by keeping other Open Heaven Realm Masters inside their small universes. Secondly, if some ill-intentioned people made a move inside their small universes, they would be faced with great danger. Now, Yang Kai had reached his limit. The fact that the black ink disciples were able to brush past him and his sluggishness were the best proof. A sense of hesitation flashed through Luan Baifeng's eyes as she pondered on whether she should seize this chance and kill Yang Kai. Now, he was unable to fully activate his power. Perhaps he could only use half of his strength, so this was a great opportunity. Nevertheless, she soon gave up on that tempting idea. Although killing Yang Kai was important, she had to help her master restore his power as soon as possible. As long as the master could awaken, Yang Kai would no longer pose any threat to them. As the leader of these black ink disciples, Luan Baifeng activated her divine sense and prompted all the others to madly charge forward. They were no longer bothered by Yang Kai's presence. Yang Kai let out a sigh and performed a hand seal with one hand. The next moment, the power of a divine spirit swirled around him. Luan Baifeng's chest tightened as she suddenly had a bad feeling. Dragon transformation. As soon as Yang Kai growled, a dragon roar was heard reverberating across the void. A huge golden dragon head appeared behind him and a rich dragon pressure materialized and engulfed the surrounding space. Without stopping, the dragon head plunged into his body and disappeared. The next instant, a series of cracking sounds were heard coming from Yang Kai's body, and soon a colossal creature came into the black ink disciple's sight. It was a golden grand dragon. The dragon was covered in thick scales, and there were two intimidating dragon horns on his forehead. His dragon claws could be seen flickering with cold light, and the beard under his chin could be seen flapping in the non-existent wind. His huge eyes were like two suns that dazzled everyone's eyes. Yang Kai's 20,000-meter figure hovered in the void, as though marking a boundary between life and death. Luan Baifeng narrowed her eyes. She knew that Yang Kai had a dragon clan bloodline, and a very pure one at that. Additionally, she had seen him using his dragon transformation before. However, that happened several hundred years ago, and after using his secret technique, he only transformed into a 3,000-meter half-dragon. Several hundred years had passed, and now a 20,000 meters grand dragon stood before her. A horrifying dragon pressure seemed to have materialized as all the black ink disciples were stunned in place. As the leader of all divine spirits, the dragon clan's presence was naturally intimidating to all other living creatures. This wouldn't change even though they had turned into black ink disciples. Nonetheless, Luan Baifeng soon came to her senses. Yang Kai's power had been affected because he had swallowed too many black ink disciples, so he had no choice but to transform into a grand dragon in an attempt to deal with so many black ink disciples head-on. It was actually good news for them. Ignore him. Our lives are all for the glory of our master. Luan Baifeng bellowed. The black ink disciple shot forward again. Even though a 20,000 meters creature was colossal, it was still tiny when compared to the expansive void. Like the rising tide coming into contact with a rock, these black ink disciples dispersed right in front of the Grand Dragon. Certainly, Yang Kai wouldn't let them succeed. As the distance between them shortened, he lifted his dragon head, and the next moment, a deafening dragon roar reverberated out. This dragon roar was actually a chant in the abstruse dragon language, one of the secret techniques unique to the Dragon Clan. All these black ink disciples seemed to have crashed into an invisible wall as they were forced to stop in their tracks. The weaker ones directly passed out upon impact, while the stronger ones saw blood streaming out of their ears and noses as they staggered in the void. In the blink of an eye, several hundred of the remaining black ink disciples had passed out. Luan Baifeng's expression instantly turned livid. The dragon roar still hadn't stopped yet, so the still-conscious black ink disciples hurriedly activated their powers to resist its influence. A moment later, the dragon roar gradually died down, and the conscious black ink disciples once again charged forward without hesitation. This time, they scattered even further away from each other. A sense of helplessness flashed through the Grand Dragon's eyes. Yang Kai had already done his best, but he still couldn't stop these black ink disciples from sacrificing themselves. He could only continue trying to stop them and let the heavens decide their fate. As space principles undulated, he used near-distant horizon and caused the void to contort. After these black ink disciples were engulfed in near-distant horizon, they were unable to move forward at all, even though they were seemingly charging ahead. The Grand Dragon dashed forward as he swung his dragon tail and wielded his dragon claws. Even the dragon horns on his forehead had turned into weapons as he knocked these black ink disciples unconscious. Yang Kai wouldn't dare to kill them, as any dead black ink disciple would help to restore the black ink clansman's power. Even though a lot of black ink disciples had passed out, more of them had broken through his blockade and crashed into the Grand Array. After 1 or 2 days of intense battle, more than 1,000 black ink disciples had been knocked out by Yang Kai, while several hundred people had brushed past him and gotten themselves killed. This made Yang Kai feel helpless. Now, he was faced with an even more difficult situation. The black ink disciples that were transferred away by his space beacons should be returning soon, which would mean at least 1,000 more enemies to deal with. The black ink disciples had become familiar with the way Yang Kai fought, so he was no longer able to stop so many of them on his own. Realizing this as well, Luan Baifeng flashed a victorious smile at him. Yang Kai had no idea what would happen if so many people managed to move past him. Perhaps the sleeping black ink clansman would get enough nourishment and awaken from his slumber. In front of the center of the black prison, a grand dragon was silently hovering in the void. His own body was the last barrier. In a place that wasn't far away from him, Luan Baifeng was humming a song as she was apparently in a good mood. Besides the two of them, The unconscious black ink disciples scattered around the void. Luan Baifeng attempted to persuade him by saying, "You're incredible enough to have achieved all this on your own, Yang Kai. Give up now. It's still not too late to submit to Master." The Grand Dragon shook his head. "I'll never side with you." "What side do you think you are on? What are you looking for in life? Whatever it is you desire, Master can give it to you." "He can't." "He definitely can," Luan Baifeng spoke in a gentle voice as though she was coaxing a child. "I think you're sick of living." "Oh, you're right." Luan Baifeng covered her lips and giggled. "Even I'd like to perish now. But, do you have the guts to kill me?" As she spoke, she suddenly turned her head to look in a particular direction from which a ray of light was seen rapidly approaching them. She put on a smile. "Look, my companions are back while you're on your last legs. How are you going to fend them off this time?" Yang Kai fell silent as he looked solemnly at the first ray of light that was coming from the distance. There seemed to be even more rays of light behind it. Luan Baifeng's smile became brighter. "The Black Ink clan will eventually rule over the entire universe. Stop being so obstinate, Yang Kai." Yang Kai's expression suddenly turned awkward as he questioned, "Are you sure about that?" Martial Peak, Chapter 4873, Six-Wood Divine Monarch, Lu Mu. Luan Baifeng's face changed abruptly as she turned to look behind her. A distant stream of light was rapidly approaching, far surpassing the capabilities of a third, fourth, or fifth-order open heaven realm cultivator. She actually felt the pressure of an eighth-order open heaven realm master coming from that direction. It wasn't one of her fellow comrades. It was naturally a master from one of the cave heavens or paradises. It had been 2 or 3 months since Luoting he and the others had left. 2 or 3 months may not be enough time to reach the star boundary and inform the foreign envoys of the major cave heavens and paradises about the Black Ink clan. However, it was definitely enough time for Luoting he to get support from the nearest paradise. The 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master was approaching them extremely fast. He, who was just a point of light a moment before, was close enough that his figure was now visible. A loud and clear voice resounded throughout the void as he closed in on Luan Baifeng. "Golden Antelope Paradise's Lu Mu has come. Which brats are causing trouble here?" As soon as those words sounded, Luan Baifeng dove back into the bewildering array, which was just behind her, and disappeared. This bewildering array was set up by Luan Baifeng before in order to avoid Yang Kai's attack. Although she ended up coming out of it, the bewildering array was still present, undamaged. The 8th Order Master from Golden Antelope Paradise, who called himself Lu Mu, rushed in headlong, making both Luan Baifeng, who knew she was facing a very strong enemy, and Yang Kai, who was filled with anticipation, stunned. But before the two could react, the bewildering array suddenly swelled up as a violent energy fluctuation erupted from within. In less than a breath, the spirit array shattered and Six-Wood Divine Monarch reappeared. He turned his head to look at the place where the spirit array tried to trap him, and snickered while reaching out to flick the non-existent dust off of his clothes. "Heh, you dare try to show off your meager skills before an expert?" Luan Baifeng finally regained her senses. Her body swayed while she tried to escape. However, Lu Mu, who had noticed her already, was an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. How could he let her escape right under his nose? With a single grasp of his hand, a powerful force surged out, directly confining Luan Baifeng's body in place. Pitch black ink strength gushed out from Luan Baifeng's tender body, and at the same time, extremely unstable power fluctuations tumbled out from her body. Yang Kai hurriedly shouted, "Senior, watch out, she's trying to self-destruct." An Open Heaven Realm Master could self-destruct quite easily, without practicing or using any sort of secret techniques. All they needed to do was shatter their own small universe, and their world force would explode out. Lu Mu obviously noticed this as well. In the blink of an eye, he appeared in front of Luan Baifeng and flicked her forehead with his finger. His flick, which seemed to contain no force whatsoever, caused Luan Baifeng's head to fiercely jerk backwards. The world force in her small universe was instantly disrupted, leaving no chance for her to kill herself. A golden rope artifact suddenly flew out from Lu Mu's hand, wrapping itself around Luan Baifeng, as though it was a snake and she was a dumpling. Only then did Lu Mu smile proudly. There is no chance for you to kill yourself in front of this monarch. Lu Mu observed Luan Baifeng, especially paying close attention to the black ink strength that was emanating from her body, before nodding lightly. She really is a black ink disciple. He turned his head to look at Yang Kai. The 20,000 meters long Grand Dragon made him slightly lost in thought. Although Lu Mu was an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm cultivator, this was the first time that he had seen a Grand Dragon close-up. He then asked warmly, "You are that Yang Kai, right?" Yang Kai reverted back to his human form before cupping his fist. Yang Kai greets Senior Lu Mu. Lu Mu had already announced his identity when he arrived, probably because he wanted Yang Kai to realize that reinforcements had arrived. Yang Kai naturally knew about Golden Antelope Paradise. In fact, although he had not been to this paradise and did not have any friends from it, Golden Antelope Paradise was actually the first paradise he had heard of. After the war between the Star Boundary and Demon Realm was settled, Yang Kai and Zhang Ruoshi broke free from the shackles of the universe world and ventured out into the outer universe. Zhang Ruoshi gave him a lot of information about the outer universe back then, including information about Golden Antelope Paradise, which was quite famous and popular amongst cultivators. There was a sealed world in Golden Antelope Paradise which was filled with metal element materials, and this sealed world was open to the general public. If one paid a certain amount of open heaven pills as a fee, they could enter to search for materials. If one was lucky, they could find the metal element materials they needed, or even make a tidy profit. Zhang Ruoshi had said at the time that, if Yang Kai wanted to find a metal element material in the future, he could try the sealed world in Golden Antelope Paradise. Yang Kai, in fact, did want to do so before he advanced to the open heaven realm. He lacked a high-order metal element material at that time, but the blood monster cave heaven fulfilled his needs, so he longer had any reason to visit Golden Antelope Paradise. Golden Antelope Paradise was the closest to the Black Territory, so Luo Tinghe's first stop was Golden Antelope Paradise, which was why support from this paradise arrived the fastest. Young and talented indeed. Your reputation is well-deserved. Lu Mu praised before quickly coming to the point. Enough of the small talk. What's the situation? Luo Tinghe had gone to Golden Antelope Paradise to pass on information and ask for support, but she didn't know any details. Moreover, before she left, Black Territory remained calm, and the Black Ink disciples were all acting in the shadows. But it was apparent that today, Black Territory had suddenly changed. Yang Kai hurriedly explained, "As Senior can see, behind me is the heart of the Black Prison, which is where the Black Ink clansman is imprisoned. The Black Ink disciples know that their identities have been exposed, so they wanted to break through Junior's blockade and provide the Black Ink clansman with the power to restore himself by sacrificing themselves." Lu Mu raised his brow at Yang Kai's words. "And so? You just knocked them out and didn't dare to kill them?" "Yes, but there are still quite a lot of Black Ink disciples who are rushing over." Yang Kai replied honestly, "There should be more than 1,000 Black Ink disciples heading this way." Lu Mu nodded. "I ran into them on the way and killed many of them." As he spoke, he looked around and frowned. This place is truly odd. The power of the small universe in this monarch's body is constantly being drained. I'm afraid I cannot remain here for long. So, what do you need me to do? The strange force spawned by the super array that enveloped Black Territory was meant to prevent people from being able to reach the imprisoned Black Ink clansmen. Yang Kai relied on the world's spring to remain safe, while the Black Ink disciples relied on the Black Ink strength for protection. Even though Lu Mu was an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, he couldn't resist the influence of the super array. However, he could last a little longer than most. "I would like to request Senior take these Black Ink disciples away from here." Yang Kai gestured behind him. Lu Mu nodded. "That is fine." "Senior, could you also ask your subordinates to show mercy and not take their lives?" Yang Kai cupped his fist and pleaded. Lu Mu frowned. Why? He originally planned to take these Black Ink disciples far enough before killing them. After all, Black Ink disciples were not easy to deal with. If they self-destructed, the Black Ink strength in their bodies would escape, and all it would lead to was a pile of trouble. It was better to just kill them. What's more was that there was no chance to restore a cultivator that was eroded by the black ink strength. Langya Paradise lost several Open Heaven Realm Masters, and even one of their Vice-Sect Masters last time. They weren't converted to black ink disciples by choice, and are victims too. If possible, this junior would like to save their lives. Lu Mu's eyes lit up at his words. Do you have a way to dispel the black ink strength and restore their sanity? Yang Kai shook his head. Currently, I can't do anything about it, but I believe there are those who can. Lu Mu didn't ask any more questions and just nodded lightly. In that case, let's leave them alive for the time being. It would really not have been easy to take care of this many black ink disciples. Fortunately, this monarch has brought a lot of people over. The large streams of light that trailed behind Lu Mu were all masters from Golden Antelope Paradise. This time, the cultivators dispatched were all in the 6th or 7th Order Open Heaven Realm. Those under the 6th Order Open Heaven Realm were not even allowed to come here, and yet the total number of people exceeded 300. This was an extremely large and terrifying lineup. Lu Mu was faster than the rest, so he was the first to arrive, and while the two were speaking, many masters from Golden Antelope Paradise were finally arriving. Every one of them was frowning though, pushing their power to resist the effects of the super array, but there was nothing they were able to do to stop the steady drain of their small universe. Ancestor! The crowd cupped their hands. Lu Mu ordered, Brats, do you see those unconscious black ink disciples? Take all of them away after sealing their bodies and small universes. A 7th Order Open Heaven Realm cultivator hesitated and asked, Not kill them? They also encountered quite a few black ink disciples on their way here, but they just killed them all, so they could not help but feel that their ancestors' order sounded a little strange. Fighting and killing all day long. How highly improper for you to think like that. Lu Mu reprimanded relentlessly. If I tell you to take them away, take them away. Why spout so much nonsense? Hurry up and move without making a fuss. You can complain later. It is not suitable for us to stay in this place for long. The 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, who was reprimanded, was also very old, but he didn't dare to have the slightest trace of grievance in front of Lu Mu. This ancestor of theirs was known for his temper, so it was best to not refute his orders. The masters of Golden Antelope Paradise quickly gathered the unconscious black ink disciples in one place before exerting their powers to seal their strength. Lu Mu said in a somewhat worried manner, Young boy, what about you? Yang Kai sat down cross-legged and replied, I still need to stand guard here, in case any black ink disciple comes seeking death again. Lu Mu frowned. It's going to be hard on you, so be careful. If anything goes wrong, leave this place immediately. Behind Yang Kai was the place where the black ink clansman was imprisoned. No one knew what condition this being was in right now, or whether they would manage to break out or not, so staying here was undoubtedly very dangerous. This junior understands. Yang Kai nodded seriously. Also, can Senior seal the exit of Black Territory, so that no black ink disciples can escape? Lu Mu replied, In regards to that, you can rest assured. When this monarch came in, he ordered some people to stay at the territory gate and seal it off. Right now, no outsiders are allowed to enter this place, and no one will be able to leave. There are also still many black ink disciples that were moved elsewhere by me, and they should be rushing this way at this very moment. Not waiting for him to finish his words, Lu Mu added, You can rest assured about that too. My Golden Antelope Paradise will make sure none of them can pass through. There are still people mining materials on many of the ore stars in Black Territory right now. This junior requests Senior to bring all those who are unaware about the current situation to one place, and not let the black ink disciples have the opportunity to convert more people to their side. Good. Leave everything to this monarch. Lu Mu nodded his head in agreement. Marshall Peak, Chapter 4874, Liberation? Golden Antelope Paradise's many masters came just in time. If they had come a few days later, Yang Kai would not have been able to stop the black ink disciples who were rushing back. This lineup, consisting of hundreds of 6th and 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, was nothing short of luxurious. and it allowed young Kai to let out a sigh of relief. It was only now, after the situation was somewhat in control, that young Kai felt exhaustion catching up with him. In fact, the fight this time with the Black Ink Disciples wasn't too intense, and was by no means the most dangerous fight he had ever gotten into, but it was definitely the one in which he had the most difficulty exerting his full strength. Due to the nearly 2,000 Black Ink Disciples he had suppressed and sealed, Yang Kai's small universe was almost at its limit, which greatly affected the circulation of his world force, not to mention the need to divert focus and strength to keep the Black Ink Disciples in his small universe under control. Due to all these restrictions, Yang Kai could not exert much of his strength. What's more was that Yang Kai didn't want to, nor dared to kill the Black Ink Disciples willfully near the heart of the Black Prison, no matter how uncomfortable his helplessness made him feel. The arrival of Golden Antelope Paradise's masters was a timely rain of fortune, pulling him out of his vortex of hardships. Yang Kai used the time he gained to recuperate. Although Six-Wood Divine Monarch, Lu Mu, guaranteed that he would not let any of the Black Ink Disciples pass through, it was never a mistake to be cautious. As time trickled by slowly, Yang Kai probed his small universe while recuperating. A vast area inside his small universe was filled with Black Ink Disciples that had been suppressed and then sealed. All of them were like statues, motionless. Su-Yi stood in the air with a rather pale face, with an expression of bewilderment. His honored master had ordered him to stand guard here, but he did not expect the situation to develop in this way. At first, Su-Yi thought all he needed to guard was an unusually small old man and a powerful monster beast. But then, one by one, people who were obviously placed under a restriction suddenly appeared in front of him. One became 100, 100 became 1,000, and eventually, the numbers reached nearly 2,000. Su-Yi could not tell how high these people's cultivation was, but he knew that each and every one of them was an existence that the masters on the Void Continent could not even dream to compete with. Emperor Realm masters would be as weak as ants in front of them. Fortunately, although these people seemed to be powerful, they were obviously unable to move. While Su-Yi was extremely shocked, he also felt immensely proud of his honored master's strength. What kind of battlefield was the honored master currently on, for him to have to capture so many masters at once? Right when he was at a loss of what to do, a figure suddenly appeared beside him. Su-Yi shifted his gaze towards the figure and shook violently before hurriedly saluting, "Honored Master." Yang Kai glanced at the Black Ink Disciples below him to make sure there was nothing unusual about them before nodding lightly. Yang Kai manifested himself within his small universe world using his divine sense. The residents of the Void Continent couldn't detect the difference between it and a real body. "Honored Master, are they all enemies?" Su-Yi could not hold back his doubts and asked. "Sort of," Yang Kai replied. "Then why capture them instead of just killing them?" Su-Yi asked again. "Because they are not willingly opposing me, and instead are just under the compulsion of a mysterious force, I didn't kill them." Yang Kai frowned and added, "Sometimes, killing is not the only way to solve a problem." Su-Yi nodded. "Disciple understands." Yang Kai was quite satisfied with all three of his disciples, but each of them had their own strengths and weaknesses. Zhao Yibai was simple and honest, but lacked aptitude. Zhao Ye had extraordinary aptitude, but her killing intent was too wild. In comparison to the eldest disciple and the second disciple, Su-Yi, the third disciple, had the most malleable character. "How is your cultivation going nowadays?" Yang Kai asked in reply. Su-Yi answered, "Not bad. Disciple has been suppressing his realm recently." This was all in accordance with Yang Kai's instructions. One must not have too high of a cultivation in order to reap the benefits of the Star Boundary World Tree, and Zhao Ye had also worked hard to suppress her cultivation for a long time back then. Now, it was Su-Yi's turn to do so. Yang Kai had originally planned to return to the Star Boundary after the Enyang Cave Heaven incident, and place Su-Yi in High Heaven Pavilion to cultivate with his other two disciples, but he had not been able to do so far, due to the delay. "Continue to suppress your cultivation. After I'm finished with my current task, I will take you to meet your eldest senior brother and second senior sister." Su-Yi was a little apprehensive, but also felt a little excited yes. Sui was very curious about his eldest senior brother and his second senior sister, both of whom he had never met before. He was an orphan and had no family, so his honored master was basically his only relative right now. However, he had also suddenly gained an eldest senior brother and a second senior sister, a possibility which he greatly cherished in his heart. Continue to monitor the situation here and notify me if there are any problems. After Yang Kai commanded so, his figure dissipated. Outside, in the center of the black prison, there were no signs of any black ink disciples approaching, which made Yang Kai guess that they had all been taken down by Golden Antelope Paradise. However, Yang Kai did not dare to leave easily, for right now, he was the last line of defense here. Once he left, if a black ink disciple managed to reach here, they would be able to provide the imprisoned black ink clansman with nourishment to help him awaken and escape. Lu Mu occasionally stopped by to tell Yang Kai about the current situation in Black Territory. The Black Ink Disciple were indeed taken down one by one, but during this process, many Black Ink Disciple noticed that the situation was not right and simply killed themselves directly. Right now, there were a lot of Black Ink strength floating about in Black Territory's void, which were the only things that remained after the death of the Black Ink Disciples. This black ink strength was extremely dangerous to any open heaven realm master. After all, once they got contaminated, the consequences would be unpredictable. So, Lu Mu had the residues marked down before using spirit arrays to suppress and seal the black ink strength. The numerous open heaven realm masters mining the ore stars were all recalled and placed in batches on a spirit province. None of them would be set free until it was determined whether they had been corrupted by the black ink strength and transformed into black ink disciples or not. Although this move caused many complaints, they could only endure it even if they were dissatisfied since it was Golden Antelope Paradise that was acting. Even right now, the miners did not know what had happened in Black Territory, nor did Golden Antelope Paradise dare to leak any information about the Black Ink Clan or the Black Ink Strength to the general public. To not leak information such as this to the public was a principle the cave heavens and paradises had adhered to since long ago. Gradually, more masters from the cave heavens and paradises rushed to Black Territory, each group consisting of at least 100 masters led by an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm ancestor. The cave heavens and paradises had been tracking down the Black Ink clansman for hundreds of years now, but had found no traces of him. Thus, when they got this news, that the Black Ink clan was actually hiding in Black Territory, the major cave heavens and paradises were extremely shocked. Until now, they had been searching for the enemy in the Shattered Heaven, without any results whatsoever. Now that the Black Ink clansman's hiding place had been identified, the cave heavens and paradises naturally wanted to get rid of him immediately to prevent something like the tragedy of Langya Paradise from happening again. In less than 3 months, about 10 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, 100 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, and as many as 1,000 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters had gathered in Black Territory. This was only the combined power of around 7 or 8 cave heavens and paradises, not even mentioning that these few cave heavens and paradises were also only the ones who rushed over immediately after being alerted by Luo Tinghe. There were still many more cave heavens and paradises yet to arrive. Luo Tinghe also returned. Worried about Yang Kai's safety, she rushed back to Black Territory after hurriedly alerting several nearby cave heavens and paradises. Yang Kai was thus finally liberated from his duties. After Yang Kai met with the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters and fully explained the situation in Black Territory to them, many of these ancestors also realized the seriousness of the problem. This black prison was obviously a cage fashioned by an ancient great expert, but it had remained unknown until today. The major cave heavens and paradises ancient books would definitely have some records related to this matter if this was their handiwork. Therefore, the Black Ink clansman was definitely imprisoned here before the birth of the cave heavens and paradises. The super array had slightly decreased in power over the eons, but this did not hinder its ability to imprison the Black Ink clansman. With the super array in place, even 8 Order Open Heaven Realm Masters had no way to reach the center of the Black Prison, and Luan by Feng could only let the subordinate or slaves mine the ore stars on the outer periphery. This action was essentially harmless. Even if they continued to do this for another 10,000 years, the superarray would not have weakened in any noticeable manner. However, everything changed when Yang Kai set his sight on the materials produced in Black Territory and refined the voiding Yang mirrors, moving some 30-plus or stars from the Black Territory's inner region out at once. The destruction of these or stars caused the flawless superarray to loosen a bit, allowing the Black Ink Clansmen to take advantage of the situation. Luan Baifeng, who oversaw this whole process, was converted into a Black Ink disciple and soon spread the word, attracting more people to come to mine materials while stealthily converting them into Black Ink disciples. Steadily, more stars were mined and destroyed, further weakening the power of the superarray. If it wasn't for Yang Kai's sudden arrival, it would really have just been a matter of time before the Black Ink Clansman was able to escape. The good news was that the situation was not yet beyond saving. The superarray was still powerful enough, and the Black Ink Clansman was still imprisoned and would not be able to escape for some time. But the question of how to deal with this matter caused a headache for many of the Eighth Order ancestors. No one really knew how strong the Black Ink Clansman here was, but just by looking at the methods the ancient great experts had to resort to, one could infer the terror of this Black Ink Clansman at his peak. The Black Ink Clansman was probably not something they could compete against. Both the old man surnamed Yu and Luan Baifeng had said that before Black Ink, all were ants. They had demonstrated unwavering confidence in their master. The opinions of the close to 10 ancestors were thus divided. Some wanted to improve the superarray, repair the damaged areas, and let it continue to suppress and seal the Black Ink Clansman. Others felt that it would be better to cut weeds and pull out roots, arguing that leaving the Black Ink Clansman here would be the same as raising a tiger that would cause a calamity one day. Each side had its own reasoning, and they argued noisily for a while. These ancestors, who were all so high and mighty in the eyes of their disciples, were now acting like hawkers in a food market, with no manners to speak of whatsoever as they shouted their own opinions left and right. Among them, Sixwood Divine Monarch was the loudest, roaring, "This old master will go over and kill that Black Ink Clansman right now. No one will be able to stop me," and so on. After a long time of bickering with no conclusion, Lumu suddenly turned his head towards Yang Kai and asked, "Young boy, what do you think?" Many of the Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters immediately looked over at him. Because Yang Kai was deeply involved in the Black Territory matter, the Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters also called him over to the meeting this time. Yang Kai thought that he only needed to answer some questions from the ancestors and resolve some of their doubts, so he never expected Lu Mu would throw such a tough issue to him. Yang Kai did not want to comment on this matter, but since things had come to this point, he had no choice but to express his views. Junior has been thinking about an issue. The ancient great experts had the means to arrange a superarray spanning an entire great territory to suppress and seal this Black Ink Clansman, so their methods should be unparalleled. So, why did they only imprison the Black Ink Clansman and not simply kill him? Marshall Peak, Chapter 4875, Try My Best. This question struck a chord within many Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm ancestors who hadn't thought about it before. Sixwood Divine Monarch pondered about it for a while before suggesting, perhaps the ancient great experts thought it would be better to leave it imprisoned? Yang Kai shook his head and mentioned an additional matter. Seniors must have heard about what happened to this junior in the Divine Spirit's ancestral land. Yang Kai had once recounted the events that had happened to him in the ancestral land in front of all the foreign envoys of the major cave heavens and paradises, including Yu Xiangdai. Yang Kai believed that these foreign envoys would definitely have reported this to their respective sects. After all, this was a matter that involved the Black Ink Clan, the Divine Spirits, and even the giant spirit gods. Just as he expected, all the Eight Order Open Heaven Realm ancestors nodded lightly. Yang Kai continued, "This junior has a dragon vein, so I had the privilege of inheriting the Dragon Clan's Crystal Palace in the ancestral land. With the power of the Crystal Palace, Junior was able to witness a great war in ancient times. In that war, the Black Ink giant spirit god was like an invincible warrior that had descended from the heavens, and even the divine spirits were not his opponents. In the end, even the Dragon Emperor and Phoenix Empress of the time had to use the sacred treasures of each of the various divine spirit clans, sacrifice half of the ancestral land, and even give their very lives just to shackle the giant spirit god, effectively suppressing and sealing it in place. I think the divine spirits would have preferred to kill the black ink giant spirit god if the circumstances had allowed them to do so, rather than incur such an immense price to simply seal him, but they couldn't. And in fact, the actions of the Dragon Emperor and the Phoenix Empress, as well as that of the divine spirits, was correct. Even after countless eons, the seal had remained and the black ink giant spirit god was killed. Even the black ink strength in his body has been thoroughly eroded by the ancestral strength, eliminating any potential problems. What's your point? An 8th Order Open Heaven Realm ancestor asked. Yonkai replied, Junior's point is that the situation in Black Territory should be similar to what happened in Ancestral Land. Perhaps the ancient great experts who imprisoned the Black Ink clansman here were not able to kill him, but that is inconceivable as well, considering that the ancient great experts were powerful enough to set up this super array as a cage. If they were capable of that, they should have been able to easily kill a lone Black Ink clansman. The reason they did this, I think, should coincide with that of the divine spirits. They were trying their best to prevent future troubles. A ruddy-looking 8th Order Open Heaven Realm ancestor exclaimed, You mean, if they had killed the Black Ink clansman trapped here, it would lead to some unpredictable consequences, something like the Black Ink strength left behind after their death? Yonkai nodded. This junior is merely speculating, but the Black Ink strength is sinister and dangerous. Even the Black Ink strength left behind after the death of a lowly Black Ink disciple is highly corrosive, not to mention the Black Ink strength that would be left behind after the death of someone from the real Black Ink clan, which may be what the ancient great experts were afraid of. The 8th Order Open Heaven Realm ancestors glanced at each other and nodded lightly. So, you'd prefer to suppress and seal it again? Lu Mu looked at Yonkai somewhat angrily. He was one of the main advocates of the killing faction, and the fact that Yonkai disagreed with him made him a little bit unhappy. Yonkai shook his head and said, Junior's words were merely frivolous remarks, and it is up to the seniors to decide about the Black Ink clan's matter. Luo Tinghe spoke out, Let's wait until everyone has arrived, and then discuss this matter together so we can reach a resolution. No matter how much we quarrel here right now, it won't help. Although she was just a newly promoted 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master from Enyang Cave Heaven, all the ancestors present knew that she had the potential to break through to the 9th Order Open Heaven Realm in the future, so they did not dare to take her lightly. The matter of how to deal with the Black Ink clan was thus put on hold until all the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm ancestors of the Cave Heavens and Paradises had arrived. However, the matter of what to do with the over 2,000 Black Ink disciples in Black Territory that were still alive was an urgent matter that needed to be dealt with immediately. Luan Baifeng had rapidly corrupted some 5,000 or so Black Ink disciples, out of which Yonkai had suppressed and sealed nearly 2,000 inside his small universe. Nearly 1,000 had died, and about 2,000 were captured by Golden Antelope Paradise's masters and imprisoned in an abandoned spirit province. This was also another matter that caused a headache for the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm ancestors. So right now, they were all looking towards Yonkai. Since Lu Mu asked, Young boy, you had said before that you believed there was someone who could save them, yes? Who could possess such ability? Black Ink's strength was extremely persistent, and it was simply not possible to dispel. Lu Mu had personally tried his hand before, and even with his strength, he couldn't do anything about the remnant Black Ink strength floating in the void in the slightest. He obviously pondered about it, but he didn't know who Yonkai was talking about. Although the people from the Cave Heavens and Paradises acted a little domineeringly, they were not willing to kill innocent people easily, not to mention that there were nearly 2,000 Black Ink disciples imprisoned in the abandoned spirit province. Yonkai hesitated for a moment, but decided to tell the truth. The sun's burning light and moon's serene glimmer. The 8th Order Open Heaven Realm ancestors collectively drew a sharp breath. No matter how hard they were to think, they would never have guessed that the ones Yonkai was talking about were actually those two. 6 Wood Divine Monarch blinked and said tentatively, I heard that you followed a giant spirit god into the chaotic dead territory before?
Yes.
Yonkai nodded. This matter was not a secret, So these top brass of the cave heavens and paradises should have gotten the news about it. Those two are avatars of destruction. They're basically ill omens. An eighth order open heaven realm ancestor's face was grave. But if there's anyone in the world who can dispel the black ink strength, it's probably them. No one knew how strong the burning light and serene glimmer really were, but none of the eighth order open heaven realm ancestors sitting here dared to enter the depths of the chaotic dead territory, for they knew their lives would be at serious risk even if they just walked around its periphery. Not probably, but definitely. Yang Kai said solemnly. Seniors must have obviously heard about the incident where this junior had taken the black ink strength left behind after the death of Langya Paradise's Shi Zheng into his own small universe to suppress it. This junior even used it to trick Langya Paradise's black ink disciples into thinking I was one of them. Lumu nodded and said, I have heard of it. Kid, your luck is indeed astounding. You even managed to obtain such a precious treasure like the world's spring. Lumu had a look of envy. If only he had one of the 4 universe pillars, he would not have to be afraid of the black ink strength anymore. Yang Kai smiled at him and continued, in the chaotic dead territory, Senior's burning light and serene glimmer discovered the black ink strength in this junior's small universe and took action to dispel it. The eighth order open heaven realm ancestors all raised their brows at those words. The ancestor who spoke earlier asked, Are you sure you can convince those two to help again? I'll try my best. Yang Kai couldn't guarantee anything, but the lives of thousands of open heaven realm masters were at stake, so he had to at least make an attempt. Good. The eighth order open heaven realm ancestor nodded. Then this matter will be left in your hands. If you need any assistance, feel free to ask. Yang Kai did not stand on ceremony. This junior needs a ship that can carry around 4,000 to 5,000 people. Anything else? Yang Kai shook his head and said, Nothing else. Lu Mu took over. A simple matter. I will immediately have someone transport a great ship over. Golden Antelope Paradise was the closest to their current location, and any ship that could carry 5,000 people would be an extremely large-scale artifact that had to be mobilized from within the sect. As such, the issue regarding the Black Ink Disciples was settled for now. Yang Kai, Luo Ting He, and Lu Mu went to the abandoned spirit province where the Black Ink Disciples were imprisoned. All of the Black Ink Disciples had traces of being confined with various secret techniques locking their bodies. The secret techniques used had transformed into shackles that suppressed and sealed all the strength in the Black Ink Disciples' bodies, making them unable to even kill themselves. Yang Kai noticed Luan Bai Feng's angry glare which was directed at him, but ignored it. The high-rank Open Heaven Realm Master, who was guarding this place, hurriedly stepped forward to salute when he saw the two ancestors arrive. There was not only one high-rank Open Heaven Realm Master guarding this place, of course, but several dozen of them, surrounding the entire abandoned spirit province. Lu Mu waved his hand, indicating that this man should return to his duties, before looking towards Yang Kai. Are you both ready? Yang Kai asked. Both Lu Mu and Luo Ting He nodded their heads together. Then, let's begin. As his words ended, the illusory phantom of Yang Kai's small universe expanded abruptly behind him, and the entire universe manifested with a loud bang. The small universe expanded to include both Lu Mu and Luo Ting He, and the trio appeared in the very place where the many Black Ink Disciples were imprisoned. Lu Mu was immediately stunned. So many? Yang Kai had previously said that he had also suppressed and sealed some Black Ink Disciples in his small universe, and wanted both him and Luo Ting He to help transfer them out, but Lu Mu had originally thought that there would be a few dozen or hundreds of them at most. But at a glance, he could make out that there were thousands of Black Ink Disciples here. Only then did he understand why Yang Kai wanted a great ship that could carry around some 5,000 people. Luo Ting He was also amazed. You still had the energy to fight with others after sealing so many Black Ink Disciples inside your small universe? Ignoring the fact that Yang Kai was just a trivial 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, even for her or Lu Mu, who were in the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm, it would be difficult to move about freely after sealing 2,000 Open Heaven Realm cultivators inside their small universes, let alone fight. Yang Kai, on the other hand, was lively and vigorous, seemingly like he was unaffected. Yang Kai explained casually, Junior is carrying a world spring, due to which his small universe is extremely stable. Perhaps it has something to do with that. Lu Mu nodded his head in realization. That's true. The world spring is really amazing. Yang Kai beckoned to Sui, who had been guarding the black ink disciples here, and pointed at him before saying, This is my third disciple, Sui. Sui, greet these two seniors. Sui hurriedly saluted. Lu Mu glanced at Sui with some interest, but didn't spare him much time. What kind of geniuses hasn't an 8th order open heaven realm master like him seen? Sui didn't deserve his attention. On the contrary, it was Luoting he who showed some interest. Since this is your third disciple, does that mean you also have a first disciple and a second disciple? Yang Kai replied with a smile. Those two are in the star boundary. Senior will naturally see them when she arrives there. Sui's heart was shaken. What kind of existences were these two, that even his honored master had to address them as senior? His expression became more and more respectful. Luoting he nodded. She was definitely going to go to the star boundary. She had not had time to consolidate her cultivation since she advanced to the 8th order open heaven realm with all the events going on around her. Now that there were people from the major cave heavens and paradises present in Black territory, though, it would make little difference even if she were to be absent, so she planned to leave for the star boundary in a few days. Both of you, please. Yang Kai cupped his fist. It was not a problem for Yang Kai to suppress these 2,000 black ink disciples in his small universe, but if he wanted to transfer them out, he'd have to seal their powers first. It would be too slow for Yang Kai to handle this kind of task on his own, which was why he asked Lu Mu and Luoting he to help. Lu Mu and Luoting he nodded their heads and got to work. Martial Peak. Chapter 4876, Are they really tall and fierce? Hand seals quickly changed as a series of secret techniques flew out one after another. As the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters personally took action, the Black Ink Disciples, most of whom were just in 3rd or 4th Order, were completely powerless to resist. The secret techniques struck every one of the Black Ink Disciples, sealing the strength in their bodies. Even their small universes had been thoroughly sealed. In this condition, not to mention using the small universe's strength, even lifting a finger was a mere dream. This was the only way to ensure that the Black Ink Disciples would not try to self-destruct. While Lu Mu and Luoting he were busying themselves, Yang Kai also had his hands full. He quickly shifted every one of the imprisoned Black Ink Disciples, whose small universes were sealed, throwing them onto the abandoned spirit province outside. The trio tirelessly worked for half a day before they were done dealing with the 2,000 Black Ink Disciples. Yang Kai let out a heavy sigh. He finally felt a sense of relief, as if a heavy burden was lifted off his shoulders. He then looked toward Luan Baifeng, hesitated for a moment, before deciding not to go over. Now that Luan Baifeng was corrupted by the black ink strength, she had lost her sanity and her heart was not the same as before. The Black Ink Disciples regarded the Black Ink clan above all else. It was useless to try to talk to her. After a dozen days or so, more masters from the cave heavens and paradises arrived at Black territory, arriving in a nearly endless stream. 2 months later, masters from almost all the various cave heavens and paradises had gathered. Each cave heaven and paradise team was led by at least one 8th Order Open Heaven Realm ancestor, followed by an endless stream of 7th and 6th Order masters. Currently, an unimaginable force had gathered in Black territory, with the number of 8 Order masters alone having crossed the 100 mark. This was the accumulation of millennia of the cave heavens and paradises heritage. Generally, these top forces remained reserved, concealing their strength from the public eyes. But if something big were to happen, they would instantly display their fangs. Yang Kai couldn't help but feel a bit envious. He could not help but wonder when Voidland and High Heaven Palace would be like this, when they would stand toe-to-toe with these top forces. The 8th Order ancestors guarded the central region of the Black Prison in shifts, constantly monitoring the movements of the imprisoned Black Ink clansmen. However, even an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master was unable to remain there for too long due to the influence of the super array enveloping the Black Prison. A day or two was the longest they could linger before having to retreat. The thousands of black ink disciples imprisoned on the abandoned Spirit Province were also an object of their interest. The black ink strength scattered throughout Black territory because of the last battle had also attracted many people's investigation. Matters related to the Black Ink clan were not a secret to the top masters of the cave heavens and paradises, but knowing and seeing were two different matters, so they were naturally curious. The Black Ink strength's peculiarity and the Black Ink disciples' stubbornness deeply shocked them. Yang Kai's brilliant performance in this incident had also piqued the interest of many high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters. As the Lord of Voidland and a great Emperor of the Star Boundary, Yang Kai wasn't an unknown figure, so most of the high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters had at least heard of him. However, that didn't mean many of them had seen him before. This time, they finally got to meet him in person. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Yang Kai got acquainted with many 7th and 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. Yang Kai also took this opportunity to peddle his profound bamboo. As one of the 12 minor universe pillars, the value of the profound bamboo was naturally well known. Furthermore, with the appearance of the Black Ink clan, the profound bamboo became even more important. Although it couldn't make its owner immune to the Black Ink strength like the World Spring, it still offered quite a bit of resistance to Black Ink strength's corrosion, allowing the small universe to remain more stable. When Yang Kai had negotiated with many foreign envoys about the right to use the Good Fortune Divine Furnace in the past, he had added the profound bamboo onto the negotiation table, owing to which the High Heaven Palace would provide each cave heaven and paradise with some profound bamboo. However, there were simply too few of them to go around. Compared to the high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters of the various cave heavens and paradises, the profound bamboo provided by High Heaven Palace was simply insufficient. Now that they had met Yang Kai though, the Lord of Voidland, in Black territory, the high-rank Open Heaven Masters naturally wanted to target him. Be that as it may, how could Yang Kai give away the profound bamboo for free with his money-grubbing personality? In Langya Paradise, he even forcefully sold his healing pills to those he beat up, let alone a real treasure like one of the 12 minor universe pillars. From the standpoint of a sect master, Yang Kai was just doing his best to accumulate resources. The amount of profound bamboo he had cultivated in his small universe was not small, but as he was about to advance to the 7th Order, he did not focus his time and attention on cultivating them as the growth of the profound bamboo would be at the expense of his own foundation. After much probing and bargaining, Yang Kai and the many high-rank Open Heaven Masters finally reached a price satisfactory to all parties. Profound bamboo were then sold one after another. Regardless, a single shoot of the profound bamboo would not be of much use. The owner would first need to consume their own foundation to cultivate the profound bamboo, and then transform it into a large bamboo forest. The bigger the bamboo forest, the stronger the effects of the profound bamboo. This definitely required time and effort, but as the high-rank Open Heaven Masters had extremely long lifespans, they really didn't care about this. Over the past few months, the miners in Black territory had dug up quite a lot of materials from the various stars, so much so that Luan Baifeng even brought Yang Kai to check them out some time ago. After returning, Yang Kai also put all of them into his small universe. By the time Yang Kai had sold most of the profound bamboos, the Golden Antelope Paradise ship had arrived. All the Black Ink disciples were loaded onto the ship, and 37th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters from different cave heavens and paradises were stationed aboard it for security. After settling everything, Yang Kai led the ship out of Black territory. These Black Ink disciples were of paramount importance. Furthermore, the cave heaven and paradises didn't want any mishaps along the way. If an accident occurred and these Black Ink disciples were able to escape somehow, the vast universe would instantly fall into chaos, so the ancestors had taken precautions. The lineup of 37th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters was quite grand, enough to deal with any unexpected situation. The ship was extremely large, but its speed was also quite surprising for its size. Soon, it left Black territory and sailed towards the chaotic Dead territory. At some point, a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master suddenly shouted, prompting the scattered high-rank Open Heaven Masters to immediately gather around. Yang Kai too instantly appeared at the source of the voice, asking, "What is it?" "Someone's chasing after us." The Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm Master, who had issued the warning, raised his hand, pointing toward the rear. Yang Kai looked over and found that a streak of light was indeed rapidly approaching the ship from the rear. Judging by its speed, it was obviously not something an ordinary Open Heaven Realm Master would possess. Everyone's expressions couldn't help but turn solemn. No one knew who was chasing after them or what their purpose was. "Be on guard," Yang Kai exhorted in a low voice. On this trip to the chaotic dead territory, his cultivation might have been the lowest, but he was the one in charge. Thus, the 30 high-rank masters circulated their strength and prepared for battle. A moment later, Yang Kai gawked at the figure approaching them, speechless. The one chasing them was none other than Six-Wood Divine Monarch, Li Mu, of Golden Antelope Paradise. Everyone wondered what he was doing here. Lu Mu directly landed on the stern of the ship. When he looked around and saw the Seventh Order Masters staring at him vigilantly, he instantly became dissatisfied. "What the hell are you looking at, you brats?" The Seventh Order Masters looked at each other, not knowing what to say, but all of them knew that this Golden Antelope Paradise ancestor had a fiery temper. His words might be harsh, he didn't have any malicious intent. Yang Kai quickly asked, "Senior, what brings you here? Do you have any instructions for us?" Lu Mu stiffly replied, "Nothing of the sort. I just wanted to come with you to blow off some steam." Yang Kai's face twitched as he asked, "Blow off some steam?" Lu Mu heaved a sigh. "It's because I can't win an argument with those old farts. It's too frustrating, so I'd rather not bother. I said I wanted to slaughter the Black Ink clansmen as soon as possible to avoid future troubles, but they just want to take their sweet time to deliberate on it. What's there to deliberate? By the time they come to a decision, it will already be too late." Yang Kai was speechless for a moment. He already had no say in the matters of the Black Ink clansmen. The matter rested at the hands of Cave Heavens and Paradises. It was up for them to decide. Lu Mu could freely vent his anger, but he could not. Lu Mu, on the other hand, suddenly threw this matter to the back of his mind and excitedly asked, "Young boy, have you personally seen the sun's burning light and moon's serene glimmer?" "Indeed." Yang Kai nodded his affirmation. "What do they look like? Are they really tall and fierce?" Lu Mu asked curiously. This time, even the 37th Order Masters became interested and perked up their ears. Everyone knew about the existence of the sun's burning light and moon's serene glimmer, and all had heard countless rumors about them, but none of them had been fortunate enough to witness their true appearances. Those who had seen them were all dead. Yang Kai thought about the image of Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan and felt that it had nothing to do with their height or strength. Both of them were much more like children who needed to be coaxed. Playing house with them in the chaotic, dead territory was definitely the greatest shame in his life. I guess you can say that, looking at the look of reverence on Lu Mu's face though, Yang Kai felt that it was best not to break his fantasy. Lu Mu rushed over and sheepishly requested, "Young boy, can you introduce this monarch to them when we arrive at the chaotic, dead territory? This monarch wants to admire their noble bearing." Yang Kai promptly stated without giving it another thought, "I'll try my best. Senior, you also know that people like them really don't have a good temper. Whether we can meet them, and whether they will help us, I'm also not sure." Lu Mu solemnly nodded his understanding. "I understand. Just do your best. Even if you can't, it's just because my luck isn't that good. I won't hold it against you." Yang Kai curiously asked, "Why does Senior want to meet those two?" Lu Mu leisurely replied, "It's the sun's burning light and moon's serene glimmer. Who doesn't want to meet them? Don't you want to see them?" His last sentence was meant for the Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. Everyone earnestly nodded again and again. Some of them even wore a flattering look as they looked at Yang Kai, probably requesting him to introduce them too. Lu Mu added, grinning, "When this monarch returns alive after meeting those, I can rub it in the faces of those old farts." He kept calling them old farts, but he forgot that in the eyes of others, he was probably one of them too. Yang Kai didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Marshall Peak, Chapter 4877, Returning to the Chaotic Dead Territory. The huge ship sailed for 3 months before finally arriving at the outskirts of the Chaotic Dead Territory. An 8th Order ancestor, the one Yang Kai had met before, was still stationed outside the territory gate. Although the current Chaotic Dead Territory was much less dangerous because of Yang Kai's previous visit, and it could even be said that there was no longer any danger at all, when it came to the almighty sun's burning light and moon's serene glimmer, none dared to lower their vigilance. The territory gate was guarded by many high-rank open heaven masters at all times, just in case. Senior De, Yang Kai jumped down from the ship and respectfully greeted the 8th Order ancestor. The last time he met this 8th Order master, Yang Kai had no idea how to address him, so he didn't ask any questions. However, when he was in Enyang Cave Heaven, Yu Xiang Dai told him that this person was an 8th Order ancestor of Great Battle Cave Heaven, Clear Horizon Divine Monarch, De. Clear Horizon Divine Monarch slightly nodded before looking behind him with a puzzled expression and calling out, Lu Mu? They might have different backgrounds, but as 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, they naturally knew each other. After all, each of the Cave Heavens and Paradises had only so many 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. After having lived for so many years, everyone was basically familiar with each other. 6th Divine Monarch stepped forward and respectfully cupped his fist. Senior brother Dai? Dai furrowed his brow. What happened? He had already sensed the auras of many living people on the ship with his powerful divine sense, but he could not understand why Yang Kai and Lu Mu had brought these people here. Furthermore, the presence of 30 high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters on the ship also made him very concerned. For the mobilization of such a huge force, several Cave Heavens and Paradises would have had to come together. He faintly felt that something big must have happened. Senior brother Dai, it's better if you see for yourself, Lu Mu stretched out, gesturing him an invitation. Clear Horizon Divine Monarch pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. Upon boarding the ship, he was beside himself in shock when he saw thousands of imprisoned black ink disciples. Not to mention the fact that there were still some obvious traces left behind even if the black ink disciples had been sealed by a secret technique. For example, Fan Xiu Qi, who had advanced from the 5th Order to the 6th Order. He might have broken his Open Heaven Realm Order limit, but it also left a great deal of hidden danger in his body. Not only had his body dramatically expanded, but many lumps and black cysts had also appeared on his body, making him look extremely gruesome. Lu Mu and Yang Kai accompanied Di as the latter studied the Black Ink Disciples' situation, briefly explaining what had happened in Black Territory. Di was surprised when he heard everything. The Black Ink Clansman is actually hiding in Black Territory? Lu Mu corrected him, not hiding, but imprisoned. Right now, those old ghosts are discussing how to deal with him. Then these Black Ink Disciples. Lu Mu glanced at Yang Kai before explaining. Yang Boy said that the two inside had the ability to purge the black ink strength, striking at the root of the problem, so we brought these Black Ink Disciples here. He naturally knew who the two he was referring to. He had followed Yang Kai inside and had personally seen them after all. Are you confident? Yi looked at Yang Kai. I'll try my best. Yang Kai didn't dare give a definite answer. Although he had gotten along quite well with Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan, he had no idea what was going on in their minds. Yi slightly nodded his acknowledgement. I'll accompany you. As an 8th Order ancestor guarding the territory gate, it was his duty to monitor every single movement related to the chaotic dead territory. After a simple arrangement, the others remained to guard the territory gate while Dai followed the ship into the chaotic dead territory. Lu Mu and the 30 high-rank masters immediately became a little nervous as the ship entered the chaotic dead territory. They had all heard of the chaotic dead territory and knew how dangerous it was, but when they personally laid their eyes on it, they were totally confused. Much to their surprise, the chaotic dead territory was completely calm and serene, without the slightest hint of danger. This was very different from the rumors. Each of their sects had an ancestor who was once stationed at this place. Even as the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm ancestors, They could only enter the periphery of the chaotic dead territory for a short time to investigate the situation and could not venture in too deep, otherwise their lives would be forfeit. Rumor had it that the chaotic dead territory was filled with the fallout of the sun's burning light and the moon's serene glimmer clashes. Every time they fought, it would bring about unimaginable destruction. Seemingly noticing everyone's curiosity, Dai explained, "The chaotic dead territory used to be extremely dangerous, but ever since Yang Kai came here, this place has calmed down significantly." Hearing this, Lu Mu asked in surprise, "What did you do to turn their hostility into friendship?" Yang Kai didn't know how he should explain. The only reply he could give was, "You will know when you meet them." Lu Mu nodded before he took a deep breath and straightened his back, trying his best to put on a dignified air. Apart from a large spirit province that seemed to be pieced together, there was nothing else inside the chaotic, dead territory. This spirit province was created by Yang Kai and Dai together, using an abandoned universe world from the adjacent Great Territory. A glimmering ball of light that looked like a sun was hanging high above the spirit province, illuminating its surface. The light seemed extremely gentle, but when Lu Mu used his divine sense to examine it, he suddenly let out a muffled groan as he stumbled and started bleeding from his mouth and nose. "Ancestor!" Everyone was shocked. Lu Mu immediately waved off, "I'm fine. Don't try to probe that thing." Just now, when his divine sense came into contact with the light, he instantly felt a destructive force envelop him. It was so overwhelming that even an 8th Order Open Heaven Master like him was unable to resist it and was instantly injured. If even someone as strong as him could get this injured, how could the other 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, who were also curious about this light, dare to rashly investigate? The few people who were about to probe it secretly rejoiced. Fortunately, the injuries to Lu Mu's divine sense weren't too serious. Also, he knew that nothing in this chaotic dead territory could be underestimated, so when he was investigating the ball of light, he had done so cautiously. These little injuries weren't that big of a deal. Be that as it may, the fact that he had suffered a loss even before meeting the burning light and serene glimmer made him realize just how powerful these two beings were. The ship flew towards the spirit province and soon came to a stop in the void. Everyone looked down from the deck and was immediately stunned. The cause of their shock was the sight of countless small stone-like men charging at each other like a tide on the plains of the spirit province. These small stone men didn't seem to have high intelligence and were simply letting out strange cries as they rushed forward. However, their numbers were overwhelming. There were at least hundreds of thousands of soldiers on each side. Everyone looked on in amazement because even with their vast experience, they had never seen a race like this. They could not determine which race they belonged to. What was even more surprising was the fact that such a large group of living creatures were actually surviving in the chaotic dead territory where the burning light and serene glimmer existed. However, what happened next left everyone confused. The two armies formed by the small stone man, after colliding with each other, actually began to fight. Each of these small stone ants was holding weapons of varying shapes and sizes in their hands. They were trying their best to hack their enemies into pieces, for which they were willing to use even their hands and teeth if they had to. The two armies moved as swiftly as the wind. By the looks of it, they were well trained and were clearly directed by some brilliant commanders. While the two armies were engaged in a fierce battle, more squads emerged from the sides, flanking and intercepting their respective enemies. What's going on? Lu Mu was completely confused. These small stone men might be living creatures, but obviously, they were not that strong. He could destroy them all by himself, but what he saw in front of him really confused him. They are the small stone race. They are very similar to ants in their behavior. They are a race I discovered in the New Great Territory, Yang Kai explained. New Great Territory. Lu Mu's brow rose as he recalled the New Great Territory that had appeared beside the star boundary. The New Great Territory was occupied by Yang Kai as soon as it appeared, so there was nothing the cave heavens and paradises could do about it. They knew nothing about the New Great Territory, but now he knew that Yang Kai had actually discovered a new race inside. Seniors shouldn't look down on the small stone race. Yang Kai smiled lightly. Their intelligence might not be high, and they might not be able to cultivate. But if we keep them inside our small universes, they are highly beneficial. Lumu immediately became interested. What are the advantages? They reproduce extremely quickly as long as enough resources are provided, and each one of them provides 10 times the benefit of other living creatures to the small universe's foundation. Everyone was stunned for a moment before they all gasped in shock. Even Dee looked at Yang Kai in surprise, clearly seeking confirmation. Yang Kai affirmed, nodding, this junior's small universe has many small stone race members as well as many humans, so the comparison is quite obvious. The look in Six-Wood Divine Monarch's eyes suddenly became hot. Young boy, you see, when you were in danger in Black Territory, this monarch was the first to rush to help you. So about this small stone race. Yang Kai replied, if senior wishes, this junior can naturally send some to Golden Antelope Paradise. You don't want money? Lumu cautiously asked. Back in Black Territory, Yang Kai had sold his profound in bamboo to the many high-rank open heaven masters, and his profiteering look had left a deep impression on him. Yang Kai couldn't help but break into laughter, as long as Senior can afford it. He coughed lightly and stated, my great battle cave, heaven also wants a batch. No problem, whichever cave heaven paradise wants them, I'll have someone take care of it when we return to the star boundary, Yang Kai readily agreed. But let me make one thing clear to all of you. Although the small stone race's reproduction rate is extremely fast, it is very dependent on cultivating materials. The more material one invests, the faster their reproduction rate will be. Lumu nodded his acknowledgement. Naturally, there is nothing in life which is truly free. The battle on the plains was extremely intense. The two armies fought back and forth, but they were actually evenly matched. The high-rank open heaven realm masters felt their hearts ache, looking at so many small stone race members dying every breath. They didn't take it seriously when they didn't know that the small stone race could bring them benefits, but now that they knew how amazing the small stone race was, every death seemed like a terrible loss to them. Lumu couldn't help but want to forcefully collect a batch of them and raise them in their small universe. Fortunately, he did not act impulsively. When the battle between the two armies reached its climax, two more teams joined the battle from the rear of both sides. Marshall Peak, Chapter 4878, delivered. These two teams were clearly different from ordinary small stone race members. Their bodies were several times larger, and their appearances were even more ferocious. A small figure was also riding the leading small stone race member of both teams. Ah, why are there two little children here? Lumu exclaimed in surprise. One of the two children suddenly shot a look at him. This casual glance caused Lumu to feel as if he had been struck by lightning. His entire body went stiff as cold sweat dripped down his back. Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan were personally commanding their most elite teams on the battlefield to fight right now. Fortunately, these two were only supervising and had no intention of taking action. Otherwise, the fallout of their clash would be unimaginable. If these two were to battle, the Spirit Province would be reduced to nothing in an instant. One after another, the small stone race fell to the ground as pieces of rocks blanketed the battlefield. The battle quickly reached a conclusion. In less than the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, the remaining troops of their respective armies slowly retreated. Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan, on the other hand, remained on the battlefield. Big Brother Huang calmly looked at Big Sister Lan and arrogantly asserted, "You lost?" Big Sister Lan disdainfully stated, "You lost." Big Brother Huang sneered, "What's the point of haggling with me every time? Your small stone race has more casualties." Big Sister Lan countered, pursing her lips, "But your personal guard has already been defeated by me. If we kept fighting, you would have definitely lost." Big Brother Huang shook his head. "It's useless. No matter how you fight, you still won't be able to defeat me. Even if I don't have my elite guard, I can still defeat you." "Stop bragging." Big Sister Lan made a face at Big Brother Huang. "You lost all your guards. Who will you use to fight me?" Both of them glared at each other as if there was an irreconcilable blood feud between the two. Suddenly, both of them looked up toward the sky and asked in unison, Who do you think won? Yang Kai didn't even have time to hide. For a moment, Yang Kai had a huge headache. The last time he left, he had given these two the small stone race for the two to rear and use to compete with each other. The loser would have to satisfy the other party's desire to become the big brother or big sister. By the looks of it now, these two were having a great time playing this game and were still in high spirits even after so long. But there was no accurate standard to determine the winner. Yang Kai had a bad feeling when the two started arguing, and his premonition really came true. Summoning up his courage, Yang Kai flew down from the ship and greeted with a smile, "Big Brother Huang, Big Sister Lan, we meet again." 6 Wood Divine Monarch and Clear Horizon Divine Monarch followed closely behind Yang Kai. With his past experience, how could Lu Mu not be able to guess the identities of these two children? After all, how could two children survive in the chaotic dead territory? He was filled with anxiety at first, but after hearing how Yang Kai addressed them, his eyes could not help but widen in shock. Dai had already experienced this shock once before, so his expression remained the same this time. Lu Mu stepped forward and respectfully bowed. Golden Antelope Paradise's Lu Mu greets two seniors. These two might look like little children, but they were actually seniors amongst seniors. Even an old ancestor from the cave heavens and paradises would lose out in terms of seniority to them. The two ignored him and simply stared at Yang Kai, as if they didn't hear Lu Mu at all, and all that mattered was Yang Kai's answer. Lu Mu suddenly felt somewhat awkward. No matter what, he was still an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, an ancestor-level figure in the cave heavens and paradises. He would be admired and respected by everyone no matter where he went. It had been millennia since he had last encountered this kind of situation, and for a moment, he didn't know what to do. It was Yang Kai who helped him out, quietly nudging him and stating, "What's senior? Don't call them senior, call them big brother and big sister." Lu Mu's eyes widened even more, staring at Yang Kai in surprise. Obviously, he was asking with his eyes, "Is that okay?" Yang Kai might have called them Big Brother Huang, Big Sister Lan, but he didn't dare act rashly in front of these two. Addressing like this violated the order of seniority, and if this offended them, the entire Golden Antelope Paradise wouldn't even be able to fill the gaps between their gnashing teeth. Just as he was hesitating, Dai had already accepted Yang Kai's suggestion and cupped his fist toward Big Brother Huang, "Big Brother." He then turned to Big Sister Lan, "Big Sister." Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan both turned to look at him, nodding slightly. There was a kind look in their eyes, as if they were exchanging greetings. "It's really okay." Lu Mu was stunned. He had never seen such a strange thing in his long life. Nonetheless, he called them Big Brother and Big Sister without any hesitation, his attitude genial and tone sincere. This finally made the two acknowledge his existence. Just as he was feeling comforted in his heart, Yang Kai suddenly betrayed him, and Dai, Big Brother and Big Sister are quite worried about their battle, but Little Brother's vision is too poor to judge the winner here. It would be better to ask these two, as they are much stronger than Little Brother, and their vision is much more profound. Saying so, he swiftly took a step back. Clear Horizon Divine Monarch and 6 Wood Divine Monarch stood out at once, which made their facial muscles twitch. Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan, on the other hand, shifted their gazes and intensely stared at them, causing the two of them to feel uncomfortable as if swords were being poked into their backs. "Speak, did I win?" Big Brother Huang asked, looking at the two. Although his tone was calm, whether it was Lu Mu or Dai, both of them could faintly sense the threat in his tone. They could tell that if they were to say no, they would not be alive to see the sun tomorrow. "It's me who won, isn't it? You've been watching from above for so long, you must have noticed." Big Sister Lan's tone wasn't threatening, but the look in her eyes was obviously not. Cold sweat dripped down the backs of the two 8th Order ancestors. This was the first time they ever felt that life was so difficult. Lu Mu secretly cursed to himself, "I should have stayed in black territory. Why did I follow young boy here?" He couldn't afford to offend either of these two. It was impossible for him to achieve a perfect answer no matter what, but he had no choice but to give one. Being stared at by those two, Lu Mu was under a great deal of pressure. He secretly glanced at Yi through the corner of his eyes, but he noticed cold sweat dripping down his temple too, causing him to secretly laugh in his heart. It turns out I am not the only one suffering here. Lumu suddenly became much more relaxed, and after a moment of deliberation, he finally spoke. When I was watching the battle, I thought that it was as if the heavens themselves were commanding those soldiers. The soldiers were moving and fighting in an orderly manner. This, little brother, truly admires you. He then turned to Yi and shot him a look. Yi immediately understood and continued. However, the outcome of this battle has yet to be decided, so it is difficult to say who won and lost. There are many factors that determine the outcome of a battle, such as the timing, location, and soldiers, all of which are indispensable. Any slight change in circumstances can change the entire course of the battle, so it is difficult to determine the winner. Seeing the unhappy faces of the two, Lumu quickly interrupted Yi. However, based on the number of casualties your subordinates have suffered, it should be a tie. So in my opinion, this battle is a draw, right? He didn't dare to answer too confidently. He kept observing their expressions, preparing to say something else if this did not satisfy them. Yi immediately nodded like a chicken pecking at rice. Yes, 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 a draw. Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan fell into deep thought. Both of them were clearly unsatisfied with this answer, but it was still acceptable. As far as the two were concerned, it was a win as long as they did not lose. Big Brother Huang raised his head and suggested, "Then let's call it a draw." He suddenly turned to Big Sister Lan and assertively declared, "Next time, I'll definitely beat you until you call me Big Brother." Big Sister Lan was not to be outdone. "If you think you have what it takes to defeat me, then you come at me anytime. But first, ask if my army of 30 million agrees." Brother Huang sneered, "It's obviously just 18 million, yet you insist on saying it's 30 million. You really like boasting." The two broke into another argument, but Yi and Lu Mu both let out long sighs of relief. They felt as if they had just escaped a disaster. Suddenly, the two stopped bickering and looked at Yang Kai together. Big Brother Huang then stated, "You seem to have brought a lot of disgusting people with you this time." The last time Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan noticed the black ink strength inside Yang Kai, both of them showed faces of revulsion. The thousands of black ink disciples on the ship might have their energy suppressed and sealed, but how could the black ink strength escape Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan's senses? In fact, they had already noticed everything as soon as the ship entered the chaotic dead territory. It was just that the two were more focused on the outcome of their battle, so they didn't bother to ask anything. Yang Kai stepped forward and cupped his fist. "Little brother is actually here for this reason. The people on the ship have been corrupted by the black ink strength and have been turned into black ink disciples. They have lost their sense of self. I would like to ask for Big Brother and Big Sister's help to save them." Big Brother Huang furrowed his brow. "There are so many of them." Yang Kai added, "In the vast universe, only Big Brother and Big Sister can expel the black ink strength. If you two don't do anything, they will definitely die." Big Brother Huang hesitated for a moment before suddenly glancing at Big Sister Lan, who happened to look at him too. Their eyes met, and both of them seemed to be thinking the same thing. The next moment, Yang Kai and the two divine monarchs saw the two little children squat down and leaned closer, whispering to each other. Big Brother Huang asked, "Have you noticed a problem recently?" Big Sister Lan asked, "You also noticed?" Big Brother Huang nodded in acknowledgement. "The number of small stone race under our command is increasing, so it's getting harder to command them. They're too stupid. Sometimes they don't even understand what we want them to do." Little Brother Yang also said that their intelligence is not high, so they cannot understand complex orders. That's why we need some generals who will follow our orders and lead our armies into battle. I've thought about it before, but I couldn't find anyone. We couldn't find them before, but don't we have them now? And they've even delivered themselves to us. While speaking, Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan both turned to look up at the ship, then at Sixwood Divine Monarch and Clear Horizon Divine Monarch with deep and profound gazes. The two divine monarchs felt their faces immediately twitched. A strange look also appeared on Yang Kai's face as he kindly reminded the two, Big Brother Huang, Big Sister Lan, we can hear everything you're saying. Marshall Peak, Chapter 4879. Take care of it yourself. Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan, on the other hand, turned a deaf ear to this and focused on their discussion. Big Brother Huang added, excluding those yucky ones, there are a total of 33 people. 37th Order Open Heaven Realm Escorts, along with Lu Mu, Da Yi, and Yang Kai, were exactly 33. Big Sister Lan stated with a grin, half each. Big Brother Huang corrected her, worried, there's one more. Big Sister Lan explained, waving off, forget about little brother Yang, he doesn't look very smart. He's probably not much better than those from the small stone race. Let's leave those annoying flies to him. It will save us some trouble. You're right. Big Brother Huang nodded seriously. The veins on Yang Kai's forehead bulged. If it weren't for the fact that he couldn't defeat these two, he really wanted to ask, what do stupid people look like? Do they have some kind of horns on their heads? Originally, Lu Mu and Da Yi were depressed, but now that they heard these two speak, they couldn't help but snicker. On the other side, after Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan finished discussing, the two looked over. Lu Mu and Da Yi quickly restrained their smiles and wore solemn expressions on their faces. Big Brother Huang stated, little brother Yang, we just discussed, it's not like we can't help you. After all, you're also our little brother. Since you've come to beg us, we can't just sit back and watch. Big Sister Lan quickly followed up, but we also have conditions. Yang Kai knew their conditions but still pretended to be ignorant and asked curiously, how can I help? Big Brother Huang replied, it's like this, since you left us last time. Our forces have been expanding rapidly, and now each of us has an army of tens of millions. It has become harder to control them. We urgently need some generals and officers who can obey our orders. I think the people you brought this time are quite suitable, so why not let them serve under us? In that case, we'll have time to help you. Before Yang Kai could respond, Lu Mu asked anxiously, Big Brother, Big Sister, can you change your conditions? He finally understood that what these two invincible existences did on the Spirit Province was simply to kill time. In any case, he was still an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, yet instead of eliminating great evils and protecting the innocent, he would have to play around with these two children. If word got out, he would completely lose face. This was something he absolutely could not agree to. Although Da Yi didn't say anything, his meaning was clear. Big Brother Huang decisively refused. This is the only condition. If you don't like it, you can leave. Yang Kai quickly looked towards them. The next moment, his eyes became filled with sorrow and his tone turned heavy and solemn. Seniors, please consider the bigger picture. The two of them immediately glared at him, wanting nothing more than to sew his mouth shut. Big Brother Huang's face slightly sank. It seems you don't like the idea of working under us. Big Sister Lan also looked a bit angry. If you don't want to, then leave. No one is forcing you to stay. Yang Kai tried his best to persuade them. Seniors, there are thousands of lives on that ship. This time there are thousands, but the next time there may be even more. The vast universe will never forget your sacrifice. Lu Mu and Yi now couldn't wait to chop Yang Kai into a million pieces. This brat was obviously just enjoying the show like it had nothing to do with him. After all, it did not cost him anything to throw them into the pit. Be that as it may, their current situation left them with no other choice but to agree to their terms. Just as Yang Kai had stated, this time there were thousands of lives, but what about next time? No one could guarantee that their sex disciples would not be corrupted by the black ink strength at some point. They did not want to experience the tragedy of Langya Paradise. If they could get the Burning Light and Serene Glimmers help and capture black ink disciples in the future, they would not have to kill them all. Lu Mu clenched his teeth and agreed, good, since Big Brother and Big Sister think so highly of me. If this little brother still refuses, I would be someone who does not know how to appreciate kindness. This little brother is willing to obey your orders in the future. Da Yi sighed in his heart, knowing he couldn't refuse either. So, he smiled and nodded. Little brother is of the same mind. The sullen big brother Huang and big sister Lan immediately smiled and stated, "Great, awesome, quickly call your people over." 6 would divine monarch's divine sense surged before 37th order open heaven realm flew down from the ship the next moment. Although they had seen most of the proceedings from up there, they didn't know what was going on in detail. They could only vaguely guess that the 2 little kids were the legendary sun's burning light and moon's serene glimmer. Lumu pointed at Big Brother Huang and ordered everyone, "Come and greet Big Brother." The 37th Order Masters were all dumbfounded and couldn't understand why their ancestor was saying something like that. However, they didn't dare to ask too much. Since their ancestor had given such instructions, he must have his reasons. All of them cupped their fists and shouted, "Big Brother." Lumu then pointed at Big Sister Lan. "This is Big Sister." Everyone bowed once more. Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan smiled even more happily. They even became humbler because of this. Big Brother Huang offered, "You're younger. You choose first." Big Sister Lan smiled and offered in return, "You're younger. You go first." Yang Kai knew that he could not allow this to go on. Otherwise, the peaceful atmosphere would immediately be destroyed. Thus, he quickly intervened, asking, "If Big Brother and Big Sister don't mind, how about I help you?" Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan looked at each other before nodding, "Good." Yang Kai immediately began distributing the manpower. In fact, it didn't take any effort to assign teams. 2 8th Order and 37th Order Masters were evenly distributed with a casual wave of his hand. Big Brother Huang's face was filled with eagerness. "Great! Now we have generals who can understand our commands. The next time we fight, it will definitely be more exciting." Big Sister Lan smiled and spoke in a provocative manner. "Then you must work hard. Don't cry when you lose. You just wait and watch." Big Brother Huang coldly snorted before he called out to his 16 high-rank masters, "You all come with me." Big Sister Lan pointed at the other 16. "You come with me." Yang Kai quickly interrupted them. "Please wait a moment. What about the people on the ship? I hope the 2 of you can first expel the black ink strength from their bodies." "I'll leave that to you." Big Brother Huang impatiently passed the matter to Yang Kai before stretching out his hand and pointing towards him. Yang Kai suddenly felt a scalding pain on the back of his left hand, as if it was being burned by flames, giving him a fright. Before he could react, Big Sister Lan extended her hand toward him again, and in the next moment, he felt a frigid sensation on the back of his right hand. One cold, one hot. It was extremely strange. Yang Kai looked down and saw nothing on the back of his hands, but he could feel that there was something there. Yang Kai found this scene quite familiar and recalled the last time he had left. Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan had pointed at him and left behind an extremely mysterious power in his body, greatly enhancing his dragon vein and increasing his dragon form to 20,000 meters. Moreover, he still had not completely refined that power, and it had thus been lying dormant inside his body. Yang Kai couldn't imagine how magnificent his dragon form would become after he completely refined that power. Seeing that Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan had already mounted their respective small stone race guards, Yang Kai quickly asked, "What should I do?" Everything in this world has its own counter. Although the black ink strength is strange, it is not invincible. Use the benefits you obtained here and your brain to purify it. Having said as much, Big Brother Huang turned around and started heading towards one end of the spirit province. Lumu walked over to Yang Kai and warned him with a gloomy expression on his face. "If any of this leaks out, you're dead." Having no other choice but to accompany 2 kids and play their games was already the limit of what Lumu could endure. If the word got out, he would be too ashamed to show his face in public. Yang Kai quickly nodded his acknowledgement. "Seniors, rest assured. No one else will find out about this." "That's for the best." Having said so, Lumu led the 15 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters and chased after Big Brother Huang. On the other hand, De led the other 15 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters away with Big Sister Lan. In the blink of an eye, only Yang Kai was left, along with the remains of the small stone race. Young Kai looked at his hands as he sunk into his thoughts. Big Brother Huang spoke some cryptic words, leaving him all confused, but the meaning had been quite clear. He was now able to expel the black ink strength. What should I do? Big Brother Huang wouldn't lie about something like this. There must be some kind of profound mystery behind the finger pointed by Big Sister Lan and him. Yang Kai pondered for a moment before arriving on the flying ship and casually grabbing a black ink disciple. This black ink disciple's cultivation wasn't high, only in the third order. Yang Kai didn't know him, but his strength was sealed and he was unable to move at all. Even his small universe was completely suppressed. Be that as it may, his eyes were filled with hatred as he stared at Yang Kai. Yang Kai mobilized his small universe's strength to his two hands, but after trying for a long time, he found that it had no effect, let alone expel the black ink strength. He could not even feel the heat and chill he had felt before. Recalling what Big Brother Huang had said before he left, Yang Kai's heart suddenly skipped a beat. Big Brother Huang mentioned the benefits I had obtained from this place. The greatest benefit he had reaped from the last time he was here was the endless amounts of yellow and blue crystals, derived from Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan's own strength. These were the purest yin and yang element materials. Yang Kai casually took out a palm-sized piece of yellow crystal from his small universe. The quality of this piece of yellow crystal wasn't high, only fourth order, so it was perfect for testing. With a flash of thought, Yang Kai immediately felt a burning sensation on the back of his left hand. When he looked down, he spotted a faint circular pattern where the burning came from. Holding the yellow crystal in his hand, the yang element power contained within it was clearly pulled by an inexplicable force, quickly flowing into the circular pattern on the back of his hand. The pattern soon became visible and dazzling. A moment later, the palm-sized yellow crystal disappeared into thin air. All its energy was pulled into Yang Kai's left hand. The circular pattern on the back of his hand lit up like a small sun. Yang Kai suddenly understood. He quickly took out a blue crystal from his small universe and tried again. As expected, with just a thought, a pattern appeared on the back of his right hand, but this one was a deep blue in color. As the blue crystal's energy poured into it, the glow became more profound. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.